Have you ever thought that on a beautiful day, an extremely suspicious countdown clock appears in your hand? What do you think it is? 55. Counting the hours, Tran is ready to wait for it, because people like him without a family are not interested in living anymore. 39. After reporting to the police, his father, who only knew how to gamble all day, went to see his mother one last time, wrote a will, and sat on the bed waiting for the clock to count down to the last moment of his life. 50. But wait, waiting for you is not a death, but rather opening your eyes and traveling through time to an extremely strange place. The technical development there is far beyond understanding on this earth. 110. Not only Tran but other people were also chosen to travel to that mysterious land. Let's see how he survives in a new world. 30. One day it rained, a rain of clouds falling on the city, a rain where water drops fell while the rays of sunlight were still there. Although the sky had dark clouds, there were still gaps for sunlight to penetrate. There are students walking with umbrellas and there is a shipper walking in this area. It was the fall of 2022, the shipper passed by a Chinese grocery store. There were two people setting up tables and chairs outside to play chess with enthusiasm, lighting up the table they were sitting on in the pouring rain. Deep. They play so hard that the chess pieces being lifted up and down continuously make clicking sounds, combined with the sound of falling rain which is very pleasing to the ear. Inside the grocery store there are many items from drinks to food. Food, CDs, chocolates, everything is there, but it seems the shop owner is busy playing chess outside the door. It turns out they were playing Chinese chess. A pawn was lifted and moved from its original position. And on this side, the opponent is a bald man, sweating profusely, trying to think of his next move with the chess piece in hand. And the person who just left turned out to be a young man with a good-looking appearance, slightly messy black hair and a neatly buttoned shirt. With just the movement of a pawn he checked his opponent. Fuang, he confidently laughed loudly. He stood up, left the chessboard and went into the grocery store, but his uncle was still not convinced. I could still walk, I had only made 13 moves, but the young man waved his hand with pride. Your face is full, don't try to struggle. After carefully reviewing the situation on the chessboard, the uncle realized that he had no way to go, he was blocked and checked. His face was slightly frowned, he frowned and puffed his cheeks, but he also had to say, oh come up and admit this. It was still raining heavily, pattering on the striped tarp hanging in front of the store, protecting the other two people from playing chess, but it seemed like it would stop soon because the dark clouds in the sky had partly dissipated, and the sky was clear. The reason why the other uncle puffed his mouth and rolled his cheeks because they lost was because they bet money when playing. Every day they lost your money. The uncle started to put his arms behind the chair and grumbled, I just won 20 this morning. The bad thing is that the old man, now he's lost it all in your pocket. You've probably beaten me, right? At that time the young man was opening an old box of biscuits in his uncle's shop to get some coins. I just earned it from real talent. And it seems like my uncle also trusts you a lot. Over here, the young man told me his strategy for winning money. If it wasn't that they didn't want to play chess with me anymore, I wouldn't have to go through you to get money. I need dignity, I need money, very reasonable and fair. The uncle listened to what he said and snorted in frustration, but everything he taught these past 2 days was all useless. The uncle was still sitting at the chessboard. It turned out that when they played chess together, they not only played but also silently learned. Ask each other, understand the moves and playing strategies that the opponent often uses. However, the young man did not explain anything and said, don't talk about yourself like that. It made the uncle's face turn black, freeze, and questions filled his head. The uncle raised his hand to rearrange his pieces by moving them to their positions. Early game position. The uncle wanted to play more and learn more even though he was a bit shy because he clearly had 2 hair colors but lost to a guy with black hair. Okay, serve the table, the uncle said. Request, the young man over here also calmly replied. A moment of silence for him to calm down before going into battle. All the sounds and things around him were ignored at this time. He was closing his eyes and concentrating hard. The rain still hasn't stopped, and they continue a new game of chess with no signs of stopping, every leaf falling, every raindrop flying down and falling on the ground, the tarp above his head. Now is the time for him to feel them. With your sharp intuition, separate each sound that a normal person would hear into a chaotic pile of noise. It seems like he is still listening very attentively, and perhaps this is the strength that helps him always win the chess games he plays with his uncle in the same area, which is the concentration of his mind on a certain phenomenon. So beneficial. And then the game of chess began quickly. The speed the uncle picked up the flag must have been several times faster than the moving speed of the passerby, and the two of them emitted the golden light of passion and love for the game. This subject. Each chess piece flashed brightly every time they moved, as if they were about to burn due to the speed of their friction with the chessboard. The young man made a move. The uncle also took the move and immediately moved to the next move. Their level had reached the level of thinking quickly and playing quickly, creating a classic blitz position in the chess world, playing quickly as soon as the opponent moved. The key pieces were lifted off the board, as if to gain momentum and rushed to kick the opponent away. Now the radiance of the two of them's passion lingered on even the people passing by that grocery store. A little girl and an old woman standing nearby were the most stained with yellow, and it was also possible that these were not just the lights of passion, it was also possible that they were the aftertaste of the movement in the air that he felt. The young man was feeling it when he concentrated fully. A pair of white shoes with butterflies walking on the ground, each raindrop falling into a nearby puddle. Each sound has its own color. The sound of water drops falling on the ground is different from the sound falling on the tip of the shoe. There and they are also different when water drops fall into a puddle, and depending on the size of the water drops, the sound becomes different. That's right, he was so focused that he got lost in layers and layers of his old memories. Each movie scene came rushing back, forcing him to stand in front of the forest of giant filing cabinets, if those were all academic memories. What he had about Chinese chess was terrible. Where he was standing, right under his feet there was a circle like a clock displaying 11:30 minutes, and when he tried to press a tape into the bookshelf to save to recall the feelings just now and also to carefully restrain the flying tape that was about to get tangled up in his memories. However, when he put it in, it was very difficult. His body was on fire, holding his aching head as the tapes just fit in at the same time. He sighed when he was able to finish dealing with the mess inside. Head back to reality. The key piece is still in hand, he quietly explains to his uncle. The 13th move of the knight is in the 6th step of moving forward to throw the knight. This is the trump card to tear down the defense line. The other day I saw you play chess with the old man in the Royal Castle Park. He likes to arrange artillery in the middle. His eyes turned serious and he looked at his uncle full of hope. If in a week he can learn the 13 tricks you taught him, then playing chess with him will be no problem. He is very talented. When I was young, just passing by and glancing at their chess matches made me realize what a person's chess-playing characteristics were like and what moves they could use to beat them. The uncle pointed at him, still holding the chess piece in his hand, making him a bit surprised. So my uncle has bigger ambitions, he can beat him in a week. How long will it take him to learn to beat his uncle? At this time, the young man waved his hand again and jokingly, making his uncle speechless. The fortune teller said he could live to be 78 years old, right? That was too late. The sky was getting dark due to the dark clouds blown by the wind gathering above their heads, only the light from the grocery store shining outside where the ice cream cabinet was still slightly illuminated. The uncle asked, "At this time you should have been. Should I join a self-study class at night? Why did school end so early today?" His eyes looked at his uncle, thinking about something but not answering yet. Then he said, "I'm waiting for someone." Then the uncle couldn't stand his curiosity anymore and asked, "Contran, you are such a good chess player. Why don't you participate in the Chinese chess competition? Didn't you say you were short of money? Winning the championship means you have money." Yes, my uncle also wanted his nephew in the same area to open his eyes, and so did he. However, Contran did not want that very much. He just remembered those chess instructions in his head, that's all. No matter how good chess is, the ability to remember does not represent the ability to analyze. It's okay to play with the guys, but when you meet a master, your ignorance will immediately be revealed. That is not the path of nephew. Playing chess is only temporary. It seems that Contran knows very well about the world and understands himself very well. But the uncle still seems skeptical, remembering everything in his head. I felt like before. This kind of thing that you can't forget at first glance is all a scam. At this moment, there were 3 shadows falling on the road in the rain. Looking at their feet, one could easily recognize that this was a family with parents and a son, and if not mistaken, they were walking towards the convenience store, where the uncle and young Contran sat. Right after that, the sky completely cooled down, the sun lifted the clouds again, shining down on the orange-yellow sunset, looking gentle and peaceful, and also making the remaining water drops on the canvas become sparkling and wonderfully beautiful. As expected, the 3 people walked over there. They were a family. The mother was wearing a long coat and her hair was also long. It was also the same color as Contran's hair. Could this be a family? Of him, she also carried a large gift box. And the curious boy had a different hair color, probably similar to his father, standing in a hidden corner with only his shoulders visible. The boy quickly said, "Mom, quickly. Look, the rain has stopped." Hearing the boy's voice, Contran recognized him and turned around. Yes, it was the person he was waiting for. They were here, and his uncle also noticed a bit of a strange expression. There was often curiosity on his face, and the mother also raised her head to see more closely to see if it was her son. We readers are sure, with those brown eyes and hair color, there is no mistaking it, it is clear that they are mother and son, but for some reason they still haven't run towards each other, they still stand still and look at each other, no one takes a step forward, not even the little boy. The rainwater on the road is gradually going down the drain on both sides of the road, the space becomes peaceful again, this atmosphere is clearly not the atmosphere when a family gathers, but it is somewhat heavy. And just like that, Contran moved his mouth to say something, but what came out was a heavy sigh. He waited for them but didn't want to get close or say anything to them, one hand shook slightly. But he held it back with his other hand. What exactly was he holding back? His mother had the same expression as him. After all, what was the point of meeting each other without saying a word, and it seemed like it had been a long time since they had seen each other, or maybe simply looking at each other was enough, little boy. Seeing all the strange developments, he called out, "Mom." Then the boy looked at Contran. All three people looked at him, but he only paid attention to the baby. The mother saw the distance from them and called his name, Contran. At this moment, he just smiled, his lips smiled but his eyes were heavy, as if they contained a lot of feelings but could not express them. Who is this young man and what is his life like? Then he immediately changed his face, he looked tired, exhausted and lifeless, he turned around and left, shocking his mother. As his back became farther away, casting shadows under the increasing streetlights in the sunset as if to signal that something was about to end, Contran's mother also lifted her heels and approached the table he had just placed. Sat and played chess with the bowler, and had no intention of chasing him. Standing on the puddle containing the sky, she asked her uncle who was arranging the chess pieces neatly in the box, Truong Dai Jia, why did Contran run to where he played chess again? The uncle was also not very friendly with Khan's mother. Tran. He just politely replied, your son and you asked me, he doesn't have money to live so he can only rely on playing chess to earn some money to buy food. The uncle thought he should also say out so that those who should be responsible become responsible. At this time, Contran's mother asked again, but every month I give money to his father, besides, shouldn't he be in self-study class at this time? And the uncle also answered the same as when he asked Contran just now. Oh, it seemed like he said he was waiting for someone, seeing that the mother immediately said, no, I have to go home and see. Hearing that, the man accompanying her said, Yuyan Fuang, today is Hao Hao's birthday, we have already made a reservation, after eating, we will take the boy to the movies. Seeing his father say that, little boy also whining, Mom, on this side, it's clear that Contran's mother can't help but worry about his studying situation. Contran is likely skipping school, I can't pay any attention to it, that man is pay more attention to your small family, care more about your little son and gently say, he is 17 years old, he can take care of himself, besides, doesn't he still have his father? It's okay to wait until Sunday to visit, let's stay with Hao Hao first today. Contran's mother is also very awkward, but she doesn't want her family to fall apart again, she said okay. A key has been inserted into the lock, someone has come home, a rather shabby apartment complex, the walls and roof are peeling off, the electric lights are flickering, boxes and boxes are scattered all over the hallway, people. As soon as he got home, he slammed the door. Was Contran and where he was staying, the table was full of beer and alcohol, probably belonging to his father, the person Contran's mother and her new husband had mentioned earlier. As soon as he got home he called someone. The phone rang steadily in the deserted house. He stepped and kicked a can of beer scattered on the floor. It turned out he was calling his father. He had just called his father but he was already cold and grumpy at him. For living expenses, go find your mother, I know money, now she has so much money. It turned out that his father was sitting here and they're playing mahjong with a few other men who were smoking cigarettes. He said, I didn't ask for money, it's been a long time since I asked my father for money, so why are you calling? Mr. Dad didn't have much time to ask quickly. You have to go to a parent-teacher meeting again, looking for your mother, this kind of thing, you refuse every request of a father, you are so irresponsible that Contran's tuition money sent by your mother is now lying on the table. Next to the ashtray right in this mahjong room, a cigarette full of smoke he still held in his hand without paying any attention to his son at home. Seeing his father being so indifferent towards him, he didn't want to tell him anything, so he pressed the red button on the screen and turned off the phone. In the cold, empty house, with belongings scattered all over the floor, he took a deep breath to regain his strength. His mind was shocked, he soon got used to it. Now the phone screen showed it was more than 6 o'clock, and he still had nothing to eat. And there was something even more surprising, on his arm was something that looked like a clock, a countdown timer of 5 hours 58 minutes 12 seconds, and the number 12 had just changed. He leaned against the edge of the table and laughed. Perhaps the battery in the house had run out of battery, but the clock showed 7 o'clock. Then he put on his coat and decided to go out. Maybe the sunset outside was warmer than this cold, empty house. He was no longer in the mood to worry about what was in his hand. No one knew. What is the final score of this countdown? He reached out to open the door, also thinking that that thing might be dangerous. He raised his head to look at this place, at this boring present. His eyes looked sad. He also had wishes for himself. He thought that the thing in his hand could also be a life. Another life. Once again, the house was empty and deserted. No one was there. No one cared for it to come alive. Let it return to its true name. This time the house and the door were also the same. Slammed shut. In a busy, crowded market with many signs, that place is a place to import goods and an agricultural market. But the scene changed to night. Now it was completely dark. The clouds in the sky were not clear whether it was black or white, whether it was raining or not. The yellow street lights were doing their best, next to an apartment building. The lights are on and it's another building. Tran walked into a room that looked simpler than his house, carrying 2 bags of things he had just returned from looking for, and in that room there were also many sundries, including several large bottles of water. On the desk next to the window is a medical box and a flashlight. The moonlight outside is quite bright, shining in through the large glass door. He crawled under the pillow, wanting to hide something. It seemed to him that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. While he didn't know what he was about to face, he could only try to be a little more prepared. Maybe he had already thought of all sorts of things that would happen afterward. On the small table next to the bed, he placed a complete pile of tools such as wrenches, hammers, screwdrivers, and pliers. A strong wind blew outside the window, shaking the trees outside. The moonlight shines in and prints the shadow of a 17-year-old young man on the wall. His back is lonely but more mature. He is now sitting alone in the room, on the bed, and he has also written something on the table next to him. Healthcare box. Unable to help but worry, he clasped his hands together and rubbed his thumbs together. With uncertain eyes he thought, next, do I need to find help? Then he clenched his fist tighter. He thought about something. His hands started shaking again. But, you are also very miserable. Who can you find? When you turned your back to leave, your mother also left without coming back. Your father was so busy playing that you didn't want to think about it. 2 of your relatives had already died. I've abandoned you. Who else can you ask for? Then he thought more. This strange and unreasonable thing, asking for help from normal people, is probably of no use. He also doesn't have any extremely close friends in school. That's right. He rummaged around and pulled out a necklace with a picture of a gentle-looking green Buddha. Then he lay down on the bed, shined his phone on his face, relaxed in the last moments. The last work that needed to be prepared was finished. On his phone screen, in the WeChat app, on top is his mother and below is Nam Ken. Then he thought about his mother again, thought about her eyes when she looked at him, then thought about the familiar image of his father sitting and ignoring the family while playing mahjong, making his eyes expressionless and disgusted. He fell into that memory storage area again. His mother did no wrong even if she let go of his small hands at that time. Gambling, selling the house, the memories flowed back, images appeared clearly in his mind like a movie, domestic violence, adultery, all of them were so clear in his mind that he could never forget them. He looked closely at them, extremely angry. It was all his father's fault. At that time, it wasn't wrong for my mother to take the initiative to divorce. I should feel happy about her decision, because it was the right choice. It turns out you don't hate your mother, nor are you tired of leaving her, you just want her. No need to worry about yourself anymore, no need to find that unhappy family anymore. His hand tightly grasped the railing in that thinking area, remembering the times his mother cried and confided to the neighbor. His mother did not deserve this. Seeing that his mother was suffering enough, he didn't want to be a burden to her, so he chose to live with his father. He wandered in this corridor of memories, perhaps sad or sad. Unhappy or happy or boring, they are all yellow, all are precious. And he affirmed that he knew this was the right choice. He was the one who let go of his mother's hand. He didn't want to stop her from moving to a brighter future. The countdown timer on his hand was still there, but the camera on his phone when he brought it to him didn't show anything. Are you crazy? Are you having hallucinations? He was tired and put his hands on his eyes. Haha, maybe this is the last 2.5 hours of my life. This life is mine. Just like that, you still haven't lived in a kind, happy family. You don't have a dream, yet you have to say goodbye to this world. The bicycle will rolled quickly on the road, splashing water. Tran has another plan. He is not willing. He drives the car down the street. He sees that there are many regrets in this life. There are also many things that he does not dare to do, but Tonight I don't want to be cowardly and scared anymore, I just need courage. He used all his strength to ride his bike as fast as possible, his hair flying in the wind. He rode his bike on the main road in the middle of the night. Then he turned right to a familiar place, lowered his foot as a kickstand, causing water to seep into his shoes. It didn't matter, he stopped in front of a building. The son knew where and what his father was, but the father didn't care about anyone. Looking through the window he could easily see his failed father. Knew immediately that he was here, and then he picked up the phone. Hello, police officer. He wanted him arrested so he couldn't bother his mother anymore when he might disappear. I want to report that someone is gathering to gamble in room 201, number 2, 17th floor, Longdang subdivision. He breathed heavily. Maybe it's quite cold tonight. Okay, we'll send the police right away. He waited for a while, there, just standing still. When he heard the police siren, he lifted up the pedal of the car and pedaled away. He pedaled in front of the police car, and it was raining again. Without a shirt he cycled quickly home. His eyes were determined. He had no regrets for this father. He only hoped he would be detained. After a while, the police lights changed his hair and eyes to red and blue, looking very beautiful. He bit his lip tightly. Perhaps he had tears falling, but crying in the rain felt great. No one would see his weakness under the thick raindrops, under the drops of water on his face. No one would see the warm water. Weakness flowed from the corner of his eyes. He rushed away, no longer attached or emotional. Under the busy lights, the streets were quite deserted due to the rain. Everyone was with their loved ones, all returned to the shelter called home to shelter from the rain. But he was riding his bike alone on the street. He also wanted to go home. He was home. The house had a carpet, but just to change clothes, he took off his coat and went inside to get his clothes. Tears kept falling. He didn't want it to end like that. Today he was waiting for his mother. He saw his mother walking with her family. He also played chess, played with his neighbor, and he also went to see her. It's your dad. You've said goodbye to everyone, packed everything and went to the other room again, backpack, full items, and new clothes. You have 52 minutes and 30 seconds left. The will has also been written, placed neatly in an envelope on the table. He has 31 minutes and 49 seconds left. Time is running so fast right now. Already slinging his bag on his shoulder, in case he was teleported somewhere strange, he sat on the bed. He had 1 minute and 14 seconds left. 10. The uncle is still worried about the small but cozy shop. 9. Your father has been taken away by the police. 8. 7. The room he sat in was unusually quiet. He clasped his hands together. 6. A pink-haired girl standing by the window, not sure who else. 5. 4. He took a deep breath in, the last bit of air. His father, too, and mother are smiling, happy under a new home, standing in a cozy, well-lit house full of parents and children. They watch the rain fall and are happy. 1. His eyes were steady, ready to wait for what was about to happen. A blue number appeared. That's when his heart pounded. The scene became strange, dark. The space was only blue and black. All clocks changed to 0 or 0 time. His eyes widened. It turned out he already had a knife in his hand. What kind of feeling is this? He has never experienced it before. He can't control it. Just let it happen. Then everything around him seemed to shatter. The window glass had already broken, pouring into the room, surrounding him, who was sitting numbly on the bed inexplicably. He couldn't close his eyes, just opened them wide and observed. A square code appears with the number 010101. It turns out it's not around him but inside him. The memories are shattering like glass. The last images in this room cracked and fell, so thin and fragile. Images of loved ones were about to be shattered. Nothing could be retained, even though that golden flow still lingered around. Fragments of memories, golden streams, they wrapped around him, taking him somewhere. This place was. His eyes were confusing and filled with curiosity. They kept wrapping around him into a tornado. He put his hand in front of his face as he was about to enter the new world. A room with a design quite strange compared to the normal world. There are also green and yellow LED lights on the floor and on the walls. The main color of the room is gray. A table next to the bed where Contran lying down. The cup and toothbrush had fallen to the floor. His shoes were also placed next to the bed. The outfit he was wearing was navy blue, a white striped shirt. It looked like a uniform. He opened his eyes. His face was lit by a bright light. Now his face looked brighter, much more alive, wondering if all the memories in him were still there. He stood up immediately. He raised his hand and lifted his sleeve. It turned out that the memory in him was still there. It was just that space and time were broken. The thing he was holding was a knife used to cut bones. Fish, no more, neither backpack nor clothes, nothing left with him. You still have the watch on your hand, 48 hours, which means 2 days, a new timeline with a new space, no idea where you are. He started to move constantly, wanting to check his body, and he also didn't want to step down into this new world, still sitting on the bed. He spread his hands and looked closely. This was his body, because after all, fingerprints and the location of pores could not be faked, but these clothes, I had crossed over, so that was the end of the count. Going back in time means returning to reality. He sighed again. Even though there might not be anyone there who misses me, I still want to go back and see. It would still be a good thing to be able to return. At this moment, he glanced around and looked around. This world immediately displayed everything. Above the ceiling was a hidden light, in front of him was an alloy door frame with glass panels, next to it was a metal wall, on the ground are shoes, cups, toothbrushes, personal items that everyone needs. Plus there was a shelf. He washed his face and towels stored underneath that stone shelf, touched the glossy wall to feel, he thought, where could he use this uncountable material? After calculating the price like this, there was a sound that startled him. He immediately picked up the brush on the floor as a weapon. Then he went to stand in front of the door, and underneath the stoneware compartment there was another set of clothes. That sound continued to echo around him. All the strange things around him made him take extreme precautions with furrowed eyebrows, ready to defend at any time when something appeared. But no one appeared. The door opened so hard that a puff of smoke appeared, and outside, everything was brighter than in this room. And that made him a little dazzled and overwhelmed. A sound rang out, exactly at 7 o'clock in the morning, breakfast time, inviting all the prisoners to line up one by one to go to the cafeteria to eat. He was so shocked that he dropped the toothbrush in his hand. Why did you become a prisoner here? He gathered all his courage after more or less formulating something. Then he decided to take a step outside. There were many floors, cells like his filled the whole area. In the middle was a very large virtual screen. There was a white-haired lady appearing and broadcasting information. Newspaper. At this moment, appearing in the hallway was a line of people of all shapes and genders. Some were normal, some had devices and machines on them, some looked kind, some looked evil and despicable. I'm afraid, there are also guys with huge sizes, much bigger than normal people. He was looking up and down to observe and felt quite uneasy. Then he stood in the hallway and looked over the entire area. The big screen kept repeating the announcement, exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, breakfast time, inviting all prisoners to line up one by one. Going to the restaurant to have a meal, it seems that the hours here are arranged in quite detail. A person with long white hair appeared in the large hall on the first floor. The announcement sound did not stop, inviting all prisoners to line up to go to the cafeteria to eat. The sound of loud footsteps echoed throughout the area from all directions. The group of people moving down was really crowded. They had to be very careful because with just one mistake, there would be jostling, and then a trampling accident, and then a man. Uncle with silver hair, and one strange red eye, walked past him. Seeing him staring at him, his uncle looked back with even fiercer eyes. And that scared him a bit when he looked straight into that red eye, and was also looked back by that eye. And the uncle also walked away without saying a word to him. Are you thinking about mutants? Is it the machine age when someone calls from behind, hey, there's a newcomer there? And immediately he placed his steely hands on the wall behind him. He stood close to him with a strange smile, with his juniors behind him. He threatened, don't eat too much in the morning or you'll vomit and it will be very unsightly, haha. He felt uncomfortable with his ungrateful actions, and also a bit worried about this very sturdy-looking arm. After finishing work, he and his subordinates left, and added together, I heard that there were 12 new guys arriving last night. Today we can really have fun. This guy doesn't have any mechanical parts on him. I don't think it has anything to do with the outside. Hearing that, he immediately fell into a pile of inferences. Are they new people? Do they know that they came here? No, they probably meant that they had just entered prison. The other person did not know his identity. There's something fun they just said, but I'm afraid it's actually quite troublesome. While thinking, there was a shrill scream from the other side of the building. What is this place? Making him pay attention. A young man was running away in the hallway, shouting loudly, I want to go home, I don't want to be in this hellish place. He ran away without paying attention to his surroundings. The people in the hallway saw that and just stood and laughed. Contran immediately realized, isn't this person a year younger than him at Lacton Foreign Language School? It seems that he is not the first, probably not the last. Is it possible that his position were they close to each other before the time travel? Will they be very close to each other after the time travel? No, we can't say for sure. Below, a drone was coming in, not one but many flying over their heads and broadcasting announcements. Please stop, warning again, please stop. Contran couldn't help it. Curious, he peered out. On a table, next to a Chinese chessboard, it turns out that there is also Chinese chess here, a chubby cat with white fur. The hair just now turned out to be this cat's fur. It was yawning and looking at same refreshment. The cat has green and blue eyes. It is looking at those drones. A new notification appears again. All the prisoners stand in place waiting for orders. Immediately, the robots with full equipment and 2 quick legs ran loudly inside. This whole area has the same structure. Below the first floor of the large hall are many rows of dining tables arranged evenly. The robots enter from one side, but it is unclear how they entered this area. Right after that, Contran's junior friend was surrounded. The robots targeting laser beams shone on him, causing him to panic even more and scream loudly. Contran then thought to himself, meeting his hometown in a foreign land will indeed give people a sense of security, but it also depends on the person, but this guy is a bit of a nuisance. Contran did not deny it but concluded from what he had just witnessed that his compatriots might not be able to help him, but on the contrary, they could become a burden. It was best for him to take care of himself and avoid his younger brother. The same school is good. There were whispers around him again. There seemed to be a lot of dirty guys here who like to bully the weak and newcomers. This newcomer is interesting. I'm afraid I'm an idiot. I heard it was because of tax evasion that he was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Last night when he was brought here, he didn't cry, but only now did he cry. They added and seemed to deliberately want to touch him, who was standing near them and listening. They said, in this day and age, if someone dares to provoke the tax collection agency, then he is not an idiot. And he tried to ignore them, looking away. Yet they actually touched him, and even put their arms around his shoulders and said, "Hey new ghost, are you mentally ready?" This time he dodged them harder, lowered his head to the ground, determined not to make eye contact with these guys. And didn't say a word at all. He doesn't even know what he's feeling right now, what to think about, how to deal with it, how to fight it, or just let it be. The stream of people filled the stairs and some people went down to the first floor lobby. They all went to get their trays and sat at the table. Next to the dining tables, there were 2 rows of huge bookcases filled with books of unknown origin. He glanced down and noticed a difference. There was a table with only 1 person sitting, and there were 2 people standing next to it, and all the surrounding tables were empty. He saw number 4, maybe he was taking a closer look at the overall area. And very smart, he immediately realized something. Wait, why does it feel like everyone is deliberately avoiding that table? And it's true that no one sits at the tables with a radius of 1 or 2 tables around where the man in white is sitting. Maybe, he looked closer down. A long-standing man is holding a Chinese chess piece in his hand and fondling it. He has red eyes, and the cat that belonged to him is lying under his palm, next to the chessboard. He seems to be thinking about his moves, how to play something. Seeing him just staring, motionless at the bottom, the other guy was a bit puzzled. It turned out he looked very stupid, only showing a fierce face to scare stupid people. There are some ungrateful guys talking loudly all over the area. Let's go, this new ghost is really an idiot. Try your best to be a new ghost. He, big brother, please give me a few days to relax. What date do you want to date today? Ha. Hey, what did you hear? It's just the last time. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't you want to live anymore? What are you afraid of? Then when you realize the presence of the man when you see them, they lower their voices, turn off the sound completely, and their noise is really annoying. Many people who want to sit and eat quietly don't like them at all. Contran took in all the images that had just happened. He speculated again, could this be a prison guard? That's not right. Although the other person was wearing a training outfit that was different from other prisoners, the outfit still had a small black prison number embroidered on it. He glanced sharply from above. This middle-aged man was also one of the prisoners in prison, but he was the most special. At this moment, one of the 2 boys standing behind the man had a feeling that he was being watched. A look was glued to this area. He raised his eyes and looked right at Contran standing high, also giving a half smile, and his eyes were not fully open. He had platinum hair that looked quite attractive. Contran was not afraid at all, just a little confused and still not clear about everything. It's still a deafening announcement, lining up to go to the restaurant to eat, lining up to go to the restaurant to eat. Finally, he joined the line of people going down to the first floor lobby to have breakfast. There was still a guy looking at him, and there were loud voices. TSK, why is this team so slow? Hey, collectibles are so slow. What did you say before? So we have to see how the new arrivals are this time. He. Contran is straining his ears to eavesdrop to see what they say. They also see people as a commodity. When he stepped on the bridge, he saw more clearly, up and down 7 floors. The ceiling had a total of 18 drones, including 10 surveillance cameras and 3 robots carrying guns. Including myself, there was a total of 3,012 people. At this moment, there was a scream in front of him asking for help, making him immediately curious. Let me go. A young boy with blue hair and blue eyes was dragged away mercilessly by 2 men with iron hands. He was frightened and cried, begging you guys to let me go. At this time those guys said, quickly drag it into the cell, don't hurt it in the square, be careful the Dementor robot will get involved, don't worry, I'm not stupid like Duong yet. At this moment, he still turned his head to observe and received a warning, stop looking back and forth, soon it will be your turn, soon they will line up to get food. He looked at his uncle who said those words, but his eyes did not waver. Either he was not afraid, or he did not know how scary they were. Unfortunately, because of a little carelessness, he bumped into a guy who looked bloody, and that guy looked at him with unsympathetic eyes, and so did he. There were shouts again, "This meat is for people to eat, please give me a break, huh?" while he was carrying the tray of food into the table and chair area. Clearly, many eyes were focused on newcomers like him. As expected, several guys waved to each other to approach and attack him. Realizing this, he made a plan of action, and it seemed like he was not afraid of anything. He had an idea of what to do from the beginning when they attacked. At this time they were surrounding him, one was standing right in front of him, turning his shoulders to attack, but he did not flinch. In the old world he was not an easy person to be bullied, he was strong and be able to take care of yourself. Getting everything ready, his face darkened. He rushed forward, towards the direction he wanted to go, and of course they were also experts in chasing and following him. A large man stood in front of him and raised his iron hand in the air to grab him with a very happy face. It seemed they were also having fun with this cat and mouse game. However, he was more flexible and escaped to the bottom lane with a long slide, causing bananas and food in the tray to fly everywhere. But by inertia they still landed on the rice tray and he held the banana in his mouth, a perfect calculation. He jumped up, used every means to avoid it, used all his strength to run towards the direction he intended, and clearly that was the side where the man in white was sitting. Someone shouted loudly, while the guards had not yet discovered it, "Quickly capture it." Perhaps the guards they mentioned were robots ready to activate at any time when someone intended to run away, but that was not the case. Yes, you don't run away, you just try to avoid danger. And when they realized where he was running to, these gangsters were extremely frightened. They quickly knew their fate and stopped, blocking each other in time before entering that empty radius, but he still kept running to the place where he stopped. At this time, they also turned around and laughed scornfully at him. "This is the direction, this guy thinks he's smart, does he want to rely on that person? I'm afraid he's thinking too much, he, just wait and see the excitement. Why manage so much?" He didn't care what they said, he just ran because he had his own plan. "We're almost there, there's a table with a man in a white shirt, a cat and a Chinese chessboard in progress, with two guys behind him like guards." Then, as quickly as it happened, one of the two men came forward and raised his hand to block him. It was the white-haired man who saw him when he looked at them from above. He wears a rubber band on his wrist, smiles kindly but his words are not kind. "New ghost, I know what you are thinking. The man here doesn't care much about worldly affairs, he only focuses all his thoughts on his chessboard." The blonde boy said, "But we won't help you," and that made the people around him laugh. Then they started to mock and become more inspired by the new rat. "You're such a bad boy, ha ha ha, who do you think that big guy is?" On this side, he could see more clearly the chessboard displayed in front of the man in white, realizing that it was an unfinished match. He quickly said, "One soldier moves forward, he really knows how to approach and knows how to play chess." Despite the looks of the people behind him, he confidently said, "I can destroy this mess," and that of course made the people around him extremely confused, but fortunately when he came to this world he still signed "I was sad" and thought that he only needed to escape the 2 hours I was here and that would be enough. Seeing Contran say that, the blonde boy was equally surprised, only then did he stop blocking him and turn back to his original position. The man placed his hand on the piece and moved to counterattack him, pushing a piece straight off the table. The bishop of 5 moved 7, continue. Is it real or fake? Perhaps all of them have never witnessed this before, even the silver-haired boy must be wondering and surprised. Returning to his original state when playing chess, he found himself strangely comfortable. He didn't expect that he could do what he liked in this place. This endgame is called the Western King. The red and black sides look like they are equal, but in reality, only one more move is needed for the black piece to win. It seems he has played a game like this in the past, and the red side was exhausted. If he didn't pay attention he would be killed, but the difficult thing for him was that he was now holding the red piece, not the black piece like before. Memories kept coming back, every image of the chessboard, every move, every position was clearly clear in his mind. According to the instruction book, it was a red flag, I just needed to keep the draw to be able to solve it. This ending situation, however, keeping the piece, does not exist. He is much more aggressive, because before he did not lose, he cannot lose now. Thinking carefully, he marched out. 2 soldiers equaled 3, the man also had to think back and forth. Chess 6 forward 1, rear rook 4 forward, again a blitz chess position. This chess position can easily push the opponent into confusion leading to loss, but for him, someone who has played a lot is determined not to admit defeat. 1 back 9, the chess game took place in everyone's surprise. Everyone was shocked. the newcomer approached the great man who no one had approached within a radius of a few meters. As soon as he started his army, he walked towards the chessboard. His cart was 4 square. General 4 squared 5, artillery 4 squared 5, vehicle 3 squared 5. He was only 1 step away. Now the other person was more nervous than ever, still waiting for the outcome. Suddenly the air became cold. Everyone was silent when the man in white was also silent. His face darkened when he saw that the situation on his side was gradually becoming unfavorable under this young man's attacks. The last move is 1-5 moves 1. And check. His eyes were as confident as when he played with his neighbor Truong Dai John, and this man's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. I didn't expect to be defeated when I was initially in a very favorable position. You can clearly win by easily defeating this kid. Having to knock the chess piece away, he accepted defeat. As for him, his face was blank at this time. In his old world, many people knew how to play chess, and played better, the new man thought. He was not old, but when he threw away the flag to change the situation, he did not hesitate. This is truly an old man. This uncle also had the same eye color as the silver-haired boy at this time. He stood up and said, "Interesting, in this era, there are not many people who know how to play chess anymore. Continue tomorrow." After saying that, the man stood up and turned away. The 2 young men standing next to him also turned away, and the cat also stretched its legs and got down from the table, and the people who were watching just now were also whispering, "So how could that great man lose? That's impossible. What's the situation?" The stir hasn't stopped yet, since in this era, if you don't have to use a chip to achieve pleasure, then you also use your consciousness to log into fantasy websites. Who even knows about this toy, okay? Do you understand anything? They were all surprised that he knew how to play Chinese chess. And perhaps this sport has been lost a lot in this era, and the silver-haired boy stopped and put his hand on his chest. "Let me introduce you. Great, my name is Lam Tiu Tiu, that big guy is Deep Van, see you tomorrow." After executing the plan he was quite confident, and of course if any of them touched him, causing him to be injured and unable to continue playing chess tomorrow, they would have touched him. "Sir, there is a camera behind you and you believe that you will be safe." He left and now they have kept their distance from him. No one dares to do anything to him anymore. Besides, the camera also keeps aiming at him and following him, as if the person behind the camera wants to follow him. That person even zoomed in on the camera screen out of curiosity about you. After all, you are so special. Then something touched him, causing him to turn around and act quickly. With a sound of falling down, at this time there was a person with purple hair who was also crying and whining like the blue hair from before, still holding a tray of rice, who had long been lying at his feet begging, "Help me, I'm new here, please help me, from now on I will listen to everything you say." Then his eye color seemed to change, becoming orange and glancing down at that guy, making him feel guilty and panicked, biting his lip. Maybe he chose to protect himself first, so he turned cold. Refusing that guy is just a crime of being stupid and not being able to protect yourself. Then, a large hand grabbed his head. The other 2 guys came and dragged him away. One guy even raised his hand to say, "Sorry, I'm bothering you." He just kept talking non-stop. "Hey, I'm the manager of Truong Company. Min belongs to city number 17, and other than the 5 big companies, the other companies are not worth mentioning, let alone you. Even if you enter this blockhouse prison, you must be obedient, really." He also had no intention of begging them to spare his life. Witnessing that scene, he just stood still and let them act. What else could he do? He began to calculate without losing any moment of attention to this dimension. Including this person, out of the 12 new prisoners including himself, 9 people had already been dragged away by them, out of 10. These 2 people, only me and that depressed teenager, are Earthlings. It seems that there are not many people who have come here. Even if there are thousands, tens of thousands of people, compared to the total number, it is probably only a very small percentage. It's small, right? I don't know why. Although I've clearly become a prisoner, I don't feel depressed at all. On the contrary, I look forward to it. You close your eyes and enjoy this dimension. You will continue to survive here. He began to remember the days when in the old world, on Earth, it seemed like he was a redundant person. His father criticized him for being troublesome, his mother had a new family, relatives also came and went less, he had to having spent 2 Tet holidays alone. It turns out that it is a feeling of loneliness that he is sure of. When he is here, in a place full of people like this, he will no longer feel lonely. When it is New Year's Eve, the day when it's tradition for the whole family to gather together and the sound of fireworks fills the sky. But he just sits alone, sipping noodles and watching TV. He raised his hand again. This is only what he saw. If it weren't for this countdown, would probably rely on my memory ability to get into a very good but also very bad university in the future. away, then leave that house forever. But he himself still thinks, but what is the meaning of such a life? He looks extremely miserable. In the end, what kind of life is meaningful? Remembering the long days of only eating noodles in bored loneliness, he thought that this world was not like that. To him, it seemed like a complete liberation from the past. Looking up at the ceiling, he also understood his own mood quite well. This world made him begin to look forward to having a completely different life in this place. And there was another big guy standing behind him, talking very strangely. He finally came in here. He leaned closer to him, looked straight at his face, then smiled and said that he was indeed as beautiful as rumored, making him freeze and not have time to react. Although he was quite shy and enjoyed the compliment, he absolutely had to keep his distance from anything new, and that action made the other guy a little confused. He raised his hand and introduced himself, formally introducing himself a bit. My name is Lo Kwang Nia. 3 months ago Kon Gon brought me here. You can call me Tu Lo. He has one hand as a machine. And both eyes are also machines. Kon Tran was still on guard without reaching out to shake his hand. He just greeted him simply. Listening to his tone, he knew him and even used honorifics. And in addition to his excellent memory ability, he is also very diligent in observing his surroundings. In the last hour, the other person looked at him 21 times, moreover, this is just the number that I pay attention to, the people around him. He's probably a subordinate he recruited after coming here. In his opinion, I entered this bunker prison with other intentions, and since you have no memories of this body, you are still speculating hard. He concluded his opinion. If he talked too much, he would be exposed. First keep a distance from him. Thinking all this time without paying attention to his surroundings, Lo Kwang Nia behind him kept waving. They are now standing in a more private place, and Kon Tran said, for now I don't need your help, I can do anything myself. No, I have to serve you. That's good. He just kept waving his hand and not agreeing with your proposal. Kon Tran said at this point, everyone's status is the same, no one is better than anyone else. He doesn't need to use words like serving, but suddenly Lo Kwang Nia turned into a pink puppy. Around me, the flowers and leaves show that it's an interest, not a compulsion. Don't, you can just order me, you can just think of me as your dog. That's the thing about licking my feet. Kon Tran asked helplessly, so what if my feet stink? But Lo Kwang Nia tilted his head in respect, still with that amused expression, and said, then I will lick the stink away. Hearing that, Kon Tran was completely exhausted, and even more alienated. He absolutely could not rely on this name of unknown origin, and this was the second time he fed him butter. He nudged his shoulder and praised him. This morning I was thinking, why didn't you come find me right away, but I didn't expect that you would use your status as a newbie to approach Uncle Lai. What a genius. Looking more closely at his face, it turned out that he also had 2 fangs. How could he easily turn into a dog? This dog began to explain, in this prison blockhouse number 18, if we had the help of Lai Tuk Dong, our plan will be even more favorable. He immediately remembered, Lai Tuk Dong must have been the chess player earlier, but what was the plan? Can you explain it a bit more clearly? But you also have to be a little careful with Lai Tuk Dong. Living with this type of person is like telling a tiger to shed its skin. If we don't do it well, we will fall into a passive position, the dog also reminded Kon Tran. After hearing this, his face darkened and his hair became messy. With his noble status and this plan, it was quite difficult for him. He just wanted to save his life. So focusing on the main thing again, the puppy scratched his head and asked, sorry, I said too much, so what instructions did you bring this time? He thought for a while, even putting his hand on his chin to show off, but couldn't think of anything. I don't know what you're thinking, but saying that the llama came from the south made the dog ask even more questions than before. The scene changes to Lai Tuk Dong's place. They have their own base here. There are also surveillance cameras. It seems they are sitting at a table or something while Deep Van prefers to stand. In their place there are many more books, documents, tapes, and discs that I don't know, neatly arranged and filled to the brim on the shelves. Silver-haired Lam Tu Tu was sitting upstairs, spinning his pen. His body was also healthy, there was no machine anywhere. He looked at Lai Tuk Dong, then smiled brightly and said, boss, that teenager didn't help the other new ghosts. Lai Tuk Dong was watching his iPad and also listened a little to what Lam Tu Tu said about the person who had defeated him in the game of Chinese chess. Just thanks to his way of playing chess, he also partly shapes his personality. When he plays chess very decisively, not only that, but he can also sacrifice everything to find a way to live, let alone with other people. Seen from the perspective we can see more clearly that this is not a small room, there are many other tables and chairs that look much better. Mr. Lai Tu Tu was a little dissatisfied. Playing chess is playing chess, telling me to throw away a certain piece and I would dare, so tomorrow boss, are you still going to play chess with him? Yes, not with you. Shouldn't I be playing chess with someone as stupid as you two? Only now can we clearly see the tall guy accompanying these two people as he bends down to listen to information from Lai Tuk Dong. That's right, Tran T Group has captured that guy Quach Ho Tien. The judge process has also been completed. He pointed at a bald guy on the tablet screen and shaped his beard exactly like the name with the word tiger. He will probably be handed over to prison number 18 in a few days. At that time, you will go exchange. With him, this Lai Tuk Dong is very powerful as he can know who will come here and when. It seems that the three of them on this side also came here with a great purpose. Deep Van said, she had interacted with him once before, although this person is not easy to live with, but at least they can communicate. And of course this statement also made Lai Tuk Dong think more or less. Suddenly Lai Tuk Dong also remembered something, Tu, about the teenager's breakdown this morning. What do you think? I observed for a long time. I felt like something was wrong. They were also very curious about the boy. That's it. Maybe he also transmigrated like Contran, so they also found his words and actions strange. Tu said, at first glance, it seemed like the teenager was talking nonsense after his breakdown, but when talking about Lacton and Vin Loi Group, his tone was extremely firm, as if something was really going on. That's it. At this point, it's clear that this junior friend of Contran's has traveled through time, and of course these people can't understand. Tu added that his identity has been investigated. On the outside, he is just a leisurely employee, just dropped out of high school in normal society, trading prosthetic mechanical limbs with the Hawk Ho organization in the city. Street number 18. Suspected that he was involved in the illegal robbery of prosthetic limbs but had no evidence, so he was finally sent here on charges of tax evasion. Tu Teet rubbed his nose as he said, the things he went through. In the past, everything could be investigated, but Lacton and the Vin Loi Group or whatever he said could not be heard at all. In addition, the boss's chess game just finished. I haven't had time to investigate yet. Before the afternoon I will send an answer to the boss. Perhaps Tu is talking about Contran and will investigate himself. Your destiny in this world. Yes, my boss is paying attention, with the name Kid, while thinking about you. Tu noticed something. That kid who played chess, is he here too? So the place they sat in wasn't some secret room but simply behind the bookcases, in a private place with fewer people going in. Contran walked over and pulled a device off the shelf. When opened, the screen displays a notification box requiring you to log in. Tu was very friendly in approach to ask, this is your first time in prison, right? If you want to use the reader, you must first use the number on your uniform to register an account. After you log in, it will appear. Displays your recent reading diary, has bookmarks, has your own reading habit settings, font size, its hardware also has an artificial intelligence language, you name it and it will help you find things. See the content you want to read. After pressing the button, registration is complete. Contran turned to ask Tu, where can he see the latest news, causing Tu to coldly reply, stop dreaming, your reader account does not have the right to connect to the internet, not even me. But our boss does. Contran immediately glanced at Lai Tuk Dong who was also sitting there holding a book. It seemed that Lai Tuk Dong's status in this prison was indeed superior to others. Contran said thank you and immediately left, leaving Tu behind. He quickly sat down on the chair, opened it and read the first pages, and when Tu walked past him, leisurely placing his hand behind his head as he spoke, he slowly watched. Suddenly, Tu's footsteps faltered and he couldn't continue. His eyes observed something. He immediately turned around but was also a bit shocked. It's Contran, he's using his two best abilities to read electronic books, his hands are scrolling non-stop, his eyes don't blink once, the words keep flowing from beginning to end continuously and as fast as a bird. The river flows fast. Seeing what happened, Tu immediately went back to report, boss, that kid is no good. He whispered to his boss and pointed at Contran, he just wanted to come here to get a chance to live with his boss. Contran's fingers are still nimble, as clear as day. This is the ability he possessed in the other world, quick to absorb and remember well. When I saw that kid just now, Tu kept talking and was a bit displeased when he appeared here. That kid didn't read seriously at all, Tu thought so, but he was also a bit disdainful, when he didn't know anything about him yet he was so sure and thought bad of him. Just sitting on the screen randomly, that was Tu's opinion, and he was clearly reading attentively, every single thing was selected in his eyes, in his mind. Tu's boss seemed calmer and a bit impressed with Contran. He believed in his own beliefs and said don't do unnecessary things, and don't underestimate other people's desire to survive. And of course, Lai Tuk Dong still knows that his people are better. If it were you, I'm afraid you would be much more urgent than him. You have to learn to put yourself in other people's shoes to think. The boss clearly understands everyone's abilities and just wants his people to be more agile in understanding the other person, so he gives advice. 3 hours have passed in the reading area, no other prisoners have come here, a smart book has been put on the shelf. It turned out that Lai Tuk Dong's group had left. He had finished dealing with things here and had the necessary new information. When they passed by Con Tran, the blonde boy glanced over with a bored expression because of what happened earlier. Now he still sits in that position and reads. Lai Tuk Dong took a step past him, but he didn't care at all. He still browsed the book and read attentively. He didn't even know he was tired or had eye pain. The cat at Lai Tuk Dong's feet was also always close to him, walking past him but not paying any attention to him. Both sides did their own thing. But out of curiosity, Lai Tuk Dong turned around and asked, what was the content of the third row on the previous page? At this time, Con Tran was surfing the book, reading the book, memorizing the content, and answering Lai Tuk Dong. When order becomes chaos, then it is impossible not to use chaos to maintain order and save the Dharma. The law. The two people behind were also a bit surprised at this new person's ability, remembering every word very confidently, and moreover, still able to continue their work when answering questions. Even though the blonde boy was also impressed with the previous chess game when Con Tran won, this time he was clearly not convinced, still thinking, how can he answer, probably just talking nonsense, and when it became difficult to understand opening his mouth, he also revealed a rather skillful-looking Fang. Seeing that, Deep Van came closer and borrowed Con Tran's book. For normal people, when concentrating so intensely, their brain would freeze before the sudden change, but Con Tran did not, as if this were a normal thing. As for you, you also lent it to Deep Van and said, hurry up. Deep Van is also not average. When Con Tran browsed the book like that, when coming from afar, he could also glance at which page he was stopping on and which page was the previous page that his boss mentioned. He also read it quickly and confirmed, boss, it's all right. Even the person who just witnessed and confirmed it also shed a few drops of sweat, and Tu behind him stood up. He couldn't believe his ears. Say what? At this moment, Con Tran bumped into something under their feet. It turned out to be a cat's eyes. What exactly is this cat? Is it a normal animal that only follows its owner? Its eyes glowed and looked at him, making him sweat a little. Lai Tuk Dong smiled. He seemed very satisfied with his chess opponent. He left with a bright smile on his face. It was even more interesting. Let's go, it's time to eat, and Tu was a bit irritated and jealous of Con Tran but still kept his eyes on him as he left. And everything went according to Con Tran's plan. Although revealing one's talent is very risky, it is the best path. Because if you want to survive in this prison like a steel beast, you will have to prove yourself as a useful person to the strongest here, not just memorizing and observing. It is clear that Con Tran has the ability to speculate and calculate better than others. He also knows how to stay calm and not panic in new environments. He also has his own plan and anticipates situations that will arise. Scene change, mealtime comes again but it seems like only Lai Tuk Dong is sitting and eating. Deep Van is standing next to him. It seems like his meal is very sumptuous. A familiar hand wearing a rubber band appeared and pulled the chair. Lai Tuk Dong also looked. And another familiar movement, he took off his shoes, sat very naturally, put his legs on the chair and crossed one knee high. Tu clasped his hands behind his head and cheerfully told me to go home. Here it is. It seems that Deep Van complained about his friend's sitting posture and unattractive habits, causing Tu to tell his boss not to say anything. Don't be so bossy, Mother Deep. Now Lai Tuk Dong spoke up. He also said quite cheerfully, it seems like there has been a bit of a harvest, right? Hearing that, Tu grinned even more and told about his achievements. He was very successful. This chess player was extremely clean on the outside. Something important had to be repeated a second time, extremely clean. I won't be able to investigate any unusual clues, but that makes me even more interested. Documents show that he is a high school student in city number 18, both of his parents died in an accident, he inherited a lot of property, he has no criminal record, no history, no relatives. On the records show that he stole a liquid crystal phone that was enough to get a heavy sentence. Boss also knows that half of this prison number 18 are prisoners with heavy sentences. Usually they have accumulated criminal records or he was caught by the tax authorities and locked up here. A criminal thief like him should not appear here at all. His time in prison was only 6 months. I'm afraid this is the time. The shortest prison stay in the history of prison number 18. At this time, Tu snapped his fingers and added his inference through the information he had just found. He also had to wonder how this blonde guy investigated to come up with so much information. The boss did not feel that. Is there a problem? I'll find someone outside to ask. At this time, Tu frowned slightly. This case of his is still in dispute. I heard that he claimed to have bought a liquid crystal phone as usual. The money has been paid, but I don't know why the money is not in the account. The phone seller's account and the surveillance camera were also suddenly broken. There was no way to prove his innocence, so once the phone salesperson betrayed him, he testified or videotaped him. If he has paid to appear, he can immediately get out of here, boss. There are many familiar tricks like that. Most people who go to prison to solve business problems use this trick. Speaking of this, Tu also had to sweat and grimace. It seems this world is not easy, always making people sweat about new dangers and forces. Importantly, he also surname. Seeing Tu's expression like that, Lai Tuk Dong also more or less guessed it, and paid even more attention. Con, 5 letters and a sign are enough for many people to pay attention. Perhaps it is a terrible tycoon corporation with the symbol of 2 flowers intertwined in front of 3 mountains. Introducing more, in the current era, this Con family is very special. 5 big companies seem to control all economic blood vessels, including a Con family, and this is a modern world with LED lights everywhere and skyscrapers. One more detail, moreover, Con is a very rare last name, and I don't know if it's a coincidence or the rules of the time-traveling world, but he in this world is also named Con Tran. So if on the street you meet someone with the surname Con, you will think in your heart whether the other person is Con T's person or not, then Con Tran's family background in this world is not average. The drones were still hovering continuously in the air, more than the number of people coming down to eat, but now they were sitting at another table, only 2 people per table, not the wooden table like in the morning. Tu still hadn't finished speaking. Boss also knows about the previous incident where Con T Group placed Lo Kuang Nia's name here. This type of thing is very easy to investigate. At that time, I still didn't understand why the other side had to arrange to bring a petty person here. What exactly did they want to do? Turns out Lo Kuang Nia is just a strong person, but in terms of thinking and influence, low type. Deep Van also remembered and said, I remember that guy Lo Kuang Nia is always attracting people. That's right. Tu snapped his fingers again. After coming here, this Lo Kuang Nia immediately relied on the fact that he had sophisticated mechanical limbs to defeat the senior forces in the prison all the way. It turned out that he was not an average person, extremely strong and powerful. Having crushed all the previous gangsters in this prison, in just a short month, a situation of confrontation with 2 other factions had been formed. It turned out that everyone did not give up and pulled together and divided into 3 different groups, and perhaps Kuang Nia's group was the largest and most powerful, with the biggest and most famous names all under him. At that time, I felt extremely confused. Con T brought him to Unify Prison number 18. Why, Tu had such thoughts. Deep Van thinks that Con T knows her boss is here. They have thought too much. So I always thought, is Con T crazy or not? Yet she sent a traitor to prison number 18 to work. It wasn't until today that I understood. It turned out to be Lo Kuang Nia came here to find the way for that kid Con Tran. No matter what Con T wants to do, Con Tran is the real boss. Lo Kuang is just an errand boy. Although he looked down on him before, after investigating the information, Tu also deduced more or less. And the abilities that are Con Tran in the ordinary world can clearly possess more or less if one is Con T. But in the end, why did they come to prison number 18? If this kid Con Tran was really Con T's main line, why would he come here? After Lai Tuk Dong listened, he finished drinking his bowl of soup and put the bowl down and said, Con T, there is a possibility of having to choose the shadow of the next life. What is a shadow anyway? And at this time Tu and Deep Van are also listening attentively. Once she understood something, Deep Van was extremely surprised. This side Tu is no different, a shadow of the next life. Such a large financial corporation needs both an exterior and an inner lining. Lai Tuk Dong began to explain. Con T's homeowner is the outside face, and the shadow is the inner bra, and that shadow is not very bright. On the contrary, it is extremely dark and dirty, holding great power. Is the owner of the Con T group in the underground world. Except for the homeowner, no one can control it. In fact, all great things have an extremely strong foundation, but the process of selecting the shadow of each generation is extremely cruel. It's no different from raising goo worms, and goo worms are evil magic made from 100 different types of poisonous insects. It seems that the ordeal they have to go through is as harsh as deadly poison. Looks like Con T wants to disturb everyone again, not letting everyone rest in peace. In the middle of speaking, a prisoner boldly walks by, and immediately received Deep Van's murderous gaze. Even though he had no machines in his body, everyone was extremely scared as if he had other powers. "Boss, even if this Contran is a candidate for the shadow position, there's no need to handle the background of his identity so cleanly. It looks like he has no relationship with Conti at all." "That's true." One thing that was quite confusing and curious was that they sat and talked for quite a while, so much so that the cat, who could lie still for a long time, had to get up and stretch his body. Unless in Contran's world there is a bigger secret hidden, indeed Tiu, the guess is not the right one. Lai Tuk Dong stroked the cat in response, hearing him say so. "Suddenly I feel like he's the same person. I'm even more interested in this boy Contran. Go test his personality." Seeing that, Tiu also froze. "Who and what does that kid look like that my boss cares about so much?" "Boss, do you value him?" "But he is Conti's person. I only asked him to go and explore, but I didn't say he would do anything. Besides, when did the cat jump into Lai Tuk's lap?" Dong let him caress his chin, and of course he couldn't let Tiu be offended by this new person, so he said so. "Wouldn't it be more interesting to take someone from Conti? Lai Tuk Dong seems to want to play this game, but I feel that he and we are not on the same path." Upon hearing this, readers will feel extremely curious about the path they will take, which path it will be, and whether Contran will join. Then what will happen? In an organization, every type of person must have one. Although he did not want to offend Tiu, Lai Tuk Dong clearly liked Contran very much, and Tiu realized this. The tiger guarding the mountain, the first type of person mentioned, is probably also an important and indispensable part. From a distance, is it possible that Lai Tuk Dong was referring to Contran, who had great reasoning skills and abilities that he had previously shown off? The good fighting wolf, none other than Deep Van, is extremely talented in strength and fighting ability. Sharp reporter, and loyal dog, are other roles that an organization also needs in Lai Tuk Dong's opinion. Each has its own responsibility. Hearing that, Tiu was both curious and happy, guessing that his title and position must be important, and asked his boss, "What am I in the organization?" But I don't know if Lai Tuk Dong was joking or telling the truth. He thought Tiu was a lazy fish or a shit stick, which made him dumbfounded after imagining things, but surely everyone knows that he is an indispensable part. Wow! A loud scream came from behind Lam Tiu, making him and Lai Hu Dong both look in surprise. That prisoner was thrown to the ground and dragged quite a distance. It's a robot that seems to be the prison's order manager. Its hands emit purple light, that's electricity. It says, "Please stand in your own positions," based on the floor of the room. In your prison, the disobedient prisoners were forced to lie down on the ground. They said it was only true once in the morning. How can I remember? And the prisoners who were eating in peace next to them laughed happily. Every time they saw someone else being electrocuted because they couldn't remember their location, it was very interesting. That's right. They were still electrocuted by the robot crying silently behind Contran. Funny, the person playing chess this morning, after the chaotic situation in the morning, it still remembered its position. Is this the one who played chess this morning? Anyone else? Suddenly, an arm was placed on Contran's shoulder, making him startled. But that was Lam Tu's arm. He put his arm around Contran's shoulder and walked away from the long line. Lam Tu smiled and said, "From now on you don't have to line up with them anymore. The person whose boss plays chess still has to line up, right?" Contran looked around. The prison guard robot did not react at all, which was not surprising, because the identities of the three of them could be very special. Lam Tu gently touched the shoulder of a person wearing iron armor nearby. He turned his head, angrily making an annoyed face. What? As soon as he saw the two of them, Lam Tu and Contran, he immediately felt startled and scared. As expected, they had become prisoners with a bit more authority. Lam Tu also immediately signaled him to come next. After, he immediately followed suit with a very enthusiastic attitude, even pushing the leader aside to ask the two of them to come in, please. All the prisoners saw that Contran had gained more power even though he was just a new soldier. The whole prison was incensed by Contran's actions. After that, he immediately sat at the same table to eat with Lai Hudong. Lam Tu sitting next to him is calm as usual. Don't be surprised, people who can play chess with the boss, of course there will be special treatment. Eat quickly, even though the food is in prison number 18, this is not very delicious. Contran was still very wary of Lai Hudong at this time, his eyes never left him for a second. He stared at his calm appearance while eating rice. Contran reviewed the situation outside and felt it was really not good, but he still continued his meal there. At exactly 8:40 p.m., the warden robot announced to return to the cell in an orderly manner, and all other prisoners immediately followed suit. Everyone had returned to their cells. The warden robot's announcement still echoed there, until only Contran walked in the hallway. He turned on the faucet. Water poured out from the faucet. He started washing his face, washing away today's surprise. Then he looked intently at the mirror with a puzzled expression. Early in the morning, Lai Hudong simply agreed to play chess with him. Why did his attitude towards him change so much this morning? Because of my status in this world. He looked closely at his own face in the mirror, seemingly very serious. The faucet had stopped running, he turned it off, leaving only a few drops of water that hadn't yet fallen. The water in the sink suddenly took on a strange shape. Before the last drop of water fell, it merged with the clear water stream of its fellow human beings. Suddenly Tran woke up. He didn't know what happened. When he woke up, he was next to a blazing fire, with a pair of long decorative horns above. Behind him he began to hear strange sounds. It was a quite scary scene. Tran slowly turned back. He saw a messy space, a broken wall painting, half of a dress hanging there. But what he paid the most attention to was the broken teddy bear lying there with a bloody knife attached to its chest. Just seeing it made him quite startled, and it was such a dark space. The light only came from the fireplace, and outside was a stormy night. Suddenly lightning struck. One in the sky. Through the window appeared a red line in blood on the wall next to the stabbed teddy bear, and it was written in blood. Tran also immediately regained his composure. The light from the moon's reflection peeked through the window. Another doll appeared on the roof of the building. It was hanging. He had to really calm down. Today, my body should be in a prison cell. He looked up at the knife on the teddy bear, reflecting the reality that he was sleeping on the cell mattress. This was probably a nightmare. Suddenly there was a constant knocking on the door. Even a calm person like him was startled and scared. The space here was so dark. Someone, outside is a familiar voice. This is the police, number 27149, you told the police, right? Please open the door. Indeed, this voice is very familiar. Why can't I remember who it is? It's strange. Is there something wrong with my memory? Tran had a strange feeling, not understanding what was going on here. He looked at the door handle, finally chose to open it. In front of him was a policeman. He had a gun on his back. In his hand was a notebook recording something. He had bright red eyes, looking at Tran in a very mysterious way. Tran also looked at him. He looked very familiar but was temporarily unrecognizable. Suddenly the cry that started here was heard again up the stairs. Tran suddenly turned his head. He was quite curious about that. But the policeman clings to your shoulder, the one who reported the crime. Please stay in your original position, lock the door. Having finished speaking, he looked at Tran with very confident eyes. The policeman began to move to where the noise came from. Tran slowly closed the door, but suddenly there was a knock on the door, startling him a bit. Who are you? This is the police, number 27194. You called the police, right? Please open the door. This is so strange, number 27194, hasn't he already gone up the stairs? So the person outside the door. Who is it? Hello, open the door. The creepy voice is coming from right behind the door. That voice rang out right behind Tran. Guess who I am? Try to guess whether the inside is real or the outside is real, or it's not real at all. So many voices echo in my ears. Which one do you choose? Tran looked down at nothing, not saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. He gradually ignored those words and walked away. Go to the knife stuck in the teddy bear's chest, try to reach for it. But when he almost touched it, suddenly a purple light appeared, surrounding the knife, making Tran unable to touch it. He was also very surprised. Someone didn't want him to hold a knife. He wanted to lock himself here, but nothing could stop him. He used all his strength to reach for the knife. That ghostly voice began to echo in Tran's head again. What is this department doing? Don't you open the door to let the police in first? He looked at the countdown timer on his hand. It was still running. His heart and blood were still flowing. The music she had read all her life seemed like she already had no way back. He looked at the knife with determined eyes that he would definitely get it. Go away, just like that. He used his will to overwhelm the circle that covered the knife. Go away. The space surrounding the knife began to crumble. He pulled the knife out of the stuffed animal's body. With the knife in his hand, he whispered to the person outside, open the door, wait until I finish this and then I will open. A series of white question marks appearing on the red board gradually appeared, like a programming system. He thought, when all obstacles are removed, it will be when he remembers everything. He gradually realized his situation. The policeman who came in first was Lam Tu Tu. Now he and I are still in the dream that he created. Tran had already followed up the stairs. In front of him was a pile of rubble. Lam Tu Tu observed, I followed the boss's request, went to explore this Tran, so I intentionally created an enchantment to test his ability to resist and courage. It is called, double kneeling predicament. Lam Tu Tu observed Tran's every move from afar. He did not expect that this group could calmly and maliciously act when faced with such danger. Without any fear, without any intention of resisting. I feel like he's very calm, but he's only 17 years old, and I clearly stopped him from getting a knife, so how could he escape the control of the dream? This is my playground, right? Lam Tiu Tiu, the call rang out very loudly from Con Tran, who was walking around there holding a knife. Lam Tiu Tiu didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. He immediately walked out and scratched his head. It was strange. He was still in a nightmare and could still maintain his sanity. The boss's eyes were so unique. Yes, you are truly superior to others. Con Tran just calmly replied, why did you do that? It seems like I didn't offend you, right? Lam Tiu Tiu sat down, took off his police hat, because the boss values you very much, so I have to know what kind of person you are, but now, nightmares have no effect on you. There you are. Con Tran turned his head and looked around carefully and asked, is this your special ability? Just like you have the ability to remember once you see it, I also have my ability, this is nothing to hide. Con Tran thought to himself, in a world where mechanics and mysticism coexist, the 8 people who have the same special status in this prison must have this special ability. For a long time, Lam Tiu Tiu had been suspicious because his last name was Con, so he immediately asked directly, are you a member of Con T group? But Con Tran is always good at handling such situations. He immediately asked again, is it because he doubts my identity that he gives me this special treatment? So why don't the robot police manage you guys? Lam Tiu Tiu answered naturally, of course, because our boss is very special, you don't need to change the subject, explain your identity clearly. Lam Tiu Tiu continued, I had the money to order a camera to record the conversation between you and Lo Kuang Nia last night. He was the person Con T arranged to come in and urgently wanted to make friends with you, so I'm sure. I'm sure you're a member of Con T. Con Tran sat on a nearby chair and said, if you are sure that I am Con T's person, why do you need to help me? He thought to himself, if the other person already knows his identity, but still wants to talk, then it means he has something to ask for help, there's no need to be so nervous. Lam Tiu Tiu replied, our organization does not care about background, as long as we have the same ambition, we can join. But he added, however, one must be qualified. Con Tran said, you want to recruit me, so what is your role in your organization? Lam Tiu Tiu quickly stood up, I didn't tell you that you were qualified. To be honest, I don't think you and we are on the same page. But the boss said, an organization must have all kinds of people who can see far, tigers who attack mountains. Good fighting wolf, everyone has their own strengths. Lam Tiu Tiu put his hands in his pockets, stood up and looked at Con Tran sitting there, looking mysterious. What about me, guess what? Con Tran just thinks much simpler, a person pretending to be mysterious, recruiting others, a production donkey, right? Lam Tiu Tiu was speechless with this uncaring answer, so he became bolder. Con T arranged for Kuang Nia to come in so loudly, and then let you in. What do you guys want to do, or are you saying you want to find something? But Con Tran didn't know what the situation was. He thought to himself, well, shouldn't I go find the cause and effect to clarify the cause and effect? He said, I have to ask about this. It's Lo Kuang Nia. It seems that this answer Lam Tiu Tiu did not like very much, his face changed significantly. Didn't say anything, suddenly there seemed to be a commotion inside the dream he created. The whole space seemed distorted, only Lam Tiu Tiu's words echoed forever, it's okay if I don't want to say anything, sooner or later I'll know. Go to bed early, you have to go play chess with the boss tomorrow. Returning to the sink with drops of water still standing on the faucet, water still flowing down drop by drop, destroying the stillness of the water. Con Tran gradually opened his eyes, in front of him was the ceiling, but it was a bit bright after a long night of waking up. He felt quite tired after waking up from his dream, looking at the time stamp on his arm showing that it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Early the next morning, when there was still no prisoner in the prison hall, Lai Hudong was engrossed in continuing to play chess alone. In front of him was Lam Tiu Tiu recounting yesterday's incident. Guess what? He used a knife to kill a person. This killing was too serious. He pointed strongly at the table, looking very upset. Deep Van stood behind and said, I told you not to play too much, it's easy for normal people to fall on their knees when they're in trouble. Lam Tiu Tiu argued for his outrageous behavior, don't worry, I won't approach him again, and he doesn't know. Finding that kid can help him escape the control of the dream, Lai Hudong. I'm quite surprised, a normal person can escape the control of a dream, it's really a bit special, maybe it's because of his strong consciousness. Lam Tiu Tiu scratched his head, it seemed like he still couldn't like Con Tran, so he advised him to stop. Boss, I still advise you to think again, that boy Con Tran, his murderous aura is very strong, not common. Where is the way with us? Crap, Lai Hudong's solo Chinese chess game seems to have come to an end. Because of this cause, we have lost so many compatriots, even the three of you and I are locked up here, so, you need to understand that we cannot treat people gently. The darkness must use fire, that look is like his helplessness, he will take advantage of every fire that can burn to light up the dark night, illuminating the way for the entire organization. It's time for breakfast, a melodious song appears throughout the dungeon to announce. That song also passed through Contran's ears. As soon as he heard it, he felt a bit familiar. Nguai Din, Ko Dao Bien, I have heard this song once on Earth, why is there this farewell song, could this be the future of the Earth? Another new day comes, there will still be people who cannot remember their location and will be electrocuted by robot guards. Contran still gently walked back to his assigned seat. Lam Tu saw Contran coming here and didn't know what to say. Lai Hudong closed his eyes and stroked his cat. Lam Tu immediately said cheerfully, "Good morning, remember, couldn't sleep last night." Contran didn't answer but his heart was more honest, "You still don't know if I can sleep or not, that's a nightmare of yours. You locked me up for 2 hours straight." Lai Hudong spoke up, after normal people escape from nightmares, their vitality will be damaged and their spirits will not be uplifted. But he is very special. Not only did he escape from Tu's nightmare, he was able to get a knife, but that day he was very special. Now I can still stand here, very well. Contran wondered how to have the same ability as him. Lai Hudong just smiled, "You are very straightforward, you just can't follow his path. But very suitable to follow my path." Lai Hudong looked at Contran with quite confident eyes, Deep Van standing behind was quite surprised by his words. Contran is also very curious about Lai Hudong's path, even Lam Tu is jealous of that path. What kind of person is Lai Tuc Dong, what kind of influence does he have on this world? I don't understand anything. If I asked him directly, he would be exposed as a time traveler, so I should say it a little less. Wait a minute, how can I go your way? Lai Hudong began to explain, "Don't misunderstand, Deep Van and Lam Tu were because by the time they met me it was too late, so they couldn't go my way, but I've been very appreciative of him. But still not enough. He's happy again. Why are you still playing chess today? The most important thing you do in chess is to play against your opponent Kai Feng. If I win while you're not in good spirits, then it's okay. What's interesting, I see you're not in good spirits, maybe you should rest for a day." Everyone in the back is talking again, "Yo, there's another good show to watch." Contran stood up and affirmed that there was no need, his chess game was for you to solve the imperial court's chaos. He calmly answered, because when he stood up, the results were already there, the second rook bin 5, the fifth rook tn that, the second cannon pinged the bowl, the fifth rook bin luke, bin quad advanced first, checkmate. Lai Hudong felt very wise, he had a very serious look on his face, he used the red cart to lure his black generals into battle, corresponding to that most advanced soldier's step, creating a deadly stance, indeed. It's so interesting that it's hard for ordinary people to think of. He immediately picked up a chess piece and played it until the end, accepting this loss. But the mood was still very happy, I thought he was not in good spirits, even if I won, it would be too much to worry about. I didn't expect that I was thinking too much. Everyone started talking again, because he knocked down the champion again, is it true or not, he won again, how is that possible, so cool. Everyone around thought to themselves, no matter what they won, as long as they beat Lai Hudong once, this life is considered worthy. When Lo Kuang Nia saw that, he was immediately interested. I also wanted to learn Chinese chess, and the juniors next to me saw that the big brother seemed to be too involved. What nonsense are you talking about? Contran silently looked at everyone standing bewildered but full of admiration. Can I ask you something? Lai Hudong is also very enthusiastic, consider it a prize for winning just now, okay. Did you play the guitar just now? Lam Tu was surprised by such a question. I thought he was going to take this opportunity to ask something, but instead he only asked about this piece of music. Lai Hudong happily replied, "It was me who played it, this is the first time I heard Lu Lut, it's a song by the founder of our organization, the lyrics were also written by him. I guess your founder is also an earthling, and is also a shameless person, stealing other people's lyrics and claiming them as his own." Lai Hudong and the others were founded a long time ago. I don't know when that senior traveled from time to time, but he just said, "Very good, can you give me a complete copy?" Lai Hudong silently looked at Contran, without saying a word. He closed his eyes and softly said, "Maybe, it's just that the lyrics of this song are not very complete, something will be lost over time." And so, he began to perform music in front of all the prisoners, the foreign court, the ancient director. Everyone attentively enjoyed the music that Lai Hudong sang. It was like a breath of fresh air for the whole prison number 18. The sound sounds so pleasant, but only Contran knows that this melody comes from the earth. After singing, he immediately explained, "Farewell and eternal life." This sentence was added by later generations. It is said that it was not like that in the past. It's just that no matter how much more is added, something is still missing, something is missing. Contran sat quietly and pondered. He stood up suddenly, as if he had another idea. He said, "How about changing it to Chi Jiao and selling Lin Lac? Knowing and selling spiritual joy." Just repeating that song, Lai Hudong was awakened and enlightened to a new performing art. He was quite happy. "Thank you, this sentence is very good," as if its original friend was supposed to be like that. "I heard that the founder of that organization is a very good person at writing poetry. Every poem, they are all classics passed down to future generations, but they were lost in the last century. Now only 2 remain. So what is the name of the other song?" Contran was very curious and asked. Lai Hudong also replied that it was canon. "It's just that this song only has the name left. The seniors have put the relics back but can't find the lyrics." Contran thought to himself, it seems like the founder of their organization is a time traveler. If so, people who travel through time, then the canon song that Lai Hudong mentioned, must be Pachelby's canon indeed. If I give the lyrics to Lai Hudong, with his worship of that predecessor, will it be true? Can it be exchanged for the path to transcend the mundane? No, wait a little longer, this matter needs to be carefully considered. After the meal ended, Lai Hudong left. Only Contran was left sitting alone. He put his hand on his chin and said coldly, "There's no need to be so careful. Lai Hudong already knows about the relationship between me and you, moreover he doesn't care at all. Also, I need to rest now, you go do your work, don't bother me." Contran was talking to Lo Kuang Nia, who was standing behind him, not daring to come out. Finally, he showed his face and smiled happily. "I only said a few words. I won't bother you, boss," I thought. "It's been a long time but I still don't know what to call you. Or just call me boss for convenience. I guess I've heard Kongan mention me before. I've had a miserable life since I was little, being bullied by my father. Give it to someone else in exchange for money, then replace it with another agency for me." He continued to talk nonsense around Contran's ear. "Then I heard Kongan say that this time it was because you named me to go with you. It was said that the day was aimed at my ability. I'm so happy. If I die, you can rest assured, this time I, Lo Kuang Nia, will definitely climb the high mountain and descend into the sea of fire. I will not refuse. Even if I die for you, it is nothing. It's just that before I die, I still have one thing left. Going to prayer. You know, I didn't learn anything. But I admire cultured people, I just listen but don't understand what he's saying." Contran also vaguely guessed the purpose of him talking so much. Apparently he wanted to learn Chinese chess, but why did he want to learn Chinese chess? Lo Kuang Nia began to imagine his majestic appearance when playing chess, so he did not hesitate, "Because that's cool, boss, even someone like Lai Hudong is a general under your command, can't he not be cool?" Contran thought it was incomprehensible. Winning a game of chess was a big deal. He bluntly announced, of course, he couldn't fight back. If he played chess he could be proud. "I didn't expect that after the boss here, he would be able to make friends with Lai Hudong and live in such harmony. With his position in prison number 18, he might know what we know. Where do we need to be? Moreover, if one day he gets his inheritance, then it will be more and more certain that in the contest to win the photo." Contran now seems to understand the situation clearly. It seems that Lai Hudong's fighting power is very high. So the purpose of coming to this prison was to find things. Contran happily accepted. "Okay, I will teach you to play chess, but can you stay away from me for a bit?" He was also happy. "Okay. In your cell, countdown, 5 minutes. Contran drew a few lines up in the room. These 2 days were like a dream. I got to know a few people and understand a little about this different world. Not knowing if he could still come back, he pinched his arm painfully, already leaving a red mark. The countdown is no more, it's counting down. Contran is also mentally and spiritually prepared. 5 4 3 2 1. All the memories were shattered into pieces again. Contran continued his trip, retracting the memory barriers. All the surrounding space was shattered. Contran still remembered everything happened afterward. He returned to his room again, in his hand still holding the knife he had prepared before time travel. He picked up his phone on the table. The clock was exactly 12 o'clock. The second hand has just turned to a new day. It's still the day that I'm through. I was in that world for 2 days straight, and only 1 second passed from the earth. Waiting for the time to return again, it only took a second. Isn't this the rule for everyone in the air? That's good, there's no need to explain to others why I keep disappearing. The wound on your hand before returning is still there. Perhaps his body then and now are one, meaning that death is the end, and he will not be able to return to his time-traveling state. On his right arm, a 48-hour countdown was once again displayed. Suddenly the phone rang. Contran slowly answered the phone. Hello, I'm calling from the police station in Vongtan. I'm calling you because your father was arrested for organizing gambling. I'm sorry. Come here once. Contran calmly replied. What am I doing there? According to the Administrative Sanctions Code, he must be detained and fined. Please come to complete the procedure. Contran is still very calm and calm. To you, this is probably just a daily matter. I'm sorry, I'm not going anywhere. You guys just punish him severely. Pursuant to the law on administrative sanctions, if it is serious, he can be detained for 10 to 15 days and must pay a fine of 500 to 3,000 renminbi. Please apply the highest penalty to him. Thank you. Of course, the police had yelled at him so many times that he knew the fine by heart. I'm the one who reported the crime. I'm not his son, I'm just a good citizen. The policewoman on the other end of the phone was speechless after listening, not knowing what the world was like out there. Contran gently placed the knife on the table, lay down on the bed, looking very tired. He was lying on the bed alone, as if his body was still there. His mind had gone through 2 quite long days, making his body a bit tired. He stared at the phone in his hand. No matter how long he looked, no matter how long he waited, there was still no contact from his mother. His eyes looked a bit sad. He lay alone on a very empty bed, unable to help but think that life here is so boring. It would be nice if he could return to that world sooner. The next morning, Contran was on his way to school. He was recording Canon's lyrics. Giving this to Lai Hudong required explaining their background. Doing so was a bit risky, so before giving it to him, I have to determine if Lai Hudong has any value. He finally went to class. Contran walked in and sat in his seat. At that moment, a student also hurried over. Contran called back loudly, Nam Kandan, yesterday Mr. Du saw me in class and still talking. He was startled. Huh, what did you say? Contran turned over the book in his hand. Nothing. Why do I see you so stressed? Nam Kandan is sweating nervously. Stressed? It's nothing. Contran continued to turn the pages of the book in her hands. The two were classmates and sat next to each other. They sat for a long time before Nam Kandan decided. Contran. Kandan hesitantly said, if he hadn't encountered something strange, what would he have done? After hearing this, Contran quickly turned the pages of the book on his desk. It seemed like something was wrong with him, but Contran still kept calm and asked again, strange, what specifically? Nam Kandan looks quite worried. I don't know what's going on. In short, it's a very strange thing. Then reported to the police. I didn't expect Kang Tran to say that, but that sentence is exactly what Kandan meant. Yes, reported to the police. Contran, do you have a family member who works at the police station? Contran seriously replied, yes, last night my father was arrested for organizing gambling. Truly, there was nothing he could say to this Mr. Contran. Kandan was really speechless. His father was still trying to defend himself to the police over there, but when he heard it, the strange thing that Nam Kandan said, could it be that a countdown timer appeared on his arm? Other people didn't see the countdown timer. Suddenly there were loud screams from nearby classmates. Guys, look at the hot search. American basketball superstar Taylor just gave an interview, saying he traveled to a civilized world full of robots. Contran heard it and was quite surprised. Even foreigners can travel through time and countdown timers. Superstar Taylor in the US actually gave an interview, but rather a live stream on television. His arm was a mechanical arm, which made a 100% accurate throw and put the ball into the basket. But not only that, the 10 consecutive shots he performed were all absolutely accurate. Contran and Nam Kandan were quite amazed. Was this edited or was it filming an advertisement and using effects? Suddenly Taylor in the notification screen. Yesterday evening I was very surprised to discover a countdown timer appearing on my hand. When the countdown ended, I was transported to a strange, civilized robot world. That place was also the Earth, with a sun and a moon, but it seemed to be a parallel universe with the Earth. That level of civilization is completely different from the world we live in. He raised that mechanical arm. When I traveled there, I already owned this arm, as if I had replaced someone there, becoming a completely new person. I don't know what the reason is, but their strength is beyond my imagination, and they are very flexible and accurate. I can stand up here and throw them 10 times in a row, or even all of them. 100 fruits. I want to hold this press conference not to brag to you. That world is not as good as everyone thinks, but is extremely dangerous. I held a press conference because I wanted to avoid being secretly experimented on. I wanted to say that I refuse to be a research subject. If one day I go missing, I hope you guys, that performance provided Contran with quite a bit of information. Taylor is a notary, so it's impossible to hide the fact that my best friend has an armored body. He knew very clearly that the technology in that world was far superior to this world's, so he was afraid that he would become a guinea pig being experimented on, so he chose such a hasty method. But that's not necessarily a good way, maybe because he was very scared, that's why he made such a quick decision. I don't know where Taylor has traveled to, along the ocean. I can't bring the dagger there, and I can't bring the toothbrush back. See if there's a way to bring things back from there. Is it a body transformation or hidden somewhere in the body? On the bulletin boards of major journalists, there is constantly information about time travel. A student claims to have traveled to another world, that person has robots and there are supernatural people. A high school student said that I traveled to another world and awakened my powers. Contran and Nam Can then read the news together. Nam Can then already couldn't believe his eyes anymore. Supernatural people, robot civilization, could it be that after traveling there, he would have a chance to become human? Frequently, everyone in the class was talking to each other. I saw a lot of people traveling through space. Does our school also have people traveling through space? I also want to travel through space. Maybe there will be someone with an armored unit, so what? Nam Can then looked at his friends talking and his face darkened. Contran also asked, what was this strange thing you mentioned just now, and now you still can't tell, but don't worry. Nam Can then smiled very confidently, if I have any chance, I will definitely not forget my brother, you. Contran saw that he was quite happy and fearless again like before, so he felt relieved. Yes, don't forget each other even if you're rich, just now you were scared, now you're the master of the world. Contran looked at Nam Can's face, which became cheerful again like before, and felt quite happy. It was okay for him to be happy. Nam Can then is starting to look more like a student again. I suppose, if I can travel there, then can I bring some high-tech stuff back here to sell? Contran quietly said, I don't know, maybe it's not possible. This Nam Can then keeps talking back and forth. He looks like he's smiling mischievously. He leans close to Contran's ear. I see that they can bring back the armored arm. Don't worry, when I'm rich I'll invite you. Let's go eat. Contran reminded, you see, many people will be in danger, so you also have to be a little careful, thinking about getting rich all day long. After finishing speaking, Nam Can then also fell into thought, but in the end he still did not listen to that reminder. Where did he want to go to eat? At the table above, there was a guy who was also angry. What is the rule about traveling through space? So many people have traveled through time, why haven't we traveled through space yet? Nam Can then's expression turned serious again. It's possible that only those with exceptional natural talent can't cross over, right? Contran was searching for time travel movies, he thought. Now he can summarize 2 points. One is that the last countdown time was 6 hours, the return time was 48 hours, which means the time everyone traveled was the same, the return time was also the same. After that, someone who knew what was going on spoke up and clarified that he had never traveled through time. At times, today the countdown timer appeared on his arm. This is really a group of people who traveled through time on Monday. Second, the people who cross over are all young people, currently all from 10 to 35 years old. Nam Can then was not the group of people at 12 o'clock yesterday, but the group of people who appeared at the countdown at 0 o'clock. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been scared to see Taylor's press conference like that, neither was Can then. I'm enthusiastically learning about it. Just now someone impersonated a time traveler to gain heat. Brother, this arm of yours is too fake. How can you fake it like that? Can you fake an armored arm? There are also people traveling through time on the streets of Lacton. In short, there are now 2 possibilities. One is that the number of people who travel through time is not hungry. If someone dies, there will be a new person who travels through time. Another possibility is that people who travel through time are constantly increasing and will continue to increase in the future. Nam Can then stared intently at the time-traveling main movie in Lacton with Contran. So cool. Time Travel School, the son of the chairman of Vin Loy Group, Huynh Tae Sin, he said, it would be great if someone in our school could travel through time. Remember that we can ask about that world. That time traveler seems to be a 7th grade 10th grade student. Contran immediately moved to the 7th grade 10th grade class to meet Huynh Tae Sin. The more I walked, the more clearly I felt like I was truly different. I don't know when, I felt like I was no longer the same as everyone else. Originally, I was just one of them. I just needed to study hard, try to get into a high-level university, but this is the path I will take. It seems that I am no longer here. He entered the 10th grade student class. Even though he was in the upper class, he still enthusiastically addressed them as me and him. Hello, would you like to ask if Tae Sin is going to school today? No, I haven't seen him anymore. Contran scratched his head. It was true. So do you know where his house is? Just when I borrowed something he forgot to bring back, the blonde guy with glasses immediately raised it. I just knew he was just at Nanwon Central Park. I don't know the specifics. Thank you. On the surface it is like that, but you already knew that today it is impossible to become Huin Tae-sin. That's the person who was electrocuted in the cell you traveled to yesterday. He suffered great mental damage. It's possible he's gone crazy. The lesson continues as usual. Next, let's look at this problem. The teacher is still seriously teaching on the blackboard, but almost no one is in the mood to learn. They are more interested in the other world. The teacher said, "Now you don't pay attention to the teacher's lecture. It seems like you have to get some armored arm so that you can listen to him." Math teacher Dain Hai Long. Today I came here to finish school, and as soon as I finished, Nam Kan then held out his phone and Ha Tiu Tiu had just posted a new strategy. Being an uploader in a game is considered a master in the gaming industry. A few hours ago he just posted a new game strategy video, but everyone has never heard of the game he talked about, yet he can seriously sit down and strategize. Now that time travel is happening, everyone has realized that the game he posted is related to that other world. He is also one of the people who travel through time, on the display screen, because this game is quite special, so I can't record a video of the game. I call the world we are in the outside world, and this game is the inside world. As for this game, I just got into it, so for now I haven't discovered how to get the invisible job. For now, I already have the career path. There are 3 types. One is to take advantage of high technology to improve yourself, by going to armored hospitals to buy. Armor parts are quite expensive, because I haven't found the monetization bug yet, so I've never tried this method. The fastest way to make money here is to sell organs, but I encourage everyone not to try this way. The second way is to join the Taboo Arbitration Association, be able to infuse the gene medicine, and then become a new humanity, but so far I have not found any NPC of any organization related to it, because the organization is quite godlike. Squash. The third way is the pre-karma path in prison number 18. Everyone needs to go there and find a person named Lai Hyudong. This is the pre-karma path with the highest potential right now. Con Tran was also surprised to hear this. Taylor was just the only option, and you were the career path with the most potential at hand. This is treating another world as a game. Lai Hyudong also becomes one of those characters. Wait until I travel there. Will someone ask if I run to number 18 and look for Lai Hyudong? Lai Hyudong is also quite famous in the inner world, so much so that Ha Tiu Tiu already knew about him within 48 hours of going there. Nam Kan then next to him looked bored, said as much as he didn't, bought the equipment part. Armor requires money, the Taboo Referee Association can't be found, and it's unlikely that you'll be able to find prison number 18, so how can you get in? Space travel stories have been causing noise in schools for quite some time, so when new news appeared in the afternoon, it felt like a dark cloud was covering everyone's enthusiasm. A young male student confirmed to be a time traveler was killed at home. The video shows the armored legs being cut off without knowing whereabouts. Blood and gore soon covered the whole room. Right after that, many people revealed their time-traveling identities just because of a hot search and were very scared. A group of people brought back their armor parts, fearing they would be killed. After the media received the news, someone made a prediction that perhaps by killing a time traveler, you can replace that person in time travel many times in the future. Nam Kan then seemed very worried and afraid that he didn't look very well after reading that news. Con Tran immediately reminded you that you have finished reading the news. I said, what if you were to travel there, remember to be careful, don't talk nonsense. Looking at Nam Kan's eyes, he was completely lost. It was difficult to find a way to change his destiny. Why did he suddenly turn into such a terrifying toy? Can you tell me why the two of us are so poor? When someone else's father is risking his life to make money, your father is making money. So what about your father? Nam Kan then was angry. But Con Tran calmly continued, when other people's fathers were risking their friends to make money, your father was making money, my father was risking his life to play cards. After hearing this, Ken then turned to stone. Why did you go to the police station? Con Tran quietly replied, I reported the case, I hope he can be there to reflect on himself. After hearing that, Nam Kan then was also scared to death, with Con Tran's decisiveness. Nam Kan then's eyes were no longer as sad as before, he continued to use his innocent eyes to cheerfully ask for help, or you should also denounce my father. The class bell rang from the loudspeaker mounted on the wall. The teacher quickly entered the classroom to stabilize the class, then asked the students to open the chart on the second page. Con Tran was now sitting at the back of the class, secretly watch phone. The information was like autumn leaves falling in droves. He closed his eyes to concentrate, having to analyze too many things, it was a bit unbearable. Contran is surrounded by a lot of new information. Today, the time travelers discovered seem to have been divided before, concentrated in more than 10 cities, which means those time travelers are gathered in large numbers in the same place. Soon it was time for recess. Nam Kan then was cleaning the toilet. Seeing Contran rush out of class, he could only click his tongue. This kid skipped class again. Contran is like a superhero running like flying and jumping over walls. Very quickly he returned to his house, changed out of his school uniform. Wearing a different outfit that didn't stand out too much, along with a low-cut hat, he looked at his phone while walking down the street. Looking at the location on the phone, Contran thought to himself, he wanted to see what happened after the fairy returned, what happened in that world, even though he didn't know the specific location is which building in which row. It's impossible to not train, you must have a strong body and soul to be able to face this world full of dangers. Just follow him, he's running furiously on the street, and maybe it's because he's in a different mood. The shackles that family and living conditions once brought to Contran are slowly being unlocked. Dusk fell, it soon became dark, in a skyscraper on the street. Contran stood behind, watching someone scan a card to enter the gate, silently exclaiming, as expected of a high-end neighborhood, everyone had a card to enter and exit, not knowing if the back door needed a card to be scanned. Thinking so, he quickly turned around towards the back door of the building. Suddenly he heard someone mumbling, "Prison, machines. Monster, monster." The person making that sound was being held tightly by two men. Contran quickly recognized him, this was Hong Tae Tien. Contran quickly hid to one side behind a nearby tree, watching Hong Tae Tien being escorted to the car. And at that moment, there was also a look staring at him. A person in the car noticed Contran, but at this moment he only saw him scrolling through his phone. Contran pretended to look at her phone until the other cars drove away. At this moment, he showed a serious expression and wondered, who are they, why did they want to take Hong Tien away? Is it because of his status as a time traveler? This is definitely not the case. Coincident. A few minutes later, Contran left the back gate and once again mingled on the street. And a strong premonition also helped him realize that it wasn't right, someone was following him. Since I turned around and left, he has followed me 5 alleys, so that person has always been so vigilant. At this time, Contran's steps slowed down a bit. He pretended to be calling someone to notify someone, "Hello, I'll be home a little late tonight." The follower was close behind him, and very naturally passed by while Contran was still talking on the phone. He quickly hung up the phone, glanced slightly at the other person's figure. Arriving at a large intersection, the red light flashed for 20 seconds, Contran stopped and waited for the light. Looking at the man standing next to him, he also realized, I met this person outside the gate of the boarding house. This is not a coincidence, this is stalking. What kind of mysterious organization is this, with so much training, yet so concerned about people traveling through time? Maybe I'm not the first group of people to travel through time, maybe the second group or even the third group. Otherwise, let's say that today someone knows about people traveling through time, it's not enough to react. Responding so quickly, these people had already prepared in advance. I absolutely must not make a mistake, he told himself. Very soon, the pedestrian crossing light turned green. At this moment, Contran was quick-witted and did not cross the street with the group of people but turned alone in the opposite direction. The claw-haired follower quickly spoke over the radio, "The target hasn't crossed the street yet, he's turned around. How long will it take for you to arrive?" His teammate quickly replied, "I won't be there in 2 minutes." Trackable mind. Claw-hair quickly turned around to look across the street. Wait. He didn't see Contran anymore. He sadly said, "I've lost track of him." The person on the other side smiled faintly when he heard that. He didn't lose face. 2 people were following one person but they still lost him. Guess if he knew we were following him or not, Claw-hair spoke up. "I guess it was probably you." "I already know, master." Teammate Lo Veen ran to search and said, "That boy looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, maybe still in high school. If he discovered that we were really following him, he would I love you too much. Moreover, did you let Italy see, he acted very naturally, when he stopped to make a phone call. I didn't know he had discovered us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have restrained him at that time." Claw-hair sighed and replied, "I'm very curious, but why do you suddenly want to follow him? We have many more missions today. There's no need to waste time on passers-by." Lo Veen spoke. It was not a sudden change of mind, it was just that the captain was escorting the target No. 9. I noticed him avoiding the captain's gaze, after cutting off the followers. Contran quickly went to sit on the bench waiting for the bus, telling himself, "Just sit here for half an hour, see if the tail has been completely cut off, then go home." While scrolling through the news on his phone, he wondered, was this streamer also taken away by that mysterious organization? How many mysterious organizations like that are there across the country? At this time, a police car with a loud siren sped down the road, attracting Contran's attention. An old man wearing glasses curiously asked, "What's going on?" A middle-aged woman standing next to him answered his question. Was there a man in that building who often beat his wife? Previously, that wife had been beaten to the point of having to be hospitalized. What was the result? That husband still refused to change his mind. Then the other wife wanted a divorce, but was beaten by that man again. He also said that if he dared to divorce, he would kill his wife's entire family. The old man continued to ask curiously, "So what happened today? Did that guy beat his wife again? But why does it seem like something happened to that husband?" The woman nodded. "You're right, Contran." Standing behind, I didn't need to ask to hear her words clearly. She recounted, "Just now I was going to stop that guy, but finally discovered that this time it was the other wife who beat that husband. Tonight that husband came home late from drinking, and when he came back he wanted to beat his wife, as a result. As you can see, today you must have heard the news that many people have traveled through time, right? It seems like his wife is also a person who has traveled through time. At first, she refused to be beaten, didn't dare to fight back, but maybe she was beaten to the point of exploding, immediately breaking the husband's arm. The husband was taken to the car by the nurse, constantly moaning in pain. Painful. The woman sighed. She just felt sorry for that little child. She was only a few years old and had to suffer like this. A little girl was sitting huddled in front of the house. Contran was now walking towards her. Seeing him, the little girl immediately raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, chokingly called out, "Kaka." Contran gently stroked the girl's head, thinking to herself, "It's been 2 years, I don't know how many times I've witnessed the mother and daughter sitting downstairs hugging each other and crying. This little girl named Lai Dongvan just runs away to her house every time her parents fight. I still remember the first time I made fried rice for her to eat. That man only needs to see his wife talking to another man and will beat her. Now his arm is broken, so he deserves it." Little girl Lai Dongvan, after crying for a while in Contran's arms, now with tears in her eyes, she raised her head and called, "You, brother, just now my mother told me to come to your house and wait for a while, but I kept knocking on your door. I'm not at home so." Contran smiled and patted the girl's head and asked, "Good girl, have you eaten rice? If you haven't eaten yet, I'll roast rice for you." "I haven't eaten yet." At this moment, Contran's expression suddenly changed as if he had just realized something. He immediately took Lai Dongvan into the house, locked the door. Then he went to the window and closed the curtain. Lai Dongvan behind him asked bewilderedly, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Contran turned his head and smiled slightly, reassuring her, "It's okay, first don't say anything." Outside the apartment, the police are still below. Contran cautiously glanced at the situation. There are a few people who just appeared at this time. Looking at the two mysterious people getting down from the car, Contran realized that they were the group of people with the car he met at the Central Park, coming quickly. At this moment, Lo Veen suddenly glanced cautiously. Looking towards the closed window of the house, it was Contran's apartment. Clawhaired behind him wondered, "What's wrong?" Clawhair pushed up his glasses and said, "Nothing, just looking around. It felt like someone was looking at me, but maybe it was because I was thinking too much." "Okay, let's go upstairs and do the main thing." They quickly went up, not discovering Contran standing behind the window curtain. He was a bit worried at the moment. If Lai Dongvan's mother was arrested, there would be trouble. His father was beaten to the point of death. Hospitalized, her mother was taken away by someone from a mysterious organization. What should she do in the future? It can't work, she can only improvise. Lai Dongvan stood behind him and looked at Contran, feeling very curious. Because at this moment he was not standing at the window, but had moved to stand with his ear against the front door. Contran listened and realized that there was no movement. If he was really taken away, there would have been at least a dispute or protest. Very quickly, he saw those people getting into the car and leaving through the window. He was extremely confused and thought, what's going on? Why do they just return empty-handed? Could it be that they don't want to catch people traveling through space? At that moment, someone knocked on Contran's door. After opening the door, he saw a mechanical arm appear. It's Lai Dongvan's mother. She raised her hand to her head and said awkwardly, "I'm too embarrassed to bother you." What Contran noticed right now was her arms, the hands that gave her the strength to resist her husband. Not more than a few seconds later, Contran spoke up, "It's okay, I'm planning to make food for Lai Dongvan to eat, I also like her very much." The mother nodded, "Thank you." Then she tilted her head and called her child, "Let's go, Tu Van, let's go home with mom, don't bother anyone anymore." Who would have thought that the little girl would avoid her grandmother's eyes, turn towards Contran and say, "I'm still hungry, everything in the house has been knocked down by the two of them, and when I get home there's nothing to eat, it's difficult for the mother." He called his child, Tu Van. At this time Contran reached out and patted her head and said, "I just heard Tu Van say that you two haven't eaten anything yet, how about eating dinner with me?" Hearing him say that, the mother was a little surprised and thought to herself, even though this child had helped her before, she had never proactively invited anyone, and always seemed very annoyed, why today? At this time, Contran's words also partly answered your question. I also really want to know a few things about time travel, so I want to ask you a little, how should I call you? Lai Dong Van's mother introduced, "My name is Zhang Tuet," Contran said politely, "just wanted to ask Ms. Zhang Tuet a few things related to the world inside, can you say?" At this moment, Zhang Tuet saw her daughter pulling her hand, expressing her desire to stay. She had no choice but to go into the house and politely say, "Then I'll have to bother you, there's nothing I can't say, you can always ask." Hearing her answer, Contran pursed his lips and thought, how can such a weak personality survive in that aggressive world? A delicious and hearty tray of rice was quickly placed on the table by Contran. Little girl Lai Dong Van ate very happily, even took the opportunity to pick it up for her mother. "Mother, please eat quickly." Contran silently ate, looking at the family of two people in front of him. After a while, he seemed to casually ask, "Auntie, I saw the police came to handle the case, what did they say?" Zhang Tuet replied, "The neighbors also told you everything, originally planning to take you home. Station, but considering that she still had a daughter and that it was a legitimate defense, he did not take her away. If anything happened, he could call her over." Contran continued asking, "I saw that there were two more people after that, what did they come for?" Zhang Tuet recounted that she was not sure what they were planning to do. They just let her fill out a form, then take a photo of her ID card and then leave. Contran was a bit surprised. It was as simple as that. Zhang Tuet nodded and continued. "They said they might come to find her in the future, told her not to rush to leave Lacton, but they didn't say they were looking for her, that's right, she saw them taking her away. Gave the police some papers, then the police immediately explained the situation to the two of them." After hearing this, Contran was able to confirm that it wasn't just that they were arrested when they saw people traveling through space, and they also had legitimate papers, and they weren't as crazy as they imagined. After that, he raised his head and asked another question, "Okay, Ms. Zhang Tuet, what status do you have in that world, these two arms of yours?" Zhang Tuet very honestly told him that she opened a machine repair shop on 18th Street in the city, actually helping people assemble armored body limbs for others, but after Ms. Shuyan stopped after going there, she didn't understand anything. Someone came to assemble armored body limbs. She could only say that there was no stock. This armored arm, when she got there, she already had it, and when she returned, she also had it. "Follow you always." Hearing the familiar clue, Contran immediately asked to follow up. She had seen prison number 18 in the introduction of a time traveler. "Where is this place?" Zhang Tuet replied, "Bordering the road. Number 18 in the city, that prison building is quite famous, it seems to be a place that specializes in detaining serious criminals, and is a prison with the highest guard rank in the Federation." When Contran heard that, he was very surprised. What a federal system, how did Ms. Zhang Tuet know this? Zhang Tuet looked helpless, shaking her head, she's only been in for 2 days and doesn't understand anything. Lai Dong Van sat next to them and listened to the two people talking, curiously tilted his head and asked, "Mom, what is the name of your repair shop?" Zhang Tuet answered, "Daughter, the name is Zhang Tuet Armor Body Repair Shop." I asked, "What is this for?" Lai Dong Van seemed to casually continue eating, telling his mother, "I'm just asking." At this time, Zhang Tuet turned to ask Contran, "Contran, why are you so curious about that world?" Contran immediately expressed admiration and said, "I also want to travel there to see what it's like, I'm also very interested. I admire these people who travel through time." Hearing that, Zhang Tuet sincerely advised him, "That world is very dangerous, except for the people of Lai Ti, Kan Ti, Tran Ti, Then Nai, and the Lok Dao group, everyone else lives in the deep sea. Fire, it's not as good as living in this outside world." Contran didn't say anything when he heard that. He was afraid that even if he didn't want to, he would have been chosen to travel. After finishing the meal, Zhang Tuet used her mechanical hands to clean the table. "Let me come and clean it for you." Contran stood next to her, in charge of arranging the dishes, and casually asked her, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Zhang Tuet's hand immediately stopped for a beat. She honestly said that she wanted to take Tu Van to her grandmother's house in Tran Ton for a few days, then leave tomorrow. then return to divorce her father. Contran nodded and told her, then buy tickets in advance. Every day there are many people going to Tranton. Buying tickets is not easy. Jong Tuet heard that and was convinced, that's right. After taking out her phone to buy tickets, Jong Tuet quickly realized why she couldn't buy tickets. Contran standing next to him was not too surprised, thinking to himself, that's true, a verbal warning is just a verbal warning, in fact it is already a limited action. Contran was cleaning and paying attention to the movements there, so she knew, after not being able to buy a train ticket, Jong Tuet tried to buy a few more times, but the result was still the same, still unable to buy a ticket. That mysterious organization has eyes and ears everywhere. I don't want to be limited to this city, so no matter what their goals are, I can't reveal my identity first. After finishing cleaning, Contran had just sat down on the sofa when he heard the girl next to him speak, "Brother, I have never looked straight into your mother's eyes before. Don't tell me that today I saw your mother becoming beautiful, so I took the initiative to invite your mother into the room." The girl deliberately whispered to Contran, making the story very mysterious. Contran was running out of words. Remind the girl. What are you talking about? Don't think nonsense. Who would have thought that Lai Dongvan would clasp his hands and tease me again? But your mother is really beautiful. She is also an art teacher at Whitehorse Elementary School. There again. At this time, Jong Tuet on the other side picked up Contran's clothes and asked, Contran, I see that your house still has unwashed clothes. Could you let me take it home and wash it for you? After your parents divorced, it must have been very difficult for you to live here alone. In the future, if you have dirty clothes, just bring them to my house so I can wash them for you. Contran didn't want to bother anyone, so he immediately said, wait, you can wash it yourself. But Jong Tuet quickly took his clothes and led Lai Dongvan to the door. Let's go, Tu Van, go home. Let's go home, my brother Contran still has to study. Contran just watched the mother and daughter leave without having time to say anything more. That evening, the phone was in Contran's hand. After reading the information on it, he thought to himself, his classmates are still discussing about people traveling through time. Even tonight's matter about Jong Tuet's family is also a topic of discussion among the people of Lacton. Ha Tu's side has not yet announced new powers related to the inner world. He glanced at the screen again, thinking a little sadly, there was still no news about his mother. Who would have thought that just in time, the phone showed up with a call from my mother. Contran immediately picked up the phone. Hello, Yuan Fuang spoke on the other side. Little Tran, I have already sent living expenses to your father, Contran said in a low voice. Mom, I have to hand in my homework this week. Yuan Fuang replied awkwardly, how suddenly had a fever. I can't come visit you on the weekend. It's okay, go to bed early, don't neglect your studies. Contran was silent for a few seconds, then obediently replied as usual, yes. Not bothering his mother anymore, he hung up the phone, then absent-mindedly thought, she finally called me, but it seemed like she didn't remember that I skipped class. The phone was then thrown aside by Contran. He lay exhausted on the bed, knowing that it was nothing. It was not 20 minutes in the morning, the countdown time was 20:40. Contran jogged on the street, looked up to see her clothes hanging outside to dry, and was a bit surprised. She had already washed all her dirty clothes. Ms. Jong Tuet is also very diligent. Right at that moment, Jong Tuet was hanging clothes outside on the balcony. When she saw him below, she smiled and called out, Contran, I've already cooked porridge, come up here and eat. Contran refused without thinking. There's no need, it's his instinctive reaction. It's been a long time since he's seen anyone so kind to him, so he can't get used to it right away. So Contran quickly ate a stick of cake and went to school. The students were all excited and having fun with each other, only he was cold as if it had nothing to do with his age. Contran quickly grabbed a classmate's hand. He held his hand and asked the person rushing in front, what's wrong? Are you preparing to compete for the nanotechnology socks that the group scammed, or do you want to test the rich lady who spent a lot of money to have a child? Is that a boy? Nam Kan then asked in surprise. He still hasn't seen the announcement in the next class group. The class next to ours has a time traveler appearing there. That person is still in the other classroom. Contran was extremely confused. Wait, how did he know that person was a time traveler? Yesterday in that class no one had armored equipment on them, Nam Kan then explained. He boasted himself. Just hold on, I've been holding back for a whole day. Finally, last night while talking to my friends in class I couldn't hold back, so I stopped talking. Contran frowned and thought to himself, what's going on? The foreign language school in Lacton has so many time travelers, a school with more than 2,000 students. Currently among the time travel people, only the school alone has been discovered. In this case, there are already 4 people, so how many people will there be in the whole country? Even if there are only a dozen cities in the country without people traveling through time, then the number of people traveling through time is still quite a number. I'm just afraid that the rule that people traveling through space are limited to a few cities will soon be discovered by others. Will there ever be a time when people all over the country will be concentrated in these dozen cities, at the same time? Pretending to be a third, fourth, fifth group or not, probably not in the immediate future, but if a third group appears to prove this speculation, then it's speculation. This will come true. I'm afraid that in the future, more than a dozen cities, including Lacton, will become more and more crowded. Contran entered the school and found many students whispering about the student over here, who is being taken away by the principal. Contran didn't need to look much to know, the person who was taken away by the supervisor and the teachers, he was a time traveler, were late. He patted the shoulder of Nam Kan, then who was bewildered next to him, entered the room. Learn now. Sitting in the classroom, Contran absent-mindedly thought with his chin in his hand, the person with that secret organization will be here soon. Tonight is time travel time, no more trouble can arise. They can restrict Zhang Tuet's movements. I'm afraid that CCTV will also be investigated. Although my place has been living for a long time, there are very few cameras now, but nothing is absolute. Thinking that, he made up his mind that tonight, except to go to the bathroom, he could not leave here. While he was closing his eyes to rest, Contran was called by the person next to him. Contran, look quickly. Behold. Nam Kan then looked at his phone and was surprised to notice that Ha Tu's new ability had been announced. Contran also quickly took out his phone to look. Ha Tu's post appeared. Hello everyone, I'm Ha Tu. Due to some special reasons I couldn't update the new strategy yesterday. Today I will tell the new strategy, describing the documentary version of the game's inner world, the fight of Con T's heroes. Con T Group is one of the 5 major companies in the inner world. The Shadow is the person in charge of the underground world in Con T Group. I heard that this is a tradition that has lasted for more than 1,000 years. Every once in a while, a new actor will be chosen. This selection process is like the play 9 Dragons winning. The moment the new word image is chosen is also the moment when the whole world inside is stirred up. Currently, there are 8 nominees for the position of Shadow Sun, each of them has a natural talent. These 8 candidates are named Con Hoi, Con Van, Con Thai. Yes, there is also an extremely mysterious person. Up to now I have not been able to investigate that person's identity. Watching this, Contran suddenly realized that maybe this is the reason why he appeared in prison number 18, documentary Ha, consider this the movie Dragon's Revenge. At this time, the countdown time is 6 hours, 19 minutes and 29 seconds. Looking at Nam Kan then's pale face next to him, Contran picked up his bag and looked out. The 2 words stress were written on his face. If this guy really also travels to prison number 18, then I will try to risk having my identity exposed to help him. Before leaving, Contran spoke up to remind Nam Kan then, if, tonight you cross space, you must be careful, you've heard it on the internet, too. The world inside is not safe. Nam Kan then sitting next to him stuttered to explain, I am not a time traveler. Contran walked to the door and replied, in his heart he knew it was okay. In fact he was quite satisfied with Nam Kan then, and was able to resist until now and still keep it a secret, showing that this kid also knew a little about it. That night, the door to the room was opened by Contran. Behind the door, Zhang Tuet waved and smiled at him. Contran wondered and asked her, Ms. Zhang Tuet, what's wrong with you? Zhang Tuet nodded and replied, oh it's like this, I also know that you are a time traveler, in just a moment the countdown will end. The world inside is very dangerous, she is not sure if she can return. If I can't come back tomorrow, can you help me take care of Tu Van for one day? Contran was a bit stunned, then quickly said, why did you say something like that? You can definitely go back. Zhang Tuet bowed her head sadly and said, I don't know how dangerous that world is. That's why I comforted her like that, but she knew very well. In that world, without the support of 5 large corporations, human life is not worth anything. She tried to convince Contran, I didn't ask you to take care of little Van for too long, tomorrow her grandmother will come here from the city. Contran also had no choice but to agree, okay, I agree with you, but I still hope that nothing will happen to you. Zhang Tuet, when entrusted with her daughter, breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, thank you. She gave him a key and said, I'll leave it at your house. I'll let you open the door if anything happens. Contran just took the key, looked at it for a while, then closed the door to send Zhang Tuet home. He feels very new, this is also considered, trust me, right? I don't know how much time has passed, the countdown is now 9 minutes, 59 seconds. Contran opened his mouth and placed a small metal bar in his mouth. Then he raised his hand and pinched himself, creating a mark with a countdown of seconds, years. 4, 3, 2, he sat on the bed ready. No, space seemed to be frozen around his body. Broken into pieces, taking Contran to another dimension. Next to the crude pillow is a familiar name. Contran put his hand on his forehead to lie on the bed, then smiled and realized, luckily he didn't travel to this place, otherwise his previous efforts would have been wasted. It would have been very difficult to gain Lai Tuk's favor. Copper, almost turned into a broken river. Contran jumped up from the bed and continued to think, no matter what Lai Hudong's status was, but Ha Tu Tu's summary also confirmed one thing: this is a highly influential figure in the world. In this world, I can now confirm that every time I travel through time, I will stop at the time I returned to last time. The canon song that I memorized still works. Perhaps most people who travel through time will feel confused, not knowing what to do to get what they want, but I have already traveled to Lai Hudong's place. Perhaps other time travelers have witnessed the splendor of this strange world out there, but this is not important. He took out the USB in his mouth and thought, as long as he has this thing in his body, he can go through that wall. Then Contran glanced again, looked at the puncture mark on his arm, and knew that, from the outside world, the wound would also follow. From this point, it can be seen that the body passed through space. This emptiness is still the body of the world out there. I rely on my own way to add little by little knowledge about this world, knowledge about this time-traveling body. I don't know why, compared to the outside world, without love, I feel that the noisy sound that I haven't heard in the past 2 days is a bit familiar. Looking at the time on his hand, he noticed that it was still a short 2 days. The countdown time would be changed. Would it be longer or shorter in the future? When he left, 2 people happened to pass by. Lam Tu Tu, standing below, saw Contran and raised his hand to say hello. Everyone above, except for Contran, all looked surprised. At that moment, he also turned his head to look at them. Then he waved his hand and left the hallway. Everyone gathered together and whispered, "Hey, he was saying hello to us, did you see? He was smiling at us again." Contran didn't pay much attention to them, thinking to himself, at 12 o'clock last night, there must have been a new group of people brought in here, and the second group of time travelers from the outside world must have also arrived in the inner world. Okay, what do I have to do to detect someone who's time transferred? If someone really is time traveling, what should I do to hide my identity? Here, unexpectedly, as soon as he glanced, he saw a young man being surrounded by bullies. He was startled to realize, wait, this is Lu Duk Tru in the next class. I can't go down now, he will recognize me. At that moment, a teasing voice rang out in the hallway, there was someone new, we had to have some fun later. Those words made Lu Duk Tru's face turn even greener. Lo Kuang Nia smiled sarcastically and continued, welcome to prison number 18. Contran stood far away, looking at him endlessly, thinking to himself, I was originally annoyed with this kid Lo Kuang Nia, but this time I suddenly felt a little closer to this guy. After listening to Lo Kuang Nia's words, Lu Duk Tru also knew that this was prison number 18, so he immediately asked a prisoner next to him, who was Lai Hudong. Hearing that, the other prisoner was a bit suspicious, perhaps this guy intended to ask for help later. The prisoner pointed down and said to Lu Duk Tru, there, that person down there. These words made Lu Duk Tru look proud, looking at the place the other person was pointing. As expected, Ha Tu Tu did not lie. Look at that middle-aged man's demeanor, just look at him and you'll know he's a secret boss. At this time, Lai Hudong was sitting in front of the chessboard as usual, with his cat and 2 subordinates. Lam Tu Tu just yawned in boredom when he noticed something. On this side, Lu Duk Tru was running away carrying a plate of rice. Behind him was a group of prisoners chasing after him, making him cry and make up his mind, it's not enough, I have to go find Lai Hudong. Who would have thought that his beautiful dream would quickly be awakened by a flick of his forehead? Lam Tu Tu glanced at Lu Duk Tru falling at his feet and said suspiciously, these past 2 days have been very strange, how dare a new person come to find our boss? The group of prisoners behind him were still staring at Lu Duk Tru with predatory eyes. He sensed that and immediately hugged one of Lam Tu Tu's legs, mysteriously whispering, I'm here to take on the mission, just me. Lam Tu Tu looked at him like he was looking at a nervous person, he couldn't hide the contempt on his face. What is it? Why have I never met these people in the organization, and the chess game is blurred, the espionage game is broken. What are you forcing me to do? Seeing his expression, Lu Duk Tru felt something was wrong and quickly continued, I really came to take on a mission, a transfer mission. Lam Tu Tu couldn't bear it anymore, threw away Lu Duk Tru's hand and shouted at the prisoners over there, let him go, why are you still standing here, pull him away from me. The prisoners immediately turned pale. Oh my, we're doing it now. Very quickly, Lu Duk Tru was surrounded by a group of prisoners. At this time, he was still stubbornly shouting, I, Lai Tuk Dong, have come to accept a transfer assignment. As expected, Lai Hudong did not pay any attention to his words and continued to enjoy his tea. The prisoners surrounded Lu Duk-tru like a pack of wolves, laughing loudly and teasingly. "What is that kid talking about? Are you scared to death? This is so funny." Lam Tu waved his hand in frustration and said, "What another crazy person." While being torn apart by the prisoners, Lu Duk-tru still felt unbearably frustrated. In the end, where was the mistake? I had already traveled back to prison number 18. Didn't I say that this place was how to start the selection? According to Ha Tu's strategy, there are 3 career paths. The first 2 are just mentioned. Only my house street number 18 is the most likely. It's just that this place doesn't seem to be the right place for a transfer mission. Have I misunderstood? Let me go." His loud voice made Lam Tu startled and looked back. One prisoner angrily said, "Damn, this bastard dares to bite me, quickly chase him." At this time Lu Duk-tru was running like crazy trying to escape the siege. He walked over and banged his hands against the wall in front of him, constantly screaming in despair, "Let me go, they want to torture me, let me go." Very soon, Lu Duk-tru could no longer scream. A machine that didn't know when was next to it, shooting powerful laser beams that made Lu Duk-tru tremble so much that he wanted to pee his pants. And the machine continues. Lu Duk-tru's painful screams echoed throughout the prison. Even Con Tran, who was walking in the hallway, couldn't help but turn his head to look. He thought to himself, "Is this kid crazy? He just came to another world." "Nu, don't you know you should observe the situation first?" Lam Tu sat down on the chair and looked back and said to Lai Hudong, "Boss, have you seen anything strange lately? Just the other day a child came and went crazy. What are you talking about?" "Lak Ton Latan, talking as if I am the son of some tycoon. Today another idiot just arrived and asked you to assign tasks to him." "What tasks?" Lai Hudong looked at the cup of tea in his hand and said in agreement, "There is indeed something strange." Suddenly at this time, the cat, which was lying obediently, discovered that Lam Tu was reaching out to touch his fur and suddenly opened one eye. Lam Tu saw that look and immediately withdrew his hand in fear, beat the drum and looked away. "Hey, where is that boy Con Tran?" He was still very enthusiastic about going out to eat today. "Why not today? Where do I see you anymore?" Con Tran was walking down the hallway at this time, seeing Lo Kuang Nia smiling happily with a few prisoners when he saw Lu Duk-tru being arrested. What an idiot, it looked like he was being dragged away by the prison guards. Con Tran took advantage of the chaos, walked past and whispered to Lo Kuang Nia, waited until after eating, let his people control all the newcomers, and greeted them to see what their status was in the outside world. "I know the greeting is their custom, but the way to deal with it is too heavy. Life is not easy for everyone." After hearing this, Lo Kuang Nia immediately replied, "Okay." Con Tran walked as if nothing happened, wondering if there were people who traveled through time and hid their identities. If there were, then they certainly couldn't disguise their identities on the outside. If you can't clearly state your identity, you can only be a resident here. If you can't clearly say it, then you're a time traveler. When Con Tran left, the prisoners paid a little attention and asked each other, "Hey, look to see if there's anyone over there." "That's right, why did he go to the 6th floor?" Waved his hand to remind them, "Stop watching, let's go." Con Tran also confirmed that, "It's just that Nam Can then didn't go to prison number 18. Very soon, Con Tran was at the cafeteria, receiving his meal. Lo Kuang Nia had also completed his mission. As he passed by, he said a few summary sentences to Con Tran. Con Tran listened briefly and then lowered his voice, "You just go, I know." He silently determined, there are probably no more people traveling through space. Just arrived again. Returning to Lai Hudong's side, Con Tran arrived in front of the chessboard. He sat down on the chair opposite and asked, "Are you still playing chess today?" Lai Hudong replied that you don't play anymore. "I haven't played these days. I have something to think about. Besides, there's a guest coming soon." Uninvited guests arrive. Con Tran didn't ask him but changed the subject. "I just saw a riot downstairs, what's going on?" He had just finished eating and thought to himself, if Lai Hudong could be called an uninvited guest, then that person would definitely not be the type just now. Right now, I still don't want to get involved in things that cannot be controlled. So there's no need to ask too much. Lai Hudong sat opposite and replied, "I don't know either." Con Tran was a bit confused when he heard that. Even Lai Hudong didn't know. It must have been the first time he encountered something like this. That idiot Lu Duk over there looked at Ha Tu's strategy book. This is a real game. The remaining time is 20 hours countdown. At this moment, there was suddenly movement behind them. A pair of legs appeared behind the steel door that was gradually being pulled up. A cool man with earrings and tattoos, immediately making the prisoners look scared. A tall man with a bald head and tattoos was brought in by the robots. Behind him were many robot guards, and in the air there were also several other surveillance robots. The scale is extremely intimidating, and the person who just arrived looks very handsome. Contran glanced at him, thinking suspiciously, this is the first time I've seen someone being escorted alone during the day, and it's also the first time the guard force of prison number 18 is so large. Before, I thought Deep Quiet was already very strong, but compared to this prisoner, he was still far behind. The newly arrived prisoner, still wearing chains on his legs, stood in the middle of the cafeteria. He quickly grabbed the head of an unfortunate prisoner standing near him. Using one hand to catch someone and the other to scratch their head is as easy as catching a cricket. He asked in a harsh voice, "Where is Lai Hudong?" The ugly prisoner was speechless, his face turned pale and pointed to Lai Hudong's table behind him. At this moment, the table over there was also staring at the tattooed prisoner with a wary expression. After getting the answer he needed, the tattooed guy threw the other person aside without even looking, walking to the corner of the cafeteria. Seeing him pass by here, Lai Hudong also stood up and spoke in a low voice to Contran. He did not expect that this guest would be so straightforward. His name is Quach Ho Tien. You must have heard of him, right? He left holding the cat in one hand, saying, "Wait a moment, you and Deep Vang go back, don't get hurt." Hearing those words, Lai Hudong looked towards Contran and silently assessed that the boss might remind him personally because of this small matter. It seems that Tu and I underestimated the boss's love for him. Here we are, Quach Ho Tien, he's also here. No wonder the boss said it was a monk from the south coming here. On this side, Lo Kuang Nia sat observing at the dining table, smiling to himself. Since the boss came here, he hasn't looked for clues. Every day he plays chess with Lai Hudong, reads books, like someone who has no work. Nothing, it feels like we're waiting for Quach Ho Zen to come and stir up muddy water. Until then we just have to sit back and enjoy the results. Great. Quach Ho Tien stood in front of Lai Hudong and said bluntly, "We don't need to beat around the bush anymore. Our purpose this time is to ban item number ACE No 05, quickly tell me where that thing is hidden. I'll take it and I'll leave right away." Lai Hudong raised his hand to caress the cat in his hand, smirked and said, "You have to be a little polite to your seniors so you don't suffer a loss." Quach Ho Tien shouted loudly, "Just give me the forbidden item ACE No 05, then I will be polite to you when I come here." Lai Hudong asked again, "Why is the Black Peach organization suddenly interested in forbidden objects?" "Listening to your tone, I thought you had entered the taboo court," Quach Ho Tien said harshly. "Black, if our religion wants to fight against things with supernatural powers, of course we will not ignore any help. Although your organization of knights has different paths, they have the same goal as us. Surely we can understand. Is this okay?" Lai Hudong sneered and asked, "So why did he have to go to prison number 18 first?" Quach Ho Tien said again, "Outside it is rumored that Tran T Financial Group has signed a treaty with you. As long as you have, if you can control it, it will give you absolute freedom in this prison number 18, and that taboo object that you personally control will certainly have immense power." Lai Hudong closed his eyes and gently said, "You misunderstood, I don't do any transactions with Tran T, don't listen to rumors and make random decisions." Contran sat behind him, glancing at the situation, thinking to himself, in Ha Tu's strategy, there was also a mention of the taboo court. It seems like it was because of that taboo thing that Quach Ho Tien said, "He is what I am looking for, perhaps this is also a test mission in my fight for the throne." And finally Quach Ho Tien could no longer keep calm, gritted his teeth and walked closer to ask Lai Hudong, "Where is ACE?" Lai Hudong did not hide it, shook his head and said, "I know where it is, but I won't tell you." Lai Hudong's foot then stomped on the floor. The robot behind Quach Ho Tien immediately made a loud sound, "Warning, warning." Quach Ho Tien rolled his eyes angrily and asked Lai Hudong, "Why?" The warning, sounded louder and louder. Lai Hudong replied with a serious face, "No reason at all, because I quite liked ACE that year. No. The robot's gun barrel in the air began to point out. The prisoners standing around were extremely confused and began to disperse. Why did they start the metal armor? There would have to be an alarm half an hour before that. If mechanical equipment cannot control the situation, it will start a metal storm. Contran silently realized that 36 of the 71 metal storm engines had already started. Quach Ho Tien could no longer hold back and swung his huge fist at Lai Hudong. Lai Hudong just stood still without any intention of dodging. The machine also held out its gun barrel at the same time. Black metal bars poured down like rain. The prisoners standing nearby were quickly injured, screaming in pain when being hit by the guns. At this moment, the 36 metal storm machines seemed to be firing bullets, the suppressive force was extremely great, and the other 36 machines were the truly deadly machines, and in that scene of bombardment, there was an exception. Deep Van is standing over there, turning on protection mode, creating a shield to prevent the storm of bullets from falling where Lai Hudong and Quach Ho Tien are fighting. The punch swung out, Quach Ho Tien gritted his teeth and realized something. Lai Hudong was able to block his fist with just 2 fingers. His expression was extremely cold, making Quach Ho Tien feel a bit hesitant for some reason. The scene in the cafeteria was extremely chaotic, a shield stood in the middle, separating the rain of bullets and the prisoners outside. Very soon, Deep Van turned off the protection mode. Lai Hudong turned his head to look back, revealing an extremely surprised expression. He saw Con Tran still sitting quietly at the dining table, completely different from the chaotic scene at the moment. In such a storm of bombs and bullets, he was able to sit at an angle, the only corner in prison number 18. This Con Tran's ability and personality are not something that people of the same age can have. This is the son that Con T is about to choose, isn't it? When will I find such a successor? When I thought of this, I easily blew away that guy Quach Ho Tien. He was beaten back into the distance, but still maintained the grounding position to avoid the most damage. He was also aware of Lai Hudong's strength. From beginning to end, he only made his practice clothes flutter a bit. There were rumors that Lai Hudong was worthy of the title. The demigod of this world, it seems like there is a huge difference between me and him. Lai Hudong now came out and asked if he still wanted to fight. Quach Ho Tien turned around in disgust and said, "Don't fight anymore, don't fight anymore. If you can't fight, then why fight? Don't worry, even if you don't say anything, I will still find that thing." Lai Hudong smiled and said, "It's okay, just slowly search." Con Tran sat behind him and thought, no wonder this bald guy is lonely until now. Just now he acted like he was dead and alive, but now he's afraid of death. I cringed, turned around really quickly. Quach Ho Tien angrily left but still planned, if Lai Hudong knows where that thing is, then I should just follow him. What if one day he accidentally says something? Lai Hudong sat down and asked Con Tran, "Can you also calculate this position?" Con Tran replied, "Although my computing ability is much stronger than that of normal people, it is still impossible to calculate ballistics in such large quantities. I can only localize it." Lai Hudong found it interesting, so he said that zoning could not help him find such an exact location. Con Tran said with a firm voice, he could only quickly calculate 4 positions, and the place he sat every day happened to be one of those 4 positions, so the remaining positions did not need to be considered anymore. Lai Hudong was happier when he heard the answer. "Haha, you dare to play." On this side, other prisoners had to clean up the battlefield while Quach Ho Tien was sitting in another place meditating. Then a person came to say a few words. Fairies fought, mortals endured, cows and buffaloes fought, flies and mosquitoes died, people fought and it was okay, but the prisoners who didn't fight were unlucky. Lam Tiu Tiu put his hand on Quach Ho Tien's shoulder and called out, "Hey, Quach Ho Tien, aren't there rumors that you are tolerant and benevolent and do many good deeds? So what should those people who are implicated by you do?" Quach Ho Tien slowly replied, "Are you talking about injured people and innocent people to me in prison? In here, one counts as one, but no one is innocent." Lam Tiu Tiu saw that he couldn't be bothered, so he left a sentence, pretended, then left. Quach Ho Tien added before Lam Tiu Tiu could leave, "Also, I'm not a monk, don't use kind words. Something generous to say to me." Quach Ho Tien is actually not feeling well inside, his internal organs are a bit uncomfortable, like being burned. Lam Tiu Tiu slowly walked towards Con Tran, leaving Quach Ho Tien sitting there. The shield from before popped up again. Con Tran noticed, the jump just now stopped the bullet. Lam Tiu Tiu winked and confidently said, "Just rest assured, the sound won't be transmitted outside." Lai Hudong continued to ask, "This morning, I saw Lo Kuang Nia interrogate that group of new people. During the morning greeting new people, you ordered him to do this, right?" Con Tran replied, "Yes." Lai Hudong asked further why they had to be interrogated. Con Tran replied, wanting to find out if there was any force that wanted to compete with us for that forbidden object. His brain thought, I have to find a reasonable reason to explain my recent action. Lai Hudong retracted his eyes and slowly replied, "I like your straightforwardness, but I see that Lo Kuang Nia did not intend to mistreat them. Did you instruct him?" "But I remember the first time. When you come here, you cannot help others," Con Tran replied, "it only depends on your own strength." Con Tran was immersed in his own thoughts. If I can't even be safe, then I can only watch others die without helping. This is my principle. Con Tran's life has never been smooth sailing, so from an early age he learned to be selfish. This is what life gave him, not his own choice. Meanwhile, Lam Tiu Tiu looked behind. Quach Ho Tien was slowly using 4 fingers to crawl closer to Con Tran. Lam Tiu Tiu looked at Quach Ho Tien's circus performance and wondered in his heart, this guy sitting there couldn't hear us talking, so he wanted to come closer to eavesdrop, he just didn't know how loud he was. No matter how big it is, this unusual action of his has already attracted quite a bit of attention. Quach Ho Tien felt the gaze burning his back from 2 people and 1 animal, and he thought with sweat that he had been discovered. So I had to use those 4 fingers to go somewhere else. Lai Hudong took his cat for a while. Okay, let's end the meeting. Can't play chess today, I'm a little sorry, I'm going to read a book. Everyone here is still exhausted, cleaning up the mess. Well, when should we clean up? Please forgive me, I'm still in pain. Lam Tiu Tiu came to talk to Quach Ho Tien again. If you lose, just sit here obediently, we don't want to make enemies with Black Dao, knowing you guys live in the wild is not easy. But don't cause trouble for us anymore. Do you think I have no way to control you? Quach Ho Tien opened one eye and calmly replied, try moving a strand of my hair. Lam Tiu Tiu looked confusedly at Quach Ho Tien's glowing head. Moving to this side, Con Tran probably looked at Quach Ho Tien's head and wanted eggs so he took one. Con Tran took a bite and thought, although the prison food in this world is all ground meat, it still has the taste of fresh meat. Compared to the dry cakes that I often eat in the outside world, it is much tastier. Wait. Why are a quarter of the cameras pointed at me? Is it because I just found a dead corner that other people noticed? Who is the person behind this prison? Lam Tiu Tiu brought the tray of food to sit in front of him and said, just now the boss let me talk to the person who brought the food, later I will change it to real meat in the rice for you, eat as much as you want. Con Tran asked, why? Lam Tiu Tiu replied as if he didn't, he would know right away, it's just that this is not necessarily a good thing. After eating, returning to the room, Con Tran was completing personal hygiene. He looked at his panda eyes in the mirror. This feeling again. Con Tran lay down on the bed and immediately entered dreamland. He slowly opened his eyes. Before his eyes appeared a few people sitting on unfamiliar ground. After completely seeing the surrounding desert, and those people were very tired, even Con Tran was dry with thirst, but the sweat kept flowing. He pulled out a bottle of water from the basket, when someone knelt down in front of him. That person begged, Con Tran, give me a sip of water. If you don't want water, the 2 of us will really die here, we will drink on your credit, you name the price. The man asked, faced with his companion about to lose his life, what price would he set? Con Tran looked down at that person, his eyes unmoving, slowly said, I'll let the person next to you watch you lose your life from thirst first, then let him come and bid himself. Lam Tiu Tiu removed his disguise, his face full of confusion, and said, are you still human? Then the 2 sat down to talk. Con Tran said, I know this is your nightmare and I won't have any sympathy for you. Lam Tiu Tiu also said, it's so strange, now you can maintain your sanity. With consciousness after entering the dreamland, then surely you can also resist the dream that summons you. Con Tran replied, well, maybe. Lam Tiu Tiu was curious, if he could resist the dream, then why did he still go in? Con Tran drank water and said, if you wait 5 minutes without falling asleep, you can escape the dream summoning. Con Tran wiped his mouth, I thought you had something to say, that's why I came here. What do you want to test this time? Lam Tiu Tiu smiled happily. Lam Tiu Tiu said, the boss just wants me to see you off for a while, then let the nightmare change your personality, let you experience some pain. It's just that now it's so easy to resist the dream curse, it seems that the dream curse is useless, you have to let the boss guide you himself. Con Tran looked around and mentally evaluated, this time the scene in the desert was not the same as last time, but more like the scene of a teacher giving homework to students. Lam Tiu Tiu interrupted his thoughts. Con Tran, don't think anymore. Right now, the boss is still just praising you. In the future, it's not certain if you can become the boss's student. Con Tran silently looked at Lam Tiu Tiu. Then I said, you're a fan of me. Lam Tiu Tiu was said to be heartbroken and said frankly, yes, I admire you, not everyone has the ability to become the boss's student, at least I and Deep Van cannot. Con Tran asked why. Lam Tiu Tiu replied, because we couldn't pass the first level. But the boss feels that you can pass. The 2 of them kept asking back and forth, how could they overcome it? It was the way to find a way to live in death. Every time they wanted to level up they had to go to a desperate situation, have to endure suffering, so why me? Well, because the boss said that you have the courage to continue living even when cornered. If you are so miserable, why do you still admire me? It's because of that path of practice, the person walking on the path. That person must have unlimited potential, but Deep Van and I have long exhausted it. Even though that path is very painful. You must understand that through a life of suffering, you can stand above others. Contran received the information but still wanted to ask, oh, okay, how old is Lai Hyudong? He thought, if they coexist in two worlds, wouldn't they age faster? Can a person with the supernatural ability to travel through time like Lai Hyudong have their lifespan extended? Lam Tiu Tiu replied, 52 years old. Contran was surprised. Lai Hyudong was only 35 or 36 years old. Lam Tiu Tiu looked at his expression and smiled. Look at his unexperienced appearance. I don't find it strange that a person like the boss can live to be 100 years old. Since we were very young, I've been walking. I followed the boss. Many years have passed but the boss still hasn't changed at all. Contran asked, why did you two follow him? Lam Tiu Tiu lay down and experienced life with Contran, and didn't understand why. Me, Deep Van and many others were all orphans. You were born in Conti, so you don't understand how miserable life is outside, and you won't understand how simple it is to become an orphan, maybe when your parents are away. On the street, they encounter seniors and juniors in society and then quarrel. It's also possible that their parents work in a chemical factory and are exposed to radiation, or it's also possible that they're using their nerves to connect. With virtual networks, hackers attack. Then you didn't pay the office rent tax, the insurance company refused to pay, then the bank confiscated the house, kicked you out on the street, no one cared about whether your life still existed or not. At that time, his life had turned into a dark scene. The social organization wanted to force him to trade white goods. More cruelly, they abused him, then recorded a video to make it into a virtual life and sold it for money. But at that moment, someone appeared in front of him and told him, follow me, I will give you a new life. No matter who that person is, you will follow that person. Contran listened to Lam Tiu Tiu's story and thought with a gloomy face, compared to them, what are the sufferings in my life? Contran asked again, why did he accept you guys? After he finished his confession, Lam Tiu Tiu sat up and said, because we are useful people, but what he wants to do cannot be done alone. Okay. Contran fell into thought again. Until now he still doesn't know, what is the purpose of that so-called engineer organization and that Black Dao organization? What does Black Dao want to control? Is it the 5 great companies? Or something else? But Lai Hyudong adopted Lam Tiu Tiu and Deep Van, obviously wanting to take advantage of them, but Lam Tiu Tiu and the others did not know about this. Lam Tiu Tiu stood up and said, okay, rest early. Then his mind fell into nothingness again. Contran opened his eyes and lay on the bed, thinking again, I had seen that mysterious basement of Lai Hyudong before, the cannon where I could trade for the opportunity to open the door. New world, I'm not sure if this cannon is enough, and I can't clearly explain the origin of cannon, so let's just wait. The scene changed to another side. Lu Duk Tru was banging on the door and screaming in vain to let me go. Is there anyone? Please release me quickly. Why are you locking me here? Quickly let me go, let me go. He became more and more helpless as he collapsed to the floor. He felt extremely angry. The other people here were like fish in water, which were the armored bodies, which were the members of the commune. Why was he the only one who ended up in this situation, waiting for 24 hours to pass? About the world out there, what should I tell my classmates? Did I successfully change positions, or was I imprisoned? If I knew this early, I wouldn't have gossiped with everyone. The countdown time is 16 hours, 20 minutes. Lai Hyudong put down the chess pieces. The two of them played chess again during mealtime. He looked at the chessboard and said, since you let Lo Kuang Nia pay enough attention when making moves, there will be less in this prison. People are crying, but have you noticed, other forces in this prison are already very dissatisfied with Lo Kuang Nia? Contran also took a step forward and answered him, I know, normally these 3 communes come one after another to greet new people, they can also be considered as entertainment for everyone. Now Lo Kuang Nia monopolizes this matter, of course, will make many people uncomfortable, but I believe Lo Kuang Nia can solve this problem. The two kept talking. Have you ever thought that this new person might not be grateful to you? He was walking on the street and saw a beggar, then threw in some change. In fact that change was impermeable. Nothing compared to their hardships, but he bought a little joy and peace in his heart. Lai Hyudong heard his explanation and laughed twice. Suddenly the chair next to Contran was pulled out, and a rude person sat down. Everyone immediately paid attention to that side. They all had the same thought, if they can't fight, why do they want to join? Quach Ho Tien made a fierce face and picked up the meat and said, good or bad, I'm considered a prominent person in Black Dao, you guys eat meat, but let me eat minced meat. Is this how you receive guests? Lam Tiu Tiu gave a kick. Are you like us? If not you fight our boss one more round. If you win then let me eat. Okay. Quach Ho Tien refused. Don't always fight, it's not good to rush out like that. Besides, the 3 of you should stop eating. Why is this chess player also being eaten? He's just an ordinary person. After saying that, he stuck his chopsticks into the meat on Contran's tray. Seeing that he couldn't fight, he went out to threaten someone who looked weak. Quach Ho Tien smiled and said, "Hey kid, go order another part, leave this part to me." Contran frowned slightly as if he was dissatisfied as he looked at Quach Ho Tien. Everyone besides Quach Ho Tien thought, "I wanted to see how I would react." Contran moved his eyes and breathed softly, agreeing. Quach Ho Tien said loudly, "You all saw it, this is him giving up on his own." Quach Ho Tien immediately put the piece of meat into his mouth, "So I won't be polite." The meat was increasingly consumed by Quach Ho Tien's body. Piece by piece of Quach Ho Tien's memories immediately flowed into Contran's body. He looked and thought, "This is not right, this is not what I was looking for." He continued to watch, then he was slightly startled. Those pictures were recorded. Contran immediately called out, "Lo Kuang Nia." Lo Kuang Nia jumped up, "Sai, I'm here, boss, what's going on?" Contran said, "I named 8 people, you bring them here." Lo Kuang Nia worked effectively. 8 people were immediately brought to Contran's table. Seeing Quach Ho Tien's mood, Lai Hudong also smiled. Contran turned around and asked Quach Ho Tien, "Are these 8 people yours?" Contran told him again to clarify. He asked if those 8 people were his people. Quach Ho Tien next to him said it was not completely. "Because I remember when he was being escorted here, I looked up to find these 5 people and all 5 of them raised their index fingers at the same time." Although Contran did not know what their movements were, he was sure they did it to show him. Besides, the remaining 3 people occasionally exchanged glances with each other. When Lam Tiu Tiu heard this presentation of his, he was extremely surprised. He felt that Contran could calmly observe everything while everyone only paid attention to the boss and his friends. The rain of bombs and bullets didn't matter at all. Pay attention to observing people's reactions. Lai Hudong explained to everyone, because this prison number Vong Van has other powerful people, so it is normal to pay attention to him. So Lam Tiu Tiu, he boldly asked, "Boss, do we need to transfer this group of people to another prison?" Lai Hudong felt that this was not necessary. It was best to take the 8 of them to a special cell and interrogate them a bit to see who sent them there. Yes, Deep Van obeyed. Suddenly, Lo Kuang Nia Duong pointed at the crowd. Seeing that made Lam Tiu Tiu realize that this kid had already discovered our people. Lai Hudong happily looked at Contran with eyes full of joy. He knew he was not a supernatural person, but his ability to analyze and remember him was something that supernatural people could not compare to. Only then did Quach Ho Tien realize that this young man was not a knight, so how should he address this brother? He replied that his name was Contran, causing Quach Ho Tien to immediately deduce that he was a member of Con Ti. He was suspicious since when did the engineer really join the Con Ti Tycoon group? Hearing that, Lai Hudong slowly explained that not everyone with Con Ti's name means they belong to Con Ti. Even if they are jealous, they may not stay in Con Ti all their lives. There is a person in the Wilderness Palace. The Con family is very famous, isn't it? Quach Ho Tien heard that and didn't know what else to say. He happily asked him, "This brother Con doesn't know how you feel about the Black Dao organization," he said as he brought out the tray of food. "But why do I care? Because according to his identity, he came to steal my soulmate, so I don't need to show any face, it's nothing." There are drones flying in the sky. Several prisoners were now pale-faced, lying on the ground with bloodshot eyes. Deep Van ran over and took a towel to open his mouth. He informed his boss that they had poison hidden in their teeth, because when they opened their mouths, they smelled of silver and cyanide. On this side, Quach Ho Tien determined that Deep Van was not a member of Black Dao. In the face of such a death, Lai Hudong still remained calm. He found this very interesting. As for Contran, after witnessing this death, he couldn't help but tremble his hands. Contran was scared because he was facing death for the first time. Here, it's no different from the world of ferocious beasts. After a while, machines were brought to carry these 3 people. Lai Hudong stared at him as if confirming something. He asked him if this was the first time he saw a dead person. Contran answered honestly. Lai Hudong asked him if he felt scared. "It's a bit scary because now I try to ignore this." He remembered what his teacher taught him, remembered the times when his parents woke up during meals, how to wash clothes, how to take care of himself, but no one had ever taught him. What is death? Now, only when you see it with your own eyes can you understand how scary it is for life to disappear right in front of you. Lai Hudong now raises the chess piece and says, "Do you know, each person here has 2 lives and the second life begins when he realized that life only comes once. At that time, you will realize that time is very important, and at the same time, you will also clearly realize one thing, how much time you have wasted." Phew, Contran frowned as he thought, his brother realized that he now had to try to keep himself from being afraid. Contran thought, I have to review my past and think about my future even more. Lai Hyudong on this side played a chess piece in response. He realized that Deep Van, that martyr, wanted to target him, and you helped find them, so he would owe you one. Lai Hyudong looked at him and said firmly, you can exchange anything for Contran, whatever you want. Hearing that, Contran told him that he wanted to discuss the list of members of the Lai T Tycoon group. Lai Hyudong felt that his choice was extremely strange because he did not change the method of becoming a superhuman but instead chose this one. There are not many people in this world who make him indebted, that's why he tell him to appreciate this opportunity. Contran doesn't think so, his voice is determined, becoming a supernatural person can't compare to your secret. I don't think it's a good idea to do so, and when you come, you'll automatically give it to me, there's no need. Change. These words made Lai Hyudong pause. He praised him as a smarter person than he thought. This sentence is not wrong because if he has the opportunity, he will take it, Lai Hyudong happily confided, although the fact that he has never seen bloodshed made me angry. I'm disappointed, but think about it carefully. If you're indifferent to your life, I'll feel even more indifferent. He sent two to get the list here. Lai Hyudong asked him why he wanted to take this. Contran said, I don't need to explain much more, right? Seeing that he didn't want to answer, he waved his hand and told him to do whatever he wanted. Enter your lovely room. Contran couldn't help but think about yesterday's incident. Lam Tu Tu was going to check on her but the results didn't come, or Lai Tuk Dong felt there was no need to check anymore. He felt like he was bringing himself closer and closer to the path of super products. Next time I come back I won't be as nervous as last time because I have seen the so-called death with my own eyes. Suddenly the vortex drew him back to reality. Early that morning, sparrows chirped in the garden. At this time, Contran returned to reality. He raised his hand to the sky and couldn't help but think, this time he went through space without making any noise, and couldn't wake up the sleeping person anymore. After Lam Tu Tu's stressful day, he returned to the outside world feeling much more relieved. Contran put on his uniform and was excited about his next trip. He opened the door and saw Contran's mother Zhang Tuet. Seeing that it was Zhang Tuet, Contran quickly said hello, good morning, Ms. Zhang Tuet, you have to stop traveling through space. Is there anything wrong? It's okay, Zhang Tuet, I'm preparing to take little Van to school, right tonight. When you finish studying, go home, I'll buy you a fish and some ribs, and we'll have a meal to celebrate. Contran asked what the congratulations were, but Zhang Tuet did not say. She wanted to wait because when night came, you would know. Right now, Contran is on his way to school, surrounded by many classmates. Suddenly he read a message that made him strong. If you kill someone who travels through time, you will no longer have a chance to continue traveling through time. He remembered the image of the three people who died before. Contran knew that reality is always more cruel with more descriptive writing. A while later he arrived at school. On this side, Lu Dukchu was surrounded by his classmates. Contran couldn't help but feel tired. Lu Duk, who lives in the next class, has already gone to school. He originally thought that he would be like Hong Chi Tien and be psychologically haunted. That person would just drop out of school, but I didn't expect it to be like someone with nothing to do. Not only did he brag about becoming a time traveler, but he also traveled to prison number 18, and even met Lai Tuk Dong and talked to him. Why bother talking? Sigh, Contran turned around and walked out of the crowd. He felt like he shouldn't reveal that he was a time traveler, especially that he was acquainted with a big figure in the world. Contran commented that the secret organization would come soon. Suddenly a familiar figure caught his attention. Male seen god, Contran saw him. He quickly ran over to say hello, male police officer, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, it's just that I didn't sleep well last night. Well, Contran determined that his body was not touching. If you don't have any more abilities, your spirit won't be good. Suddenly there was a group of people rushing out of the classroom door. They were talking about Lu Duk, who was staying in the next class, and the bullets were coming back through space. Contran whispered, were people torturing him while he was in space, huh? Travel through space, travel through space. Contran looked at his eyes and knew that he had gone through time, but he didn't know what he had experienced in the inner world to make him so scared. Contran asked him what he was doing through there, but he received an angry look from Nam Ken Then, who said I asked for it or not so I risked that person. He didn't say it so he had no choice but to ignore it. If you don't know the force, time, and location of your time travel and your identity, even if you want to help, you won't be able to help. After a while, the two of them sat together while their classmates kept sitting in the same place. Nam Can then sat in Contran's seat and couldn't stand still. He turned to ask him, didn't I tell you before that there was a time when a group of people traveled through time? Yes, you said it before. Did I tell you that there are people selling socks in the star world? Well, it's fake, don't care how I know because after all, you're not a person who can't wear socks. From there to here, did I tell you that someone said that we can contact the mother for that, This is true. Contran was a bit panicked when he heard that. Nam Can then was scared but Baoan kept his mouth shut because he was not a time traveler. Contran commented that his time travel was betrayed. Suddenly, Lam Tiu Tiu and everyone were silent. Contran turned around and asked, "Can I give you a lot of money? Give me money for your head." "I told you, I'm not a time traveler." The boiled roll clumps and clumps, the sound is small but suddenly becomes loud. This caught the attention of some of you standing in the hallway. They were talking to each other. Wow, who are these people? The director of the Department of Education came to meet them. It seemed like they were from the next class. Seeing that the commotion was even bigger than before, Contran realized they had already arrived. The men dressed in black stepped forward. The appearance of the man in black quickly attracted students. After all, their unique demeanor and deadly acumen stood out so much in this school. To this day he still clearly remembers the first time he met them, including their sense of oppression. After that, indeed, Lu Duk Tru was taken away. Just being able to get the director of the Department of Education to come personally to welcome you seems like this organization has someone in the government backing it, which also makes him feel a little more secure. But what he didn't expect was that after the first period, Lu Duk Tru had already returned. According to what he said, he was taken to the office, then that person told him to leave his address and contact number and then said not to leave Lacton. The man in black told him that in Lacton there were many time travelers. They were gathering time travelers to prepare a plan to train time travelers. Then they also showed him a few photos. We identified the person in that photo. They suspected that the person in the photo was a time traveler because that person appeared at Contran's house from another time traveler. According to data collected while monitoring, the area this person's activities were within a km radius of Deep Van, but because it was close to an old residential area and many places had no surveillance cameras or were broken, their data was interrupted. So they inquired. From Lu Duk Uncle, the person they want to find is me, Contran. That day, he deliberately changed into an outfit that Lam Tiu Tiu had not worn for years, and avoided all camera angles before leaving. It seemed like this was not due to preparation. Suddenly, Nam Can then next to him cried and lamented. When the time traveler arrived, he was already next to that big boss, even talking to that person. Who knows, maybe one day he will become a superhero. What is the difference between people and people? There is such great injustice. Ho. Nam Can then turned around and asked him if he didn't admire him. Nam Can then felt that what he said before was to invite him to eat when he earned money, but he couldn't do it or Contran was beside him to encourage him, then obediently go to school. Aren't there still many normal people alive, and it's not necessary to become a time traveler? Hearing that, Nam Can then remained silent and said nothing. The two of them discussed again about paying for books, but Deep Van's father did not give him the money to pay but even told him to give the book back. Sigh. Contran didn't expect that just the cost of the book would make it difficult for two people to travel in time. He thought it was time to check the money now, because those old guys are smarter and won't play chess with you anymore, so you have to think of a new way to make money in the inner world. Contran thinks there is no way to go to the Golden Mountain and return empty-handed. Contran walked on the bustling street. He thought, it seemed like he had a habit of skipping classes recently. When I was young, when I followed my mother to my grandmother's house, my father even took advantage of his free time to take me to town to eat a bowl of noodles for 1 yuan. At that time, he was still not addicted to gambling, and his parents were not divorced. His grandparents don't hate him either. That 1 yuan in 5 days has now become 15 yuan, it's as if things can't go back anymore. After walking for a while, it was early evening, and outside the gate there were 2 more strangers who looked at me and knew something was wrong. Contran also noticed it. But then a sweet voice called out to him, "Brother." Lai Dongvan smiled and said, "Let's go up to the house, Mom is about to finish cooking." Contran also smiled and patted the child's head and said, "What if I have to study in a good day, you and I should just eat. There's no need to wait for me." Lai Dongvan still smiled, "I haven't taken evening classes these past few days." The girl quickly pulled his hand into the house. Contran looked at the house and thought, there are no longer any old tools in the house, it seems like they have been replaced with new ones. Zhang Tuet in the kitchen was talking nonsense. "Contran is home, sit down quickly, there's only this pot of soup left." Contran looked at a table of food and exclaimed in his heart, it looked delicious, compared to the bland food in prison number 18, this is considered real rice. Contran turned around and asked, "Ms. Zhang Tuet, what exactly are you congratulating today?" Zhang Tuet brought out the pot of soup. I once told you that I opened a machine repair shop in that world. Star. But this shop made her so worried, because if she didn't go there, she wouldn't inherit her memories, so when people came to the door, she didn't know what to do. Repairing equipment, everyone is very aggressive, and the security at night in the city of 18th Street is extremely poor. The streets are not safe after 8 o'clock at night, so she is still very careful. Worry. But I don't know why, this time I traveled there, people from the IT conglomerate suddenly came to her small shop, and then said they wanted to invest in it. In that world, the tycoon is heaven. As long as it is a property invested in by the corporation, those criminals will avoid it and not touch it. They not only give her a sum of money, but also changed her to a sign with LIT symbol. After that, she was much safer in the inner world. Contran listened to her story and was thoughtful. LIT. Then Contran also smiled and replied, "It is true that we should congratulate. Jong Tuet is happy. This time there is no need to bother her anymore. Tu Van's grandparents do not need to leave their homeland anymore. Didn't you really admire people who traveled through space that day? If that day you came to the city of 18th Street, just come find me. Miss Jong Tuet can't do anything else, but she can still protect you. For you." Contran smiled lightly, very grateful for her kindness but still couldn't help but think, I am indeed in this city number 18, but unfortunately my situation is not one that ordinary people can help. The struggle between Conti's shadow princes, the heirs of the night organization, these two things alone are beyond the understanding of a normal time traveler. Contran picked up a piece of food and asked, "Oh yes, Ms. Jong Tuet, did the person in black come to look for you before?" Jong Tuet replied, "They didn't come to look for you but she did look for them. Before, after handing Tu Van to you, I wanted to contact them, asking if I could get their help in the inner world, but they just said that their organization had just been established. Independent, has no place in the inner world, so even if you want to help, you can't help." So the three of them finished eating. Contran silently watched Ms. Jong Tuet wash the dishes. He sat down on the chair next to Lai Dong Van and gently asked, "You're also a time traveler, right?" Lai Dong Van was eating cake and turned around to ask, what was Contran saying? Contran looked at the child next to her and vomited. Last time, she deliberately asked for the name of her mother's repair shop. As a result, this time Lai T Group came to invest, and was very protective of her. "I may not admit it, but I can also tell this clue to your mother." Lai Dong Van panicked and said, "Absolutely not to tell my mother." Contran looked at Lai Dong Van sullenly and thought, I guessed right, so yesterday I used that one-time exchange opportunity to get the list of members of the Lai T Tycoon Group from Lai Hudong. Of course, there is the name Lai Dong Van. Contran asked, why didn't he tell his mother? Lai Dong Van replied, in this world there are not many people who dare to teach me, but if I let my mother know, she will definitely teach me. Both worlds. Don't tell my mother, I can give you money, in that world I have a lot of money. Contran said indifferently, I'm not a time traveler, why do I need money there? Lai Dong Van asked suspiciously, aren't you a space traveler? Contran replied, of course not. In his heart, he thought, indeed, this kid suspects that he is a space traveler because he asks so many questions all the time. West, fortunately I quickly refused to take the money. So the two people were silent for a while, immersed in their own thoughts. Then Contran was the one to ask first, how much money do you have in the outside world? Lai Dong Van was startled, do you dare to trick children with money? Contran replied, I was just asking for convenience. Lai Dong Van said, in this world I don't have much, how about Contran change the conditions? Contran asked, change what conditions? Lai Dong Van buried his face in the pillow, how would I know? Anyway, don't tell my mother. Contran stood up and said, just remember this first, remember to take care of your mother in that world, I heard people say, it's very chaotic in there. Lai Dong Van immediately smiled and assured him. Well, don't worry, until you have a chance to travel to the inner world, I'll protect both of you. Contran breathed a sigh of relief, happy at Lai Dong Van's childishness and magnanimity. After talking, Contran went into his room. He sat back and thought about what had happened. In short, there was a harvest tonight, at least it was confirmed that Lai Dong Van was a time traveler, now he was still in the competition for the position of Shadow Sun, there was more friends than no one. Contran read the news on his phone, about a mysterious organization abroad that was offering high prices to buy body parts and future technology items from the world in, and there was anti-aging medicine. Effective for people in the outside world, just hold it in your mouth or swallow it directly. Contran frowned, in order to bring things out from the inner world, this organization used such extreme tricks. If a rich man has cancer and is close to death, his only hope is life-saving medicine in the inner world, then he is willing to pay any price. But what price is worthy of love? This is their goal. While I was still researching how to become a supernatural person, someone had already started a business relationship. If I really wanted to deliver the goods, would definitely reveal my identity, but now I can't use this method, of course. You can use USB to copy the technology, but people who travel from space to space can often come into contact with the nuclear technology of the world in the future. Maybe in the future, but right now there is no such person. Up to now, in prison number 18, outside news is still difficult to get, so the important thing right now is to create a good relationship with Lai Hudong first. Wait, what mysterious organization still buys armored body parts? A few days ago, someone was captured and lost his legs. Now this group of people is offering a high price to buy them. I'm afraid it will motivate the criminals even more. Attacking this time traveler. Then I remembered the two bad people in front of the gate. Contran lifted the curtain to take a look. He realized that those two people were gone. He immediately called, "Hello, hello, where I live is Building 12, Block 4 Hanthu Street. At night I discovered two suspicious men near my residence. I feel like they are not there." Good idea. Suddenly a scream rang out upstairs. Contran realized it was Lai Dongvan's voice. Contran said urgently into the phone, "Quickly send the police here, thank you." He realized they were targeting Zhang Tuet. After calling, Contran ran out of the house. Take the shovel. Contran thought, they are two adults, even more than me, can deal with it. Thinking clearly, he grabbed the shovel tightly. I'm not a good person, and at the same time I'm very selfish. Even when I see my friends being scared to death in prison number 18, I ignore them. But sitting and watching a child like Lai Dongvan fall into the wrong hands, I couldn't do it. As soon as Contran ran up, he saw the suspicious man sliding down. That guy had a broken arm and was lying unconscious on the spot. Zhang Tuet was trembling and standing on the stairs in fear. Contran looked straight at Zhang Tuet for a moment. Then Zhang Tuet spoke up and thanked her. Contran was still standing below and asked, "Is there only one person?" Zhang Tuet replied, "There was one more person but he ran away." He continued asking, "Is Tu Van okay?" She replied, "She was scared." Then Contran turned around and left saying, "I've already called the police so you should go see the little cloud." Zhang Tuet tried to stop her and said, Contran had just run out the door when he saw the shadow of a person running away. He ran in the opposite direction of that person. In my head, I thought the two would intersect at a symmetrical point on the other side of the apartment. Contran ran to the wall and jumped over, then crept back to the opposite wall. He sat down and waited in ambush. Also breathe evenly. Then raised the shovel high. He started counting silently, 3, 2, his hand tightened on the shovel. 1, Contran is highly concentrated. After counting, he didn't look back so he hit the runner's leg hard and hit him. That guy fell to the ground screaming, he took the opportunity to run away. Returning to the apartment, he slowly went up the stairs to Zhang Tuet's room. Seeing Lai Dongvan hugging his mother and crying, he looked out and said, "Brother, there's another guy who ran away." Contran replied, "Don't worry, I've caught you." Zhang Tuet looked at his hand and said, "Your hand is torn, wait a minute so I can get some gauze and alcohol to disinfect it for you." Lai Dongvan also looked at his hand and thought, "You're lucky it's just a broken skin." Injured. Hearing that, he looked down at his hands and thought, after all, he is still just a normal person, now except that he has a superior brain but does not have a body to match it. Thinking then, Contran clenched his hands and said, "Don't bother me, my house also has those things, the police will be here soon, I'm going home. I hope you remember carefully that I didn't do anything tonight," he said then turned away. Zhang Tuet replied, "Yes." Going down the stairs, Contran thought to himself, "It seems like we need to speed up our ability to improve our abilities in the inner world." The next day the light shined through the window. I was sleeping when I heard Lai Dongvan's loud scream, "Mr. Contran." When he opened the door, the girl cried and said, "Mr. Contran, please help my mother." When they arrived at Zhang Tuet's house, she was sitting on a chair, looking somewhat helpless, saying that the armored unit had run out of energy. Contran walked in and said, "Their durability is also very poor. How did people in that world maintain high-intensity combat?" Zhang Tuet said, "The inner world has completed the work of upgrading the charging power. Wirelessly, devices in the house are always in charging state." Zhang Tuet thought about what the world said, everyone has a payment code like a citizen identification number, so they only need to pay every month to enjoy a convenient life, which the tycoon will rely on. Each person's electricity usage situation to collect fees. I thought, Zhang Tuet told me that everywhere in the world there are cold towers to produce energy and cloud towers to transport energy. Even in the wilderness, there are still a few cloud towers, but because the means of transport in the wilderness are usually diesel engines, especially the military, The engine running at the front uses a lot of energy and the rotational speed is also fast, so it is suitable for specialized military vehicles and long-distance vehicles. But in fact, because smugglers are so aggressive, wanting to get out of the city is very troublesome. They must go through customs established by the tax agency and at the same time have to obtain verification documents and financial agencies. Services in the internal world play a huge role. Not only do they have executive agencies, they even have their own intelligence agencies. But of all the information today, the most valuable thing is that the strongest currency in the world is gold. 5 tycoon corporations issue cash based on the amount of gold reserves. Thinking of this, Contran smiled as if he had the answer. He finally knew how to make money in the inner world. Then he asked, so when Tu Van called me, did she want me to help her? Aunt Jong Tuet said, mainly because her hand was like this and she couldn't cook for Tu Van today. So, please take care of her for me. Lai Dong Van grabbed her mother's shirt and said, Contran, please cook some rice for us, I'm hungry. Contran smiled and replied, this is no problem. Then someone knocked on the door and said, hello, is anyone home? Contran looked out the window and thought, it was a cross-country vehicle of that mysterious organization. Then he put on an apron and went into the kitchen and said, Tu Van, you go open the door for guests. I'll go cook for you and your mother. Lai Dong Van replied, thank you, Contran. Then Lai Dong Van opened the door. The people outside saw this and the orange-haired man said, hello, my name is Lu Vien, we have met people from Kunlun before. Contran in the kitchen heard this and thought, what's wrong with Kunlun? So their organization is called Kunlun. Outside, Jong Tuet said, please sit down, Tu Van, quickly pour some water for the guests. Lu Vien sat down and asked what was wrong with her hand. Jong Tuet replied that the armored part had run out of energy. After listening, Lu Vien turned to his companion and told him to write this down. In the kitchen, Contran stood in front of the window thinking, it seemed they didn't know that the armored unit would run out of energy, just like what Jong Tuet said, this organization had just been established not long ago, so there was no such thing. Don't know much about the world. While Lai Dong Van was bringing out 2 glasses of water, Jong Tuet asked, what did you two come for? Lu Vien said, we want to ask something. Last night there were 2 bad guys. After escaping from her place, one of them was attacked and beaten by someone else. Do you know who did it? Hearing that sentence, Contran stopped in the kitchen. Turning his head towards the outside, the person outside continued, no need to worry, we're not here to ask for legal responsibility, we just want to find out a bit. Both sides were silent for a long time. Jong Tuet said, I don't know who did it, maybe someone did a good thing, why do you want to investigate this? She thought to herself, no matter what, it can't be anyone else. The investigation reached Contran because he was venting his anger to help his daughter. Lu Vien said, don't misunderstand that we are not a law enforcement agency, so we have nothing to do with this kind-hearted person. The person next to us also contributed, that's right, just according to what the other guy said. Furthermore, we saw that this person was very skillful in calculating the timing of an ambush. Something that normal people could not do, so we wanted to find him to see if he was a time traveler or not. I just want to learn more about the strange things recently. As soon as Lai Dong Van finished speaking, he said, well, after what happened yesterday, both you and your mother stayed at home and didn't go out, so I didn't know who did it. In the kitchen, Contran stood close to the door and listened to everyone talking and immediately thought, Lai Dong Van opening his mouth to explain will make people believe even more because everyone subconsciously thinks he is a child. I won't lie. Lai Dong Van and I's growing up situation is the same, our parents quarreled, both were domestic violence. My intuition told me that she and I are the same type of people, is the type of person that under a calm exterior is a fierce inner spirit. Lai Dong Van innocently asked, Uncle, is that good uncle or aunt who helped my mother and I? Why do you want to find me? That person, not to arrest them, are you guys bad people? Lu Vien smiled and said, no, little one, don't misunderstand. You guys don't have any bad intentions because the Kunlun organization has just been established, so we need to look for and gather talented people with similar goals. In addition, it is true that the inner world has another organization along with a few tycoon corporations that have discovered the existence of the outer world. According to our statistics, there are currently 21 people who have traveled through space. He died in a strange way. Before he died, he had to endure torture, and more than 10 people who traveled through time said that they were captured and imprisoned by an organization in the inner world. I hope that Ms. Jong Tuet can raise her vigilance and not let her die. Discovered by them. After listening, Jong Tuet just silently looked at the glass of water as if thinking about something, while Lo Vin stood up and held out his hand to say, although these are all secret actions, it is enough to tell us that after revealing one's identity would be very dangerous. Zhang Tuet replied, okay, I understand. Thinking to herself, revealing one's identity in the inner world is so dangerous. While talking, the person accompanying Lu Vin said, Ha Tu Tu appeared again. Took the opportunity to ask Lai Dong Van, uncle, who is that brother Ha Tu Tu? I see he knows so many things. Lo Vin replied, little brother, do you also know Ha Tu Tu? Now I am also looking for this person. He's just very good at hiding. Until now, I still haven't been able to find out who he is. Theoretically, he should have left some trace, but now all traces are gone. All traces related to him have been erased. The other companion reminded, you've said too much so we won't bother you two anymore, I'll go first. Zhang Tuet said, it's inconvenient for me to walk so I won't see you guys off anymore. Lu Vin said, no need to see you off. When he got to the door, he noticed something. Then looked at the black shoes on the ground and asked, whose sneakers are left outside the door? Zhang Tuet immediately answered, those are my husband's. Lai Dong Van also said, those are your father. Lu Vin didn't ask any more and said, oh, I'm so shy, then opened the door and left. Seeing them leave, Zhang Tuet and her mother sat down on the chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Con Tran walked out of the kitchen and said, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you too. Zhang Tuet said, don't say that, it means you and I are causing trouble for you. If nothing happened to you and me, it wouldn't be serious. I have to drag you into this. After that, Zhang Tuet changed the subject and said, what's wrong with the refrigerator? Why don't you go buy more ribs? You and Tu Van are growing up and have to eat a lot of meat. You'll have to wait for me to get some money for you. Con Tran left the mother and daughter's house and returned to her own house. When he entered, he immediately changed into another pair of shoes. Then walked out in front of the apartment building with a car parked in which Lo Vin was sitting. And he remained calm and didn't show anything. The two people in the car also silently observed. After a while, neither side showed any further signs. Lu Yuan lit a cigarette. Say, it's not him. The companion next to him wondered. He knew clearly that there was someone in the room who seemed to be hiding, so why didn't we rush in to see? It would be a waste of effort. Lu Vin replied, the boss also told us to go ahead and take a look. To establish, we need to create relationships with people who travel through time, not use coercive tactics. It's just that not all people who travel from time to time will receive sticks. Where, if we don't want to do anything in the future, people who don't share the same will won't be able to do it. We have to wait here. If it doesn't work, then that's it. A new era has opened and some people are destined to not be ordinary, perhaps there's no need for it. Let's go look for them and they will appear. At the supermarket, Con Tran was carrying groceries in one hand, holding the phone in one hand, thinking. While talking to Zhang Tuet Lo Vin, a lot of information was revealed. Even Con Luan did not know Ha Tu Tu's identity. He was also not deceived by Kunlun. In this society where the internet is so developed, wanting to erase all traces of yourself is basically extremely difficult, then Ha Tu Tu must have mastered the technology or maybe the ability to transcend time. It's so big that people in the outside world can't understand it. Ha Tu Tu calls people who travel through time as time practitioners, because when they enter the world, time in the outside world will stop. When they return, time in the inside world will stop. Right now, the time practitioners gather in 19 cities, one after another: Vutan, capital city; Nam City, Lac City, Chuatan, Duktan, Tamtan, Kuantan, Haitan, Chitan, Hangtan, Phuktan, Quangtan, Lantan, Hamtan Ho. Tan 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 Taitan. Other areas may have a few time practitioners appear, but the possibility is very low. In He Tu Tu's opinion, if you want to become a time practitioner, you should quickly come to these 19 cities because the third group of time practitioners will happen tonight, because the game in the inner world is extremely difficult. He felt that the more time practitioners work together in groups, the more likely they would survive. Finally, Ha Tu Tu also gave a warning that he absolutely must not reveal his identity. I suspect that he must have known that there was a time practitioner who was exposed and also met an extremely dire end, that's why. Remind everyone. But not all practitioners of time are that smart. In prison number 18, there is a threat like Lu Duk Tru who cannot stand interrogation. I just didn't expect that Ha Tu Tu would consider the inner world as a game, but it can be predicted that since he is the most famous time practitioner, this strategy will definitely cause a lot of noise. Even with one person's strength, he could push the group of people who wish to travel through time to quickly gather in the 19 cities mentioned in that strategy. While thinking, I suddenly saw a message from Nam Kannan. In the group of people who traveled through time, there was someone selling the elixir of immortality from the research. The price was not expensive and even wholesale. That year Qin Shi Huang passed away. Sent Tu Fuke with 3,000 children but couldn't do it. Now you spend a little money and you can buy it. Contran asked, how do you know if this is real? Besides Tu Fuke is what does this person have to do with the inner world? Ken then immediately answered. He said he was benevolent. He said he didn't go to the island that year but took those 3,000 children to time travel. Contran replied. It's okay for you to be happy, he thought to himself. It's just that the story of the inner world has indeed given birth to quite a few scammers. Sometimes I can't tell if Nam Can then is really stupid or pretending to be stupid. After thinking about it, he sighed and put his phone in his pocket and walked away. The countdown time is more than 13 hours. When Contran arrived, he looked at the spot where Lu Vien parked the car and thought, finally, Kun Luan's people have left. Contran went into the house to cook a table of sumptuous food. Lai Dong Van fed Zhang Tuet. Contran looked at the scene in front of her and thought that a weak nature like Zhang Tuet could become strong to protect her children. Lai Dong Van believes that during this time travel, she will arrange the best armor for her mother, but she can only rely on herself. While thinking, Zhang Tuet looked at him and asked, Tu Tran, you usually rarely see your parents, are they very busy? He answered, well, you must be very busy. Zhang Tuet continued, I see that the washing machine in your house is broken and we are so close. In the future, please bring your clothes over for me to wash, so don't be polite to me. After school, don't come to the house to cook anymore. You can eat it. Even if you don't come, I'll cook for Tu Van to eat with you. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Seeing Zhang Tuet smile, he lowered his head and replied, okay, thank you, Ms. Zhang Tuet. That night at 23:59, Contran lay on the bed thinking, I'm getting more and more used to this time travel thing. If someone gave me the choice of only choosing one world to survive in, maybe I would choose the inner world. Thinking about it, I would also travel through time. Into the world, someone is screaming, someone won't let me go. Where is this? Let me go, why are you arresting me? Do you know who my father is? Contran smiled and said to himself, newcomer, welcome to prison number 18. At 12 noon in the inner world, Contran suddenly woke up in bed. Contran frowned in surprise and looked at his wrist. Contran was surprised, is this countdown 7 days? At that time, Contran felt a bit unstable and thought, why is that so? Is there any rule? It seems like we have to continue to learn about the rule of time travel. Thinking, Contran got up from the bed and gradually walked towards the door. The door opened and the image of everyone walking through was also moving towards the same place. Opposite Contran were a group of prisoners with extremely uncomfortable expressions. Contran immediately bent down to look at Lo Kuang Nia and nodded slightly. Seeing that, Lo Kuang Nia immediately smiled and raised his hand to signal OK in response. Then, watching them walk down the stairs, Contran silently thought, even though Lo Kuang Nia doing so would attract people from two other forces. Angry, perhaps one day a conflict will erupt. Like a pawn, Contran looked down at Lo Kuang Nia and continued to think, but he entered prison number 18 to pave the way for himself. A fatal pawn must have the enlightenment of a pawn who sacrifices his life. If you go forward, you can't go back. If you succeed, you will live. If you fail, you will die. If you win, you will have to exchange for your life. Furthermore, Lai Tukdong also implicitly acknowledged Lo Kuang Nia's actions. It seemed like he wanted to know what his intentions were. The crowd below is extremely chaotic. Today there are 7 new prisoners. While Lo Kuang Nia was taking prisoners, there were 6 people who seemed to be arrested for the second time. They chose to accept their fate. The prisoners had experience. Everyone knows from experience that it's okay to just be patient. If you resist, it will be even more uncomfortable. Looking in Lo Kuang Nia's direction, Contran continued to think, but while Lo Kuang Nia was capturing the last prisoner, that prisoner kept running away, but this prisoner had no body parts. There is no armor on the body. With a normal human physique, how can one escape from that ferocious iron and steel beast? As he ran, the new prisoner turned around in fear and looked at Lo Kuang Nia's arm gradually reaching for him and cried out, don't hit him, why are you arresting him, leave him here. Contran looked down from above. The prisoner who had just been cornered kept shouting, don't mess with me, just one slap from me will send you all to a haunted house, listen to this. Lo Kuang Nia's young men felt a little confused and said, what is this guy saying? Do you understand? I roughly understand, but I don't understand at all. Contran upstairs looked down with cold eyes and thought, this is the local language in Xian continent, this guy is a space traveler. At that time, Contran frowned and thought, but why did this guy travel to prison number 18? According to the rules that Ha Tu Tu and I summarized, there are only 19 cities in the whole country that gather people who travel through prison. No, moreover, it seems that a time traveler can only travel to a mind, that's why Lac Ton's people travel to this place. Tran just kept focusing his attention on Lai Hu Dong below, thinking, is there a problem with my summary, can't the stadium location be changed, if it's not right, there must be a special case. Below is Lai Hu Dong sitting in front of the chessboard, holding a chess piece in one hand, the other hand raised to signal with cold eyes saying, go to back Lu, she will greet you carefully, including the name Lu Duk. True and Hong Tien Tien too. Lai Hu Dong picked up the chess piece and continued, I had the feeling that they came to the same place. At that time, hearing the words Lai Hu Dong had just said, Tran felt a little worried and frowned, thinking, as long as the other person is not stupid, he can infer something from these consecutive events, people of this world. It's a matter of sooner or later for the inside world to know about the outside world, because there are too many people who have time traveled. Looking at the prisoner being pressed against the wall, Tran continued to think, it seemed that this local name had caused Lai Truc Dong to piece together all the strange incidents that had happened recently. Here it is. Suddenly Tran's eyes lit up with an orange light that looked very strange. Suddenly the other prisoner fell down, Tran thought, this time he did not sit idle anymore, but let Lam Tu Tu take action. Suddenly, Lam Tu Tu stepped forward and pushed Lo Kuang Nia away and said, stay away, leave it to me. This action made Lo Kuang Nia a bit surprised. Lo Kuang Nia looked up at Tran and said, our boss only agreed. From above, the prisoners gathered in groups whispering about Tran. Isn't Lo Kuang Nia the boss? It turns out Tran is not the lucky kid who happened to know Lai Tuc Dong. He himself is a real god, another guy said with a scared face, his last name is Khan, and he is the boss of Lo Kuang Nia, the Khan T Tycoon Group. Lam Tu Tu immediately smiled and pointed at Lo Kuang Nia and said, you know my boss's identity and still dare to stand up to stop me, you are also stubborn, very good. Tran finally nodded and agreed to let Lai Tuc Dong's people take the new prisoner's name. Just like that, Lam Tu Tu used one hand to carry the new prisoner and walked out of the room to the surprise of the other prisoners. At that time, Tran was a little surprised and thought, could Lai Hu Dong's group let people freely move around in prison number 18? But if he can move freely, then why doesn't he leave this place? Tran turned his eyes towards the chessboard where Lai Hu Dong was sitting. Lai Hu Dong was sitting in front of the chessboard stroking his cock when an arm approached and moved the chessboard on the board. Where did Lam Tu Tu go? Tran came down and stood right in front of Lai Hu Dong. He asked, he immediately answered. Lai Hu Dong replied, something happened that surprised people, although until now I don't know what the surprise was. Lai Hu Dong continued slowly, but it would definitely be something beyond my imagination. In the past, if someone with an unclear background appeared next to me, I would feel that someone was planning something. Plan to take something from me, but this time it's not like that, the other person has no plan at all, it's like he has no brain left. Tran stood up at 55 and said, crossing his arms and frowning, thinking that there was not much time left, not to mention that fellow countrymen from across continents, this alone Lu Duk Tru could not stand the interrogation of after Lam Tu Tu. Lam Tu Tu also has the mysterious ability to enchant. This kind of ability will cause people to suddenly reveal the truth. Besides it's natural for the outside world to be exposed, it's also very quick. Quach Ho Tien was chewing his food like he was starving. Deep Van carried the plate of rice to the table where they sat and looked at the bald prisoner and said, don't just eat, isn't the person who just finished eating one of yours? I heard that in that wilderness there are also some places that say strange language too. Hearing that, Quach Ho Tien immediately raised his hand and quickly wiped his mouth and replied, it's not my person. That kid doesn't look like someone from the wilderness. Have you ever met a wild person with such white skin? Hearing that, Deep Van immediately felt it made sense and replied, also correct. Suddenly Quach Ho Tien burst out laughing, reached out his hand and patted Tran's back and said loudly, our people have all been found by this brother Tran, don't worry anymore now I'm no different than alone. So, then he turned serious and looked at Deep Van and said, that's right, can I give my 3 brothers some meat? Deep Van immediately replied, is there a shortage of meat in the wilderness? Quach Ho Tien immediately raised his chopsticks and said, every 2 or 3 days people from the Tycoon Group would attack him, how would he have time to raise livestock, and there were 2 more forbidden lands there that almost killed him. Causing human lives, the living space is not large but what do you think? Quach Ho Tien immediately put on a bright face and turned back to look at Tran and said, of course, if his brother Tran left, he would follow him in eating and drinking. Tran sat next to him and glanced at it, thinking, forbidden land, is another new word. It sounds like it is related to that forbidden thing. Next, Quach Ho Tien happily put his arm around Contran and happily said, "Brother Contran, how about you come with me to that desolate land? I don't dare say anything else, talented person. Like you get what you want, eat whatever you want." Lai Hudong sat opposite, stroking the cat and said, "Do you want to entice him that much? Don't you see, he is Kan Ti's person, obediently being Kan Ti's shadow son. Isn't it better than being in the wilderness? Slandering you?" Hearing this, Quach Ho Tien suddenly got angry and shouted, "How could they be the same? It's not certain that he will become a shadow prince. The shadow selection process has so many dangers, why take the risk? Well, there's nothing wrong with following me into the wilderness, it's not that dangerous." Lai Hudong smiled slowly and replied, "What is there in the wilderness where you are? Why do you ask people to follow you?" Suddenly Contran replied, "He just had a cake and just left." As soon as he finished speaking, Quach Ho Tien sitting next to him was stunned and turned to look at Contran with a very surprised expression. Looking at the clock, Contran said, "Lam Tiu Tiu will be back soon." Looking at Lai Hudong again, Contran thought, "I'm about to receive the most dangerous test of my life, but I don't have any cards in my hand." Contran was extremely thoughtful at that time. "I knew what I had to face, but I couldn't escape." Contran gradually opened his eyes were extremely serious, waiting for what was about to happen, and there was no place to hide. By then the clock had struck 3:30 in the afternoon. In the interrogation room, the prisoner from before was lying on his back in a chair. As for Lam Tiu Tiu, he was extremely helpless and said, "This kid cursed me blatantly from my dreams to real life, and cursed continuously for half an hour and never repeated it again." In the interrogation room, looking at the interrogation results, the prisoner collapsed on the table. Lam Tiu Tiu smiled and thought with satisfaction, "This time the harvest is not bad." This guy Lu Duk Tru said that he was a high school student who traveled from a parallel world, and his place of residence was different. It's Lak Ton, there are a lot of people who travel through time, it's just that they all travel through space at random. Before traveling through time, no one knows where they will end up, there is one thing to pay attention to. Lam Tiu Tiu's eyes suddenly narrowed when he saw the information. Lu Duk Tru said that he approached the boss because someone said that finding Lai Tuk Dong in this prison number 18 would give him a career path. It is necessary to know who is transmitting this news. Although this time travel story makes others unbelievable, Lam Tiu Tiu suddenly stood up and thought, but according to what Lu Duk Tru said, it is indeed a logic that is worth thinking about. As for the last question, he immediately slammed the table, causing Lu Duk Tru to sit up in surprise. Lam Tiu Tiu's eyes were extremely scary at that time and said, "Have you ever heard a song called Farewell?" Dinner time, while everyone was eating, Lam Tiu Tiu finished eating and left. At that time, Contran picked up a piece of meat and thought, Lam Tiu Tiu is a sharp and intelligent person, but not a person with a deep heart. Then Contran raised his head to look at Lam Tiu Tiu and continued to think. He returned to the dining table without mentioning the results of the interrogation. Then the results were very clear, there must be secrets related to him. Who is sitting here? Contran frowned in recognition, and that person was definitely him. Contran looked towards Lai Hudong who was thoughtfully eating. He thought, how will Lai Hudong consider this matter? A person with extremely strong control power like him will not let things develop out of control, no matter how many positive impressions there were before. When standing in front of someone in a high position, it's not worth mentioning. Suddenly Lai Hudong stopped eating and put his chopsticks down on the bowl. Then he slowly said, Lam Tiu Tiu, take Hak Dao's brothers somewhere else. Hearing that, Lam Tiu Tiu politely bowed his head and replied, yes. Invited, Lam Tiu Tiu walked up to Quach Ho Tien and held out his hand to say. Seeing that, Quach Ho Tien also refused to agree and said, I'm not going anywhere. Suddenly a raised hand pointed straight at Quach Ho Tien and then moved in an incomprehensible way. Then a force shot straight towards Quach Ho Tien's face, making him extremely surprised and in pain. Quach Ho Tien looked a little angry in Lai Hudong's direction. He immediately said, if you want to stay here to find forbidden objects Asus, don't take any more steps. Behind, Deep Van has created a protective membrane. Guards prevent people around from entering. If you don't listen then don't listen. Quach Ho Tien immediately turned away and said without even bothering. Inside, Lai Hudong slowly stroked the cat's fur on the table and said, so, these past few days you let Lo Kuang Nia interrogate new people because you want to find them? Contran replied frankly, that's right. Lai Hudong still spoke very slowly, calmer than I imagined. When I was your age I was not as good as you. Contran immediately replied, it's not about being calm but being tense is useless, no matter what. Even though Tiu Tiu didn't tell me the result, I knew there was definitely some big secret. I've always been merciless when faced with uncontrollable problems. Lai Hudong immediately replied, have you ever thought? His eyes started to become scary. He continued, maybe you won't survive tomorrow? Hearing this, Contran suddenly turned away thoughtfully. Looking around, the prisoners were happily talking to each other. Right there are prison guard robots standing there observing every small detail. Above our heads are robots flying around 24 hours a day, along with electronic bulletin boards. Sitting inside the protective wall, Contran quietly looked around. Contran now suddenly looked down and smiled and replied, living together these past few days has been very fun. If possible, I still hope to be able to get to know each other again. Hearing this, Lai Hudong immediately replied, for the first time. I played chess with you, you won, so I still owe you a request, say whatever you want now. Can you play the farewell card again? A request made by Contran made Lai Hudong extremely surprised. Lai Hudong immediately asked, won't you change your life? Contran replied slowly, my life does not need to be changed, nor can it be changed. Finally the conversation ended, the protective wall gradually disappeared. Contran reached out to pick up the trumpet from Deep Van. Okay, I still like your spirit, watch this song. Like I gave it to you, but you can tell me any time about that request. Then he picked up the trumpet and started playing. The sound of the trumpet began to sound like a charm gradually flying out of Lai Hudong's trumpet. Gradually those sounds spread around the 18th floor prison like an extremely delicate carved pattern. Contran also closed his eyes and raised his face to listen and enjoy every melody and sound of that music. Thank you, Contran replied. It was midnight, and the whole prison at that time didn't have a single sound of flies flying. It was extremely quiet. In Contran's room, there was suddenly a person standing in front of the door. Very quickly, he used a black sack to cover his head, making Contran unable to react. Then those two men took Contran and gradually disappeared from the room. Those two men threw Contran into the room despite Contran's helplessness. Then, leaving Contran lying there, the other two quickly closed the door. At that time, only Contran remained and the darkness covered him. Even the silence couldn't make Contran feel anything scary. He immediately took off his headband and lay on his back on the cold ground. At that time, Contran thought, in the dark space, not knowing where this was, not being able to talk to anyone, not even knowing the time, loneliness and fear seemed to want to swallow him whole. Contran immediately stood up. At that time, Contran's memory reappeared the scene of his broken family. He continued to think, but actually, I am not afraid of loneliness. Since my parents divorced, I have started to make friends with loneliness. Contran was only worried about one thing at that time. Now, losing his country is his biggest enemy. Looking at the numbers on his right arm, Contran continued to think, although the countdown timer was no longer useful, it could at least help him calculate the time. Contran then immediately transferred his consciousness. He immediately appeared in a large movie theater room. Contran looked up at the projector and thought, there's nothing I can do anyway, I'd rather watch a movie. The topic of breast augmentation is very suitable for the current atmosphere, so let's watch The Shawshank Redemption. The system gradually displays a consumption calculation notification, with a countdown time of 122 hours, 9 minutes, 1 second. A long time later, Contran thought, he had already watched all 8 movies in his head, and even fell asleep, but he still couldn't stop his hunger and thirst, but he still hadn't reached his limit. The system displays the countdown message again with 98 hours remaining. At that time, Contran began to struggle with the things in his head, the lights turned on, the scene in his head began to be interrupted. At that time, Contran's face was extremely haggard and scary, like someone who had been starving and thirsty for a month. He thought, he couldn't sleep, he was so hungry, he felt. The spirit is gradually being eroded, the system continues to count, the countdown time is 74 hours, 9 minutes, 7 seconds, until late at night. At that time, inside Lai Hudong's room, the shouting continued to echo, Lai Hudong, quickly let me out of the secret room, where is my boss's prison cell? Lai Hudong, I will not forgive you. No matter what, Conti won't forgive you. At that time, Lam Tiu Tiu looked at the clock and discovered that the time was up. Lam Tiu Tiu panicked and turned to look at Lai Hudong and said, Boss, it's been 4 days. Seeing that Lai Hudong remained silent, Lam Tiu Tiu immediately leaned down and said, Boss, Khan has been in there for 4 days, never said a word, and showed no signs of collapsing. Lai Hudong immediately left. Tone replied, he is an extremely intelligent person. From the first day he began to adjust his breathing to avoid excessive dehydration. It is not unusual to last 4 days. Hearing this, Lam Tiu Tiu said a little dissatisfiedly, but even so, being able to go through 4 days without saying anything, is considered rare. He doesn't look like he has gone through torture, but like is waiting. but he hasn't drank water for 4 days. If he doesn't drink water again he will die. Boss, you are a person who values talent. Let him go, Deep Van standing next to him also said. Plus, boss, maybe the dark room can't do anything to him, so you let him go. But instead, Lai Hudong just gently said, change to water form first. Lam Tiu Tiu immediately worriedly said, boss, he's lacking water right now. As soon as he sees water, he will drink it immediately, if that's the case. Responding to Lam Tiu Tiu's concern, Lai Hudong remained silent. Lam Tiu Tiu continued, he will die. Lai Hudong then replied, whether he lived or died was his choice. Choose, never having seen real death. How can you follow my path? Lai Hudong frowned and said slowly. Then they took Con Tran to another place, tied him to a chair, and let Deep Van pour water through a towel onto his face. Behind Con Tran used one hand to squeeze the other to try to hold on. His face kept getting wet. Lam Tiu Tiu saw everything and thought, I didn't expect that Con Tran would still be able to maintain his composure at this point. Does he know what he is facing? Does he know what his last will is? In exchange for a chance to survive, Con Tran is now gritting his teeth. I fell into a dream where someone called, Tiu Tran. It turned out to be in the past when in the park, my mother said, Tiu Tran, your father has someone else, he doesn't need us anymore. Con Tran didn't ask any more about it, just looked at the old man selling gourds over there and said, Mom, I want to eat sugared gourd candy. Con Tran's mother heard her son say that, pursed her lips, then smiled and said, okay, now I'm going to buy gourds and need sugar for you. After a while, the mother also returned with shaking hands, holding a gourd and giving it to him. Then he turned around and said, Tiu Tran, you'll eat here, mommy will go to the bathroom for a while. Con Tran ate only one gourd since the sun was shining. When sunset came, he sadly realized that his mother had not returned. Then the candy also fell to the ground with the sound of rain. He stood in the rain crying loudly. A policeman came out to cover the umbrella and pulled him into the room to sit, but he refused and his mother ran back. She hugged him and cried. At that moment, he realized, it was out, has been thrown away. As I was recalling, my body reported that water had flooded into my organs. Outside, after a large jar of water, he began to tremble. Meanwhile, Con Tran saw the image of her mother holding out her hand and saying, follow her. Con Tran, in the form of a child holding candy, stood in the opposite direction and said, I don't need it anymore, Mom. His mother narrowed her eyes and continued, follow her. He still replied, no longer needed. His appearance was already present, his cold eyes said, I said I don't need it anymore. Returning to reality, he took out the scarf to cover his face and Con Tran's eyes opened slightly to see Lam Tiu Tiu. Tiu Tiu ran over and patted his back so he could cough up all the water. Lai Hudong stood in front of him and asked, why don't you beg? I still owe you a request. Con Tran said with difficulty, because you don't need it, you're a weak person. Lai Hudong stared at him. I saw the look coming from him like a glaring wolf. Lai Hudong asked, can you forget what I did to you today? He replied, I can't forget it, but I don't mind. Lai Hudong immediately smiled after hearing the answer. Then he turned away and said, very honestly, from tomorrow onwards I will personally teach you. Before leaving, don't forget to look back and say, I will take you on the farthest road, of all the roads in this world. Lam Tiu Tiu looked at Lai Hudong's back. Then he rubbed his nose and thought, the boss must be in a very good mood right now. In the night boss's lifetime, there will soon be no successors even though the boss has never mentioned it, but seeing as the boss chooses each person, one person fails after another, the boss must be very impatient. That road is very difficult to walk and so difficult that Deep Van and I don't want to go anymore. Thinking about it, Tiu Tiu came back and sat down and said, I really admire you. I don't know how you were able to endure 4 days in a row in that dark room. Anyway, at first we couldn't stand it too much. 36 hours, Aunt Deep was a little stronger than me and could endure 47 hours. After listening, Deep Van looked over and asked, just a moment. Tiu Tiu glared and said, is he stronger than a generation? Con Tran was still catching his breath and asked, are you guys locked in there too? Tiu Tiu said, for normal people, it's torture, but for us, it's a test that we have to do. When the boss told us to throw you into the dark room, I knew the boss wanted to choose you. It's just that if you don't make it, he doesn't care about your life or death. The boss has seen too much. Life and death and my heart is cold. It's just that if you don't have a cold heart, you won't be able to be like that, so you can't blame him, Deep Van said, giving him a towel, wiping his face and enduring the water torture while still being as tough as him. There aren't many normal people. It's normal to not be able to control it. A moment later they brought a tray of food with 2 bowls of rice. Con Tran looked at the rice tray and thought, then Lam Tiu Tiu and Deep Van also bet on what I would eat tonight. It seems that being able to pass the water test not only made Uncle Lai Dong happy but also made him happy. Both of them too. Deep Van saw Con Tran take the bowl of rice to eat first and said, "Look, the person who can overcome the dark room and the water form is not stupid enough to eat the ribs first." As he ate, he thought, no matter how much suffering he had to endure in the outside world, it's nothing compared to what I've been through these past few days. People of the same age are still going to school, falling in love, playing games, and I have already begun to open up an unknown life, even I don't know where I will end up. Tiu Tiu sat opposite and asked, "So after coming here, you didn't know that you were a member of Con T, so you played chess with the boss to relieve yourself, but in fact you didn't have any contact. As for Con T, why have I never lived in Con T and I don't have the feeling of returning home?" Con Tran said, "It's almost like that." Tiu Tiu smiled and said, "That's pretty good. The boss must have thought about this, so he decided to accept you. Deep Van sat next to you and listened. You can rest assured that there's only me here, Lam Tiu. Tiu and the boss know about his identity as a person in the outside world, not even Lai Dong Trake knows. We will keep it a secret for you," he asked. "Thank you. Who is this Lai Dong Trake person?" Lam Tiu Tiu quickly explained, "The Dong Trake of Hang Commune. Hang Commune is the organization under our knights. The knight's abilities are much greater than he imagined. It seems he doesn't understand much about the world outside, then we have had to impart knowledge to you in these 2 days." Deep Van continued, "That's right, that guy Lo Kuang Nia is loyal to you, but he's suffered a lot these past few days. He almost started a fight with his boss." He replied, "Well, thank you for reminding me." Tiu Tiu continued to ask, "Do you know Lu Duk Hoa and Hong Chi Sin, and also that guy who likes to curse people?" Con Tran replied, "I know 2 people, Lu Duk Tru and Hong Chi Sin, but I don't consider them acquaintances. They are my high school classmates." Tiu Tiu was surprised to hear this and said, "Wait, in the outside world, you're just an ordinary high school student. I thought you must be something powerful in the outside world, with ability and will. You are not an ordinary student." He said, "The outside world is a fairly peaceful world with no supernatural people, no armored bodies, no organizations or parties. It is very safe, in such a world even if you are a normal person. It's quite good because it's not life-threatening." After hearing it, Tiu Tiu said, he really liked it. Suddenly Con Tran raised his head and asked, "Where is that local speaker locked up? Can I go ask him a few questions tonight?" Tiu Tiu blinked when he heard that and said, "They're all family members. What's wrong with that? From now on you don't have to worry about anything in prison number 18, that person is locked up a few rooms away from the interrogation room. Over there the time traveler is still screaming, here you are." Con Tran, wearing a mask, asked a question on the board. The time traveler finished reading and then silently said, "Are you an earthling?" Con Tran continued to write on the board, asking him a few questions. "Are you a traveler? Why did you come here from time to time? Are you in Lacton?" "No," he replied, "before he came to Lacton to do business, but somehow he came to this ruined place." Con Tran continued to ask, "What is his profession?" The traveler replied, "Are you a bullfighter from Lacton?" But he did not answer but stood up and turned away, causing the people inside to continue cursing. Lam Tiu Tiu looked at his back and thought, he has just passed through the dark room and through the water form, and can maintain such careful habits. 3 people walking in the prison hall. Con Tran thought, his and Lam Tiu Tiu's deductions were not wrong, because John Sen appeared in Lacton, that's why he traveled through time to this 18th city. Everyone will be there. Deep Van told you, the day the time traveler appeared, we didn't catch him right away. This was also to avoid other people having other associations, so you don't need to worry about your identity being exposed. Tiu Tiu leaked the news that he was spying on his boss's Ace No 5, so he was lightly punished. Con Tran replied, "Well, you guys are more thoughtful than me." Lo Kuang Nia's voice rang out, "Lai Hudong, please release me quickly." Con Tran then remembered and asked, "Have you locked him up for 4 days?" Lam Tiu Tiu smiled and said, "Well, otherwise he would come to the boss to cause trouble. If it wasn't because he was loyal to you, the boss would have dealt with him, but don't worry, it's 4 days." By giving him enough food and drink, Con Tran asked, "Have you investigated all the things he did before?" Lam Tiu Tiu said, "Already investigated. Before that he ran errands at nursing home for the cooperative." Con Tran was surprised, nursing home, running errands. According to Lam Tiu Tiu, residents of the inner world will not have the habit of taking care of the elderly. 60-year-old people will be sent to nursing homes, and children will spend their parents' retirement money. But the so-called running errands for nursing homes, that is, accepting protection fees from the elderly, pretending to be their children and grandchildren, to intimidate others, so that they will not be bullied by other elderly people. Tran asked, can I visit him? Of course I can, Lam Tu Tu replied. Tran didn't understand why something as important as me participating in a photo competition would be done, but T only sent one person. The errand boy at the nursing home should help me, that's so strange. A moment later, Lo Kuang Nia was lying down trying to say, Lai Hudong, let my boss go. Lam Tu Tu waved his hand to signal. Lo Kuang Nia saw movement outside and jumped up. In front of him was the person he had been waiting for these past few days. Lo Kuang Nia saw Tran and shed tears of joy. He ran next to Tran. Is your boss okay? Tran replied, I'm okay. Lo Kuang Nia continued, but why is the boss so thin? Is it because they tortured him? Wait a few days. Gon comes to the supervisor and I will tell him. Tran stops, no need to tell. Tran stops, no need to tell Gon. Tran asked, I heard that you went to find something to do with Lai Hudong. Lo Kuang Nia replied, it's just a test Ace no 5. Is there a need to torture people like this? No, isn't that guy Quach Ho Tien also came to investigate, but then nothing happened? I guess they thought you were just a candidate for election, so they thought T wouldn't dare do anything to him. Tran said, there is no need to mention this matter anymore in people's territory, it is impossible not to bow your head. Lo Kuang Nia was angry, if not tomorrow I will risk my life with Lai Hudong. Tran sighed, okay, stop pretending. Lo Kuang Nia was confused and pretending, I wasn't pretending. Tran looked at Lo Kuang Nia's precious face shining in his eyes, like a mirror of love. Lo Kuang Nia immediately obeyed, no longer pretending, his real face was clearly seen by the boss. In fact, this is just the way of existence for small-minded people like us. Tran thought, Lo Kuang Nia must have known that he would be fine, so he deliberately pretended to show his loyalty. He must have known that if he didn't do anything, he would wait until he got out. Sooner or later he will be chased away by me. Tran said, you don't have to cling to me, the things you've done for me these past few days, I accept your kindness, don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, I'll throw it away. Where can I leave you? Hearing that, Lo Kuang Nia was very happy and happily said, is that true, boss? Tran continued, of course, there's just one thing I have to say clearly. If you follow me, you have to be a little humble, don't act arrogantly and mock martial arts like before. Lo Kuang Nia immediately spoke up, before that I also heard Gon say that the boss is very humble, it's true, boss. You see what I have to fix, just tell me and I will definitely fix it. Tran said, just take off all the gold on your armored arm, it's simple, lest you worry about that gold, I'll keep it for you, remember, don't be overbearing. Lo Kuang Nia looked bewildered as Tran put the gold wire into his pocket, and Tran left the sentence, rest. Tran calculated mentally, this gold necklace must be 2 cubic centimeters, calculated according to the density of gold at room temperature which is 19.23, it also weighs more than 30 grams, the price of gold in the outside world is how much? Lam Tu Tu looked at him and asked, do you have anything else to deal with? Tran replied, yes, I have a plan like this, to confirm one thing. The countdown time was 40 hours, 20 minutes. Everyone in the hallway kept pointing at Tran and talking. They said, I heard that kid angered Lai Hudong, and then was locked in a dark room for several days, so now he is no longer cared for by Lai Hudong and has become a normal person. Tran's group had dinner not far from Lai Hudong's group. Another familiar voice spoke up, how did you offend Lai Hudong and be tortured to this extent by him? Tran gently asked, are you sitting next to me and not afraid of offending Lai Hudong? Quach Ho Tien laughed, we Black Dao are not even afraid of the Tycoon group, are we afraid of Lai Hudong? Tran asked, so why did you come to see me? Quach Ho Tien said, I'm not like other people pay attention to Con T behind your back, but I'm not like that, I really appreciate Con T's energy. I'm very serious about your strength, I seriously want to invite someone with ambition like you to join Black Peach. Tran left behind a sentence that he didn't like. Suddenly he slipped and fell, but thanks to his good reflexes, he was able to grasp the edge of the next table. Tran noticed 2 people pretending to be stupid behind him. Those 2 people still approached him, thinking that Tran was an easy target because they were negligent. Suddenly he turned around with a calm expression on his face. The other 2 were surprised and stopped. Then they exchanged glances, silently agreeing on something. They held the attack line first, both of them rushed towards Tran. But then somehow, that person's mind was spinning. Thus, Tran was able to gently bypass the 2 of them and at the same time change direction, causing the 2 of them to fall helplessly. The others were confused, what happened? Lo Kuang Nia helped him take something out of the other 2 people's mouths. Tran looked, Lo Kuang Nia said, boss, it's poison. Tran thought back, these 2 martyrs were in the same group as John Sen who came here 5 days ago, along with the 3 people who died earlier. The plan worked. Their target was not Lai Hyudong, but me. In the end, who wants his life? It seems like he's the one competing for the throne. The competition for photos was much more dangerous than I thought. In the Con-T Tycoon, the villains naturally do bad things. Of course they will stop at nothing, daring to eliminate those who are not on their side, so they can become the villains, in the race. In the darkness of these 9 people, from the very beginning, it was not a matter of who was stronger, but who was cruel and determined not to be. Contran looked at the robot taking the other person away. Lo Kuang Nia approached him and asked, "Boss, what to do now?" Contran glanced at Lam Tiu Tiu, then replied to Lo Kuang Nia, waiting for them to open their mouths. That night, Contran was lying down when the door to his room opened by itself. He went out, looked down the hall and saw Deep Van and Lam Tiu Tiu waiting. When Lai Hyudong saw him coming, he asked if he wanted to ask anything. Before studying, he could deal with other things. Contran goes straight to the point, "Who wants my life?" Lam Tiu Tiu heard him say that and replied nonchalantly, "Do you want to die? Right now we still can't interrogate them. Those 2 people are so stubborn that they even gritted their teeth in their nightmares and refused to speak out. Those 2 people really had to come here because they made a mistake, it wasn't like someone arranged it. We can't investigate anything in this regard. It seems that the armor part has been replaced, so we can't find a place to sell it or where that armor part was produced, just rest assured. Give me Zhang Tuet a day, I will give you the answer." Contran immediately thanked him upon hearing that. Next to Lai Hyudong's guess, in the end they are just some of Con-T's juniors. If you want that position, you cannot avoid being in danger. So he felt that he had to change his mind now, but Contran had something he didn't understand. Why did he have to compete for the position of Shadow Sun? Even if he had 9 children and 1 life, wouldn't he be afraid? Lai Hyudong immediately explained that in the past, Con-T had established Contran's rule that only when he became a prince could he become a homeowner. Hearing that made him dumbfounded. Contran felt that this rule was a bit strange. Could he become the head of the house? According to Lai Hyudong, since the era of human civilization, Con-T has had a Shadow Sun. They are just pawns that are used and then abandoned. After that, a certain strong man, in order to become the head of the house, established a rule that the head of the house must let him take charge. On average, every 10 years, the next generation of Shadow Sons will be chosen. A homeowner's generation can only last up to a dozen Shadow Sons. When the homeowner resigns, he or she will choose 1 Shadow Son from among those Shadow Sons. And those who apply for the position of Shadow Prince will be forced to hand over their power, in exchange for a golden token that will prevent them from surviving each year. And now the way for the 9 people to participate in the selection is decided by the son of the man who first became the homeowner. It is said that because the people selected are useless, the only thing left to do is let his subordinates later. We compete with each other, whoever wins will be a good candidate for the position of homeowner. But after nearly 1,000 years, the competition for the position of prince has also degenerated, just starting to make people feel like while on a mission. Whoever is strong wins, and now whoever survives is my brother. After that, if it continued until now, it would be possible for Ha family head Con-T to understand that if Con-T was not cruel, how could she be in such a clear position in the world today? So that's why. Now I have to worry about my own safety. He knew he was in danger because the 9 candidates all wanted to eliminate the other candidates. Lai Hyudong saw that this matter was beyond his expectations, because he did not expect that as soon as it started, someone wanted to eliminate someone else. Before, it was not so fast. He guessed that someone must have seen the power. Raped by Contran, that's why Contran took action. Contran commented that it was because he was close to Lai Hyudong, but he quickly felt that it wasn't right because before he got to know him, 2C had already followed him. Hayes Lai Hyudong turned away and told him not to think too much, he would know after a while. He himself had support, but he could die at any time. He asked Lai Hyudong if he could get out of the competition for Shadow Prince, and if joining the knights had any conflict with staying in the city. Don't let him avoid you. Lai Hyudong turned around and left. No, just try not to let others know that you joined the night group, so I'll be locked here. From now on it will be midnight. I'll come and teach you, it's still the same during the day. Above all, Lai Hyudong did not encourage him to withdraw from the competition because he did not see how powerful he was. At that time, Contran was meditating and moving his meridians. Contran asked him if there were any weapons more powerful than guns in this world. Lai Hyudong replied there were but not many because small-sized EMP grenades were only used to deal with armored units. There were also other weapons specially installed on that armor part. It's just that the Tycoon's army mainly uses guns, and bullets are mainly made of copper. This made Contran feel strange because science and technology in this world is so advanced. He asked Lai Hudong why they used external weapons. Lai Hudong put it back because he only needed Contran's bullet is enough to kill someone. Let's not talk about this anymore, now on to the main story. Contran realized, isn't this the longest road of all the roads in the world? Hearing that, Lai Hudong said solemnly, that's right, so I split my left hand here. Contran immediately raised his left hand to Contran, not too fast or too slow. Suddenly he was startled when Lai Hudong's hand suddenly grabbed him. He felt like his whole body was being controlled by a mental force. Contran feels like Contran is an ant that people can crush at will. On this side, Lai Hudong took a deep breath, the fire gradually spread throughout his limbs. He looked at him and couldn't help but panic. Being caught by Lai Hudong was like being chained to Contran. Suddenly, a fire entered his veins. His body was now on fire, his whole body emitting a bright color. His body convulsed continuously. Deep Van next to him encouraged him, try harder. Lam Tu Tu next to him also encouraged him. He asked him if he remembered what he said, only through a life of suffering can he stand above others. The fire on Lai Hudong's body spread throughout his body. Suddenly, a strange green aura enveloped his body. Next to Lam Tu Tu, the more you scream, the louder you get, so stay alert. The sufferings that you once forgot will reappear in your mind, must be all the sufferings, remember clearly all the sufferings, at that time you will collapse. If you cannot overcome this barrier, no one will. Can't save you. At this moment, Contran remembers the first time he became independent, when he cut his hand with a knife and even felt like the tip of his finger was cut off. Or while suffering from the right lobe, it feels like the top of a poisonous tree, each time a cold knife stabs into the lungs. In the dark room, feeling dry and burning when dehydrated, not only that, he had to remember the day his mother left him, hoping that she would, making him sink deeper into the ultimate pain. Now it's like a stream of water gradually taking Contran and not letting him escape. From afar, suddenly there was a light creeping through the dark night, a voice calling Contran, causing him to turn around and look. His mother happily extended her arms and told him to follow her. Contran was momentarily stunned. He did not hesitate to approach his mother. When his hands were about to touch, he remembered again. Memories from before, how his mother left him. Contran realized that. Lai Hudong's words are very simple, if you can't pass this barrier, you can't follow his path. So Contran now withdraws his hand. Contran told himself, I've been through it all before, so now I'll go through it all myself. You don't complain anymore and you don't have to turn back anymore, the rest of the way is the way forward. Contran knows what it's like to feel like pouring inside. The dong of the area is against it because there are only those who dare to face sad obedience and can step over the abyss of the path of questioning. Heart, separate yourself from the past and move forward. The first time such a terrible fire made Lam Tu Tu unable to help but exclaim. Perhaps it was because Con-chan had the ability to forget once she saw Contran, that's why he was so miserable, she never forgot. Those memories, the supernatural memory ability that gave him a wonderful talent also brought him endless suffering. Deep Van next to him also felt the same, but now Contran has overcome the abyss. There it is. A moment later, Contran with his sweaty body passed smoothly. He asked Lai Hudong what effect the technique presented had. He replied, it was just a supplementary technique. The respiratory technique means irregular breathing frequency. You still can't use it yourself right now, right? Wait until I wake up and add a few more times and you'll remember the rhythm. But seeing the scene in front of him surprised Lai Hudong. He forgot that he had a super memory and could always remember this rhythm. Lai Hudong looked at Contran and couldn't help but exclaim. At first, I had to let the teacher teach me more than Lai Hudong 0 times before I could remember the frequency. He only needs this respiratory rate once. According to Lai Tuk Dong, the founder of the night discovered the secret of the gene lock. According to the summary results, after people go through 8 gates of life and death, the gene lock will be opened. No matter where you go, only when you complete all 8 gates of life and death will you become an official knight. At that time, there were many knights. They went through times of disaster with humans, and at the same time with humans. Ushered in a new era of civilization. It's just that after that there were fewer and fewer knights, the reason being that everyone had to live and die at sea, but that whole sea area had become a taboo land, wanting to overcome the barrier of life and death. It's no different from 10 deaths and 1 life. But if you don't overcome it, the genetic lock cannot be opened. It's just that thanks to the constant efforts of our predecessor Tan Sheng and the next generations of knights, they discovered that only if you need to combine it with breathing techniques, you can unlock the gene after each pass through the gate of life and death. At that time, when everyone completes the 6th gate, their strength will have surpassed that of previous scholars. Lai Hudong explained to him that in this world, it will be divided into 6 levels, A, CA, XE, Go, E, Press. Completing Lai Dong Van level is already level A. Hearing that, Contran asked, "What level is he?" Deep Van was next to pay for it, the boss had already issued it. After using the breathing technique, Contran felt extremely refreshed. Lai Hudong explained that it was like endorphins, similar to Do Ba Mai, which Contran brought a sense of pleasure to people, just they have a difference. The feeling of pleasure when playing games and gambling is Doi Ba Mai, while the feeling of comfort and relief after exercise is brought by endorphins. Chicken Soup for the Soul also says the same, but Do Ba Mai does not bring an immediate feeling of pleasure. It is the neurotransmitter that transmits the metal object Do Ba Mai 5-HTP that brings pleasure. For humans, it is not wrong that Do Ba Mai can bring pleasure, but we must understand one thing, it does not bring pleasure but craving to the point of addiction. So what about endorphin? Lai Hudong continued to explain, endorphin is a thick substance, after combining with morphine it has an analgesic effect but only the basic effect. Senior Qin Shen has carried out after a test, it was discovered that every time a passenger gave birth, Contran's body would secrete a large amount of endorphins. Hearing these words, only Contran understood, but Lam Tu Tu, the other person, did not. Looks like a Q that can't hear a single sentence. Lai Hudong determined through the experimental results that endorphin is the key to the gene lock, so the night organization gave Contran another charter, only through a life of suffering can one stand above others, in everything. The beginning is difficult, don't be discouraged. Contran asked a series of questions. What does respiratory magic have to do with endorphin? Why do we have to support breathing magic to unlock the genes? Lai Hudong slowly answered Contran, because breathing techniques can make him excrete endorphin immediately after suffering pain. Its nature is to control the body, using breathing techniques to control pain. After 3 months of physical training, he can walk a distance that would take others several years to cover, so when he concentrates on using breathing techniques to neutralize the forces of life and death, endorphin is released. Coming out of your body will be much more than normal. Is there any other effect? Contran asked, wait until you reconcile the first door of life and death, then I will tell you the remaining effect. Even if you know it now, it doesn't have any meaning. Next, another series of questions from Contran, can't endorphin be injected into the body? With the technical level here, it should be possible to withdraw or inject endorphin into the body without leaving any side effects. Lai Dong had to explain, this is an era where even love can be created using PEA, adding that PEA is an organic compound and a stimulant to the central nervous system in humans, but you must understand that all actions that rely on outside help are ineffective for us. Once, a senior experimented without using respiratory techniques to directly inject endorphin into the body, and that day was able to neutralize the door to life. Death but cannot open the genetic lock. We can understand the principle of endorphin but we cannot decode the gene key. To this day, the secret of the gene key is still unattainable for us knights, we can only use this method. The stupidest way follows the rules of the old era, that's why I say this is the longest road of all the roads in the world. Lai Hudong's sharp eyes said, there is only one way to become a god, and that is to practice hard and practice. Contran's copper-brown eyes sparkled with determination, something his students remembered. After solving the 7 gates of life and death, the student will be promoted to the S-level demigod level. So if the student uses breathing techniques and solves the 8th gate of life and death, what will happen? Lai Hudong replied nonchalantly, this question. Meaningless. Contran immediately responded, which makes sense, because the sea is in the outside world, there is no forbidden land. Hearing Contran's answer, Lai Hudong opened his eyes in endless surprise. And he also said, that's right, where you have never had supernatural people, how can there be a forbidden land, so you can neutralize all 8 gates of life and death in another world. Now in Lai Hudong's mind are 749 thoughts and comments about Contran. For thousands of years, I don't know how many knights have been stuck at this level forever without being able to break through. Now, suddenly there was a teenager like this who could fulfill the regrets of his predecessors. Lai Hudong looked at Contran and had great confidence in him, about the image of a strong teenager sitting up straight with his chest high. Contran suddenly asked, what are taboo things and taboo places? Deep Van stood below and said, taboo things and taboo places all originate from supernatural people. The supernatural person, Contran said in confusion. Lam Tu Tu immediately answered, that's right, since the supernatural person died, that strange and powerful fresh blood seeped into the soil to bathe the living beings there. Ants, snakes, centipedes, any insects that still live there. There are also plants, there are even microorganisms that grow there. Therefore, the living beings in that place of death evolved, the place of death turned into a place of death. Taboo. And let's start going back to the past. It is said that at first the island tycoon built many submarines with the purpose of exploring the new continent, and then captured a whale skeleton. Growing up on the bottom of the sea, this fish skeleton is so big that the camera was more than 300 meters away and still could not capture its head. Which is why the Loc Dao tycoon group suspected that the whale was approaching. This creature died of an illness, then his flesh and blood and body came to bathe this whole sea, making this whole sea a taboo place. According to Lam Tu Tu's explanation, this taboo object is secreted by a supernatural person who has died for more than 10 years or even nearly 100 years, either with his supernatural ability or is to pass on his approval during his lifetime. For example, on the wild fields near town number 16, there is always a train with 12 black windows running across the wild fields, and will occasionally stop if you throw a 50-gram gold coin into the carriage. Behind, you will become a guest sitting there following it to the end of the world. And at the end of this big cart filled with gold coins, many tycoon corporations want to get gold in exchange for materials, although it is not easy to find them. If you want to steal their gold, they'll know you're there until the thief dies, so the last car of this bus will be full of bones. Of course, there are also some taboo objects that have nothing to do with the abilities of supernatural people. It can even be said that they are mystical creatures with infinite vitality. If they can be conquered, they will serve them. If that's not possible, then they will be extremely dangerous. Facing taboos, humans are like a person with a tattoo on his hand holding a long sword. We all know that in the deep forest there will be ferocious beasts. We also know that these ferocious beasts are different. We know what we can face. If you can deal with something, you need to avoid it and gain experience in dealing with it. But now that there are more and more ferocious beasts, there needs to be a hunter who specializes in dealing with them. Therefore, the taboo referee has appeared. They have become not only enemies of ferocious beasts, but also enemies of humans. Raising ferocious beasts. They not only collect taboo objects, but also subjugate supernatural beings who can give birth to taboo objects, because they do not expect that one day there will be so many ferocious beasts that they can kill all humans. Back to the present, Lai Hudong advised Con Tran, from now on, Deep Van will teach you fighting techniques, train your body along with tips on 8 challenge items. I really admire that you were born in the outside world, but this is not important. The important thing is, maybe you can change an era. Let's start. Lai Hudong also stood up. Looking straight at Con Tran said, I can't wait for that day. At this moment, Con Tran is telling himself that even though he is in prison, he still sees hope and freedom. Compared to the world full of light of the world out there, I really like this place. Con Tran closed his eyes and looked up to receive the gentle light shining on his face. The corner of his mouth curled slightly to feel the light. Peaceful. Then the training started. Before training, Deep Van also gave him a lunchbox full of meat to force him to eat, probably thinking that he would use up all his energy and not be able to resist, just making him angry. Pay attention most. When using the breathing technique, I discovered a strange breath in my body. It seemed like it had no effect on me, nor was it something I could hold, but I could control it. At this point, you have to ask Lai Hudong clearly. On the morning of the second day, Lam Tu Tu asked about Con Tran's training situation. How much progress was made last night? Ordinary people who started training with high intensity wouldn't be able to endure how many hours he could endure, Deep Van calmly said, from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Lam Tu Tu was shocked and couldn't believe it. Wait, he had never been trained before and could endure until 3 a.m., Deep Van, don't torture him to death, Deep Van said leisurely, if he has breathing techniques, why worry? Before training, I fed him a whole box of beef. By the time he was done training, the boss had already told me to be moderate. Even if he had breathing techniques, he would still be tired. Deep Van saw that Lam Tu Tu was worried about Con Tran and had to say, it seems like his body and mind are two individuals, so is it just pursuing the goal of training? Care about fatigue? I have never met anyone like that. If he were not a time traveler who came here and followed this will, he would soon become a supernatural person. Lam Tu Tu rubbed his chin and said, this is a good thing. If he wakes up early, he will no longer be an ordinary person and will no longer be able to follow the boss's path. The sound of footsteps caught Lam Tu Tu's attention. That person was Con Tran, holding a tray of rice and meat in his hands, and importantly, his spirit was extremely bright with no signs of fatigue due to overtraining. Lam Tu Tu turned to negotiate with Lai Hudong, what a magical breathing technique you master. Or maybe you can try it for me tonight. I think I can try it once, Lai Hudong said harshly, then go. Don't you dare try, now it's too late, you're old, I'm only 27 pots of Bon Chung. Lai Hudong explained, the longer one's life, the more painful one's heart becomes. After the age of 20, the more worldly suffering you receive, the more worldly suffering you will not be able to pass through, no one will care. Lai Hudong held a chess piece in his hand and philosophically said, at that time we thought that childhood was very difficult, but when we grow up, we understand that these two types of suffering are not the same. Although I let you guys act like you were suffering. Zitch card, but if I do that, no one will destroy the situation with me. Suddenly the loudspeaker announced, staff code 010101002199 has someone coming to visit, please follow armored prison guard number 03 to the visiting room. Contran heard the notification that someone had come to visit him and Contran thought to himself, it's been such a long time since I came to this world that someone came to visit for the first time that I even forgot about relatives coming to visit. Here, Lo Kuang Nia sat opposite Contran and said, boss. Today is visitation day, Con-Gon must be there. The iron door slowly opened. On the walkway, there were many people chatting and joking, but Contran, due to his male lead aura, walked alone. The next door jammed open. Contran's face showed surprise. In the waiting room there was a beautiful girl. She has light brown hair and emerald green eyes, all facial features are extremely elegant. Seeing Contran, her face turned pink and her lips pursed slightly. She shyly lowered her face and avoided daring to look directly at Contran. After Contran sat down, she glanced slightly. Contran said to himself, this is clearly not Con-Gon. Could it be that it's a fake story that has been exposed? Contran opened his mouth but before he could say it, that girl shyly introduced herself and said, I'm your fiancé, my name is Then Dai Kong Am. Having said that, Then Dai Kong Am gently glanced over at Contran. Contran frowned slightly and remained silent without responding. In my head I was thinking, why is she here for me and her first meeting? Before words were said, it was announced that the visiting period had ended. Then Dai Kong Am gently placed his hand on his chin. His cherry lips opened slightly, he sat quietly like this, it was also great, his appearance at this moment was very beautiful. Why? Contran was extremely confused, then Dai Kong Am quickly waved his hand, it was okay. Nothing more was said and just like that, Contran stood up and walked out. Contran now has a headache thinking about where this engagement agreement suddenly came from. What's the matter here? Then Contran returned as usual, leisurely walking down the hall. Lo Kuang Nia ran from nowhere and happily asked, Boss Con-Gon, did he say anything? Contran replied, the person coming is not Con-Gon, just follow my plan. Lo Kuang Nia came closer and whispered in Contran's ear and asked, are you really breaking up with Lai Tuk Dong? Contran's eyes showed a cold look and said, well, it's already cut, it's just that we're not planning on using outside forces to carry out our mission, right? Lo Kuang Nia clasped his hands behind his head and followed Contran in agreement, yes, boss, you also have me. The countdown time is 6 hours, the city is now even more magnificent at night under the Milky Way. An illusionary whale swims on the roofs of buildings. When it reaches the right location, it begins to shoot out beautiful fireworks. The entire night sky was lit up by extremely beautiful fireworks that made everyone look up to see. Zhang Tuet was no exception, she also looked at it. Zhang Tuet leisurely walked on the street. Walking on the street, Zhang Tuet could not avoid the strange eyes looking at her armored arm. Suddenly, two people came to start a conversation, saying hello to Ms. Zhang Tuet, and Zhang Tuet also smiled and replied, hello, what's wrong? Those two employees were dressed neatly in suits and they also politely introduced the reason for meeting Zhang Tuet. Hello, this is the story. Our company is very happy to have successfully joined the company because in order to respond to you, we should the company send us here to give you the latest version of the armored arm of the Lai T conglomerate. Not only that, the subsidiary also arranged for you to have an expert in the field of assembling armored parts. Give her a special training course too. Zhang Tuet could only laugh and think, all the time practitioners in the outside world said how scary the people of the tycoon were. But I found them very friendly, not only did they give money to buy shares, they also gave me this armored part for free. He even found the best expert to train me, as if he knew full well that I didn't know how to install it. The employee immediately warmly explained that 2 years ago she accidentally saved a middle-aged lady. She was a member of our Lai T tycoon group. She had been looking for her for 2 years and only recently found out. After hearing news from her, all of this was her return. Zhang Tuet still scratched her cheek in bewilderment. Oh, is that so? Zhang Tuet asked again confused, so these two armored arms, the male employee immediately said, this is the most advanced product on the market and not only can it hold high-energy weapons, it also has very good durability. The degree of synchronization with the nerves is 97%. Zhang Tuet smiled wryly, thank you so much. The female employee became even more enthusiastic and said, there is one more thing, that lady has something for me to convey to you that you are an extremely honest person. She would like to thank you very much. You make delicious tomato eggs and sweet and sour stir-fried ribs are also very good. In the future, you will definitely be a worthy mother. I hope you don't feel inferior or weak. You deserve a better life. Zhang Tuet was dumbfounded. The words in my heart are more than 1,001 question marks, what nonsense are you talking about? On Contran's side, he is practicing hard, sweating profusely to build his six-pack abs. Deep Van stood next to observe Contran and thought, just practice for another half a month, Contran can start training after that, that is the most effective method, just for Contran. It's like time is divided into half an hour, he has to return to the outside world and then I don't know how many days will pass before he returns to continue training. Where did Lai Hudong come from behind and ask, will he have to return to the outside world in a moment? Contran asked again, what's wrong, teacher? Lai Hudong leisurely said, I want to see with my own eyes the process of transmigrating, who knows, maybe I'll discover some secret, okay? After a tiring practice, Contran also had to recharge his energy. Contran received the box full of meat and thought, it cannot help but say that breathing techniques are good to help with training, but they are wasteful. I'm wasting so much energy, I'm just so hungry I can't stand it anymore. Contran, still chewing his mouth, looked at Lai Hudong and asked, what's wrong, teacher? Is there anything else? Lai Hudong hesitated and said, well, like this, can you write down some more chess books for me? Contran comfortably replied, no problem. Even though he threw away his lunchbox, Contran still continued to eat a little more. Then Contran stood up and pulled out a golden thread from his pocket. Deep Van saw this and said, no wonder I can't see the gold thread on Lo Kuang Nia's arm anymore. Contran held the rope tightly and it glowed in his hand, the time gradually counted down from 10. Lai Hudong stood next to observe Contran's entire process. 5 4 3 2 1. Time ran out, light covered Contran's entire body, space seemed to be cracked, Contran sat up. He raised his hand and spit out the piece of metal in his mouth. Contran sat looking at the golden rope and calculating for a long time. Again, the 7 days seemed like the space travel time of the practitioner's time was getting longer and longer. I don't know how long it will be. Will there ever be a day when I stay in that world without going back? Just this time bringing the golden thread from there to here means I at least have an advantage over the others when returning to that world. His eyes became more determined than ever. Having said that, Contran began to practice non-stop, doing push-ups, sit-ups, etc. After a while, Contran also stopped and meditated to balance his body. After showering, Contran started checking his phone. Just taking a sip of water, he remembered the girl named Then Dai Kong AM. Contran read the confusing text message. It seemed like it was okay to sit there quietly, but this young man's quiet appearance was also so beautiful. Scrolling down further, Contran was even more puzzled and wondered, what did she mean, and the family's elders also spoke Mandarin, so why did they speak Japanese? Contran sat scratching his head with a series of question marks. Was it the time of the practitioner from the outside world or was it because the family still kept the tradition of speaking Japanese? What if it was the real time of the practitioner? I speak Mandarin fluently, but I'm afraid there aren't many Japanese people who can speak Mandarin fluently like that. Suddenly, a notification popped up that was a message from Nam Kan Then. Nam Kan then happily announced, Contran, do you know how powerful Lu Duk Tru is in the class next to you? Contran is also curious. I texted back and asked, what is that? And Contran's response was a more curious text message, go to school right away. Contran did not hesitate to change his uniform and go to school. On the side of the hallway, Nam Kan then saw Contran. Hastily raised his hand to call, over here. Contran asked, what's going on? Nam Kan then took out his phone and showed it to Contran. Look at the hot search. After reading, Contran also said to himself, I can't help but say that Lu Duk Tru and John Sin were really unlucky. The lives of other practitioners in other times were rich in many colors, such as visiting a city full of holographic cameras and traveling in Cyber City. It's better for these two guys to change places and go to prison, it's better to be obedient and not travel anymore. The previous time he returned, because of Vin's bad heart, Lu Duk Tru realized that he had traveled to prison number 18 and told everyone that he was talking to Lai Tuk Dong. Then when his friends escaped, he did it again. Pretending to be profound and unpredictable. He didn't say anything. It meant it was a secret, don't ask. So many people thought that Lu Duk Tru was inherited by Lai Tuk Dong, became a supernatural person, and now John Sin's story is revealed. Then everyone who sees this hot search will think of Lu Duk Tru. As for Lu Duk Tru, whose face was as pale as a banana leaf, he hid behind the wall, confused about his popularity. Other classmates who discovered him quickly rushed over to ask. Someone named John Sin said he had met him in prison number 18. I hope he can help tell Lai Tuk Dong so he can let him out. Another male student added, according to what John Sin said, that mysterious boss once went alone to explore the other person and asked a few more things, but that was not about him. Lu Duk Tru thought to himself, besides me and John Sin in prison number 18, there are other time practitioners and that person is the boss of the real goods. I'm just the one to bear the blame. Oh, I also want to pray to Big Boss. I hope that person can let me and John Sin go. In fact, the person John Sin talked about was not me but someone else. Lu Duk Tru's emotions now seemed to fall into the abyss. He held his head and screamed that everyone had misunderstood. Lu Duk Tru spoke up and said, before we asked him if there were people in prison number 18 who had traveled to other times, he said no. The other guy replied, it would be good to have someone attract attention for us. That's right, Lu Duk Tru could only cry without saying a word. Con Tran stood outside and could only breathe and think, quickly go to class. Outside the school gate was no less bustling, with many people coming to report news, film and take photos. The teachers also tried to disperse the crowd. Con Tran pulled Nam Can then into the classroom. If he couldn't get into the main gate, he climbed the wall and one person did so and was discovered by two female students. He jumped down and shouted loudly, who was Lu Duk Tru? The girl trembled and pointed towards the building where Lu Duk Tru's classroom was. He aggressively ran in to find someone to open the door and forcefully open it. Seeing Lu Duk Tru still standing there bewildered, he grabbed Lu Duk Tru's shoulder, his eyes were red and he asked harshly. I know very well that in prison number 18, you are very brave. The super talented person who interrogated me that day followed you, so I'm sure that your status will be very high. Lu Duk Tru painfully denied, it's not me, you found the wrong person. Luckily, two teachers came to stop his actions, but he insisted that Lu Duk Tru tell the truth. Don't worry, he won't arrest him. This guy gave him money, so he was immediately dragged out by two teachers. Nam Can then stood in the next classroom and saw the whole thing and said, if you hadn't pulled me away so quickly right now, maybe we would still have heard what they were saying. This is how to get information. Fastest way back to the world in which what if you and the two of us can no longer be of use in the future. Con Tran did not say anything, curt and uninterested. Nam Can then sat next to Con Tran and told the whole plan. If we didn't like it, if the two of us could travel to the inner world and become superhumans or transform our bodies into armored bodies to become supermen. At that time you and I will open a Phoenix Alliance, which sounds exciting already. Con Tran pondered for a moment, then looked at the book in Nam Can's hand and judged, why did he suddenly look at this? Nam Can then felt guilty and hesitated. It was nothing, he just wanted to learn skills. He said, look at them. What if we become close friends with Lu Duk Tru? If we have a good relationship, who knows? Maybe it will benefit us later in the inner world. Con Tran cupped his chin and said indifferently, I'm not a practitioner either. It's not necessary. But in Con Tran's heart, he was thinking to himself, of course I know that Lu Duk Tru is a fake, but other people don't know. I'm afraid that now the number of practitioners across the country has reached tens of thousands of people. Will anyone be attracted to Lu Duk Tru's identity? Today, such a big incident happened. Why haven't people from the Kunlun organization arrived at this hour? Could it be that Lai Tuk Dong's inheritance hasn't attracted their attention? Surely this is not the case. There is definitely a problem. At 9:20 p.m., it was time for Lu Duk Tru to finish school and say goodbye to his friends and ride his bike home. A bicycle rides on a bustling street passing under brightly lit tall buildings. Lu Duk Tru noticed a car following. Two men in black shirts sitting inside were discussing something. Lu Duk Tru knew he was in danger, and without a moment's hesitation the driver stepped on the gas pedal, crashed straight into Lu Duk Tru. Lu Duk Tru was suddenly stabbed, his body was thrown and he fell flat on the street. Quickly brake and take him away. Help! Those two guys got out of the car and observed Lu Duk Tru. Both of those guys had hot goods in their hands, just waiting to make a move. Lu Duk Tru had tears running down his nose and screaming, no, isn't that right? When the other two men were about to kill Lu Duk Tru, a beam of light shone straight. The sound of a cross-country vehicle's engine braking in the distance was deafening. Without any emotion, the other two guys' car was blown away. The two guys knew they had bumped into the wrong person, so they quickly took a stance and rushed forward to attack that cross-country vehicle. A black shadow jumped down from the tunnel wall and suddenly attacked the other two guys. In just one move, that person defeated them. Round 2 of that guy. The screws and joints of those two guys flew everywhere in front of Lu Duk-tru's panicked face. That person stood proudly with his back turned to greet Lu Duk-tru, greeting him for the first time. "My name is Trin Vien Dong, the person in charge of Kunlun." Lu Duk-tru's face turned pale without a drop of blood as he watched Trin Vien Dong deal with that group of people. Trin Vien Dong quickly took out a very powerful-looking weapon. Slashing straight down without any mercy, the movement is as simple as cutting fruit. The huge car was cut in half, becoming a pile of useless scrap. Trin Vien Dong stood there coolly and noticed someone getting out of the car behind him. Lo Vien grabbed the bag with both hands and walked over to report to him, "Boss, I didn't expect it to be exactly the position you predicted." Trin Vien Dong spoke up, "Lu Van Cam, Tang O Trake, Doi Quang, Huin Hao Dat all have login history. It seems that even Lu Van Cam tied them all together and asked someone to tow the car." "Hurry up," Lo Vien bowed his head and replied. The boss, Mr. Min, had just heard the news that they were missing in Votan, and immediately knew that they were targeting Lu Duk-tru, but this group of people was also big. "How brave, daring to do these things in the mainland," Trin Vien Dong said with a serious face. "After being in the world for a while, they will be influenced by the chaos in that world and then dare to do more. What we need to do is, let them understand. This outside world cannot be disturbed, at least within our scope." Lo Vien completely agreed with the boss's opinion and immediately suggested, "Yes, recently there are more and more people like that, maybe we can choose more people to travel through time," Trin Vien Dong reminded in a deep voice. "Remember, don't be in a hurry. The nature of the organization along with the importance of belief is more important than strength, at least blindly improving strength is not the goal that the organization pursues." After saying those words, Trin Vien Dong closed his eyes and reasoned, just like what he thought. There were definitely other time travelers paying attention to Lao Duk-tru, because behind Lu Duk-tru was Lai Tuk-dong, Lai Tuk-tru. Tuk-dong is the current leader of the night organization, the person that Lai Dong-trake in Hang Xe also calls boss. In the inner world, wanting to approach those people is like going to heaven. That's why I arranged for people to monitor the situation around the school, then sent someone to rescue Lu Duk-tru on the way home, and finally waited for these bandits. He turned to ask the person who had just helped Lu Duk-tru up, was he injured? His subordinates immediately reported that his arm, left leg, left cheek had superficial injuries, but not serious. Seeing Lu Duk-tru's still pale face, Trin Vien Dong glanced at him and said, "No need to be afraid, tonight we are here to protect you, and we will also protect you for the next 24 hours, Contran happily replied. "Thank you guys," Trin Vien Dong said in a low voice. "There's no need for 6 guests, it's best for you to be careful. If there's anything unusual, call me, the phone number has been given to you." Before that, having finished speaking, Trin Vien Dong quickly got into the car and slammed the door. Then he drove away with the police car, leaving Lu Duk-tru sitting bewildered on the street. He was a bit confused as he looked at the car that had disappeared. Just like that, they didn't ask me anything, nor did they entice me. Why? Over here, Trin Vien Dong sat in the car and asked Lo Vien next to him, "Do you feel strange?" Lo Vien asked suspiciously, "What's strange, boss?" Trin Vien Dong crossed his arms and analyzed with a serious face. This student did not have the slightest bit of courage, nor did he have the most basic vigilance. How could a person like that be satisfied by Lai Tuk-dong? Lo Vien spoke up, maybe Lai Tuk-dong didn't really like him. Trin Vien Dong immediately objected, "No, according to what Zhang Xin said, supernatural people all serve the time traveler. That's secret, so surely that person was trusted by Lai Tuk-dong. I suspect that there is a third time traveler in prison number 18, but it's not like the information we have, just look at the situation and we'll have an answer sooner or later." Lo Vien did not talk about this anymore, asked another question, "Does your boss not intend to accept Lu Duk-tru into Kunlun?" Trin Vien Dong replied, "He is not qualified." At this moment, Lo Vien suddenly remembered something else. The two continued to discuss, "Oh yes boss, Hakim Thursday's side proposed to hold a meeting next month, not to mention this yet." The scene moved to Contran's small apartment. It was 10 o'clock at night but he was still diligently practicing push-ups. While bending over the bed, he happened to see a piece of gold hidden under the bed. Contran silently thought, it seems that he has to exchange the gold he brought from the inner world to cash, otherwise he cannot pay the cost. Wasted food. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Little girl Lai Dongvan stood in front of his house holding a plate of cakes and called out, "Mr. Contran, my mother just finished frying this cake. She told me to bring it to you." Contran politely accepted it and said, "Thank you." After completing the task of delivering the cake to Contran, Lai Dongvan happily ran towards the stairs to his room. Contran looked at the girl thoughtfully. "Then I couldn't help but ask a question. You're actually very smart, right? I know what you're saying." Lai Dongvan also stopped when he heard that question. The girl didn't hide it either. She playfully turned around and asked Contran again, "Is Contran also a transmigrator, right?" Contran smiled bitterly, but did not immediately admit it but asked again, "Where is the evidence?" Lai Dongvan said seriously, "Because the day your mother beat your father, I took you into the house and hid behind the door to secretly observe Kun Wan's people. I had met them before, and was still hiding from them." Contran smiled and silently lamented. He really couldn't hide this girl. Even in such small details he could guess his identity. That's not to say he was stupid. But before that, I didn't realize that this girl lives in a family similar to mine. With a heart that matures early and is smart, who would have the free time to be suspicious of a little girl? It's just that I already know her identity in the inner world, but it's hard for her to find me. The next day, Contran had just left the house when he saw a few strangers. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" A person carrying the stairs spoke up, "Moving house." Contran continued to ask in a low voice, "So where is the landlord? After all, he is a neighbor, can he say hello?" The man on the other side spoke up, "I don't know, we are just hired workers, we don't know where the landlord lives." Where? Contran didn't make things difficult for them anymore, but still felt extremely suspicious. Room 1 and 2 opposite had no one living in it for a long time. Why did there suddenly have a new neighbor? It wasn't just room 1 and 2 opposite. Yes, it seems like the upper floor also has it, right? As he walked up the stairs, looking at the furniture placed in front made Contran even more suspicious. What was the situation? Did two people move house at the same time? It was obviously not normal, but this place only had staff. Moving agent, I can't see the homeowner anywhere. From the things being moved, it can be seen that the person moving is not rich but also has status. But why would someone with money move to this old apartment? Except for those who come for other things, for example, things from the inside world. The person who came was aiming at Zhang Tuet. Contran just saw the mother and daughter standing below the house. So he immediately went to remind her, "Ms. Zhang Tuet, please be careful." Zhang Tuet smiled and nodded at him, "Yes, I know." A while later, Contran arrived at school. While passing by the classroom, he took a look to see Lu Duk Tru's situation, saw him with a gloomy face, his hands shaking as he wrote his papers. As usual, his classmates were surrounding him, asking back and forth, revealing a little bit about why he was injured like this. After finishing copying it, "Please submit it to me." Contran took out his phone and found out Lu's story. Duk Tru's injury is already in the top 13 hot searches. It seems like this photo was taken from the opposite side of the school. It was paparazzi, but that's normal. Nowadays there's nothing hotter than a time traveler. Even celebrities and internet celebrities can't compare to them. Suddenly at this moment, without knowing what to see, Contran's eyes flashed with surprise. It turned out that a new video had been posted online. As soon as he pressed play, he heard a voice. "Today I bring it to everyone, introducing the taboo area." Contran watched the latest video with a serious face. According to what Ha Tu said, in the inner world there are 139 taboo areas. Moreover, the reasons for forming the taboo areas are closely related to the supernatural people in the inner world. Moreover, science technology in the inner world also originates from this taboo area. It is said that those who invade the taboo area will receive a large reward from the tycoon, but the taboo area is extremely dangerous. Even some places even have bosses, so I suggest everyone team up before attacking them. While he was concentrating on watching, he heard Nam Kan then next to him calling, "Contran, look." Outside their classroom door, there were two extremely beautiful female students standing against the wall, smiling and chatting happily with each other. Very quickly the two girls followed the teacher into the classroom. The teacher stood on the podium and introduced himself. He had something to say. "We have just transferred 2 students to our class. We hope the whole class will unite and help each other. Now, please come up and introduce yourself." The orange-haired girl introduced first, "Hello to the class, my name is Vong Van, from Haitan." Next is brown hair, "Hello everyone, my name is Bok Yuyan Ni, also from Haitan, I hope everyone will help us more." All the boys in the class except Contran howled non-stop, as if they had never seen a beautiful girl before. The teacher pointed to the table above Contran and Nam Kan then. "You two will sit there later." Tran is one of the best classmates in our class. If you two don't understand anything, just ask him. Just like that, the two of them faced the hostile gazes of all the boys in the class. The teacher above asked again, I need some boys to move 2 sets of tables and chairs for me. Immediately, the boys started fighting. Hey, you. Very quickly, someone pulled out a chair and stood up, to the disdain of the rest of the girls in the class. You two should sit at this table first. A young man extended his hand to invite 2 new female students. Bok Yun-ni asked a little shyly, how about you? The young man smiled and replied, it's okay, I can go to the storage room and bring 1 set back here. Bok Yun-ni said sweetly, thank you. So the 2 beautiful female students quickly sat down. Nam Kan then in the back was so happy that he almost couldn't keep calm. At that moment, Vong Van smiled and turned around to ask, hey, friend, do you know Lu Duk Tru from the class next door? Nam Kan then stiffly replied, unfamiliar. Then he appeared to be in love with girls and said, but I can go and get to know him. A moment later, the teacher on the podium began to lecture. The students stopped talking in private. Tran silently assessed these 2 newcomers. Probably Vong Van and Bok Tuet Ni were also time travelers. Their transfer was aimed at Lu Duk Tru. Within 45 minutes, Vong Van looked at his arm 6 times, Bok Yun-ni also looked 5 times, these are all countdown time positions. What's worth mentioning is that Nam Kan then also looked 21 times. Tran was extremely helpless with his friend's stupidity. The break bell rang and the 2 girls quickly left the classroom together. Then they went down to the schoolyard, gathered with 2 other boys. In a not-so-secret corner, anyone paying attention can see this scene. I didn't know what to talk about, but everyone looked extremely serious. Tran sat in class, looked down, observed them, and made the initial assessment that they didn't know each other. Nam Kan then sat next to him and after investigating reported to Tran, these 4 students transferred schools here together. I just finished listening in the next class, the other 2 boys transferred to class number 4 of grade 11. There they are, Tran nodded, is there anything else? Nam Kan then looked a little admiring and continued, that guy wearing gold-rimmed glasses is called Ho Tyun-gu. I heard someone say that this morning he drove the other 3 people to school, driving a Benz, G63. That man's dream. The other male student's name is Truong Tien Chan. Tran heard this and tilted his head in confusion, wondering why he was driving. He continued to observe that the whole day Vong Van and Bok Yun-ni did not say anything to the whole class. Every time class ended, those 2 people went out to talk to Ho Tyun-yo and Truong Tien Chan, not at all giving students in the school the opportunity to interact with them. Today, those 2 girls were able to say a few words to Nam Kan then, such as asking the teacher's name, math progress, and asking about physical equipment. And the school's behavior. As for me, those 2 people never said a word. These 2 girls studied better than I thought. Bok Yun-ni also took the TOEFL exam in 2021 to practice. I tried that book, and Vong Van took the biology Olympiad exam. I took this Olympic exam. I've never seen it again. It's definitely a document from some educational organization. Moreover, I once went to the bathroom across the hallway and heard them talking in English. It was definitely not intentional. So that others can hear, that's why I choose English. In a small third-class city like Lacton, there are not many high school students who can understand spoken language, but the key words in their conversation were, time traveler, how to get from city number 7 to city number 18. I don't know how much time passed. Tran put his bag on the table to put his books in, then turned around and said to Nam Kan then, I'm leaving first, if anything happens at school, please text me. Nam Kan then signaled, oh my. Seeing Tran leave the classroom, Vong Van wondered and asked Nam Kan then, did he skip class? Didn't he say he was a good student? Why did he skip class? Nam Kan then smiled and replied, this is the privilege of a good student, even the teachers don't tell him. Hearing what he said, so the 2 girls quickly brought their bags and left, enjoying the privileges of good students, leaving Nam Kan then alone on a wooden chair, crying in his heart without expressing his sadness. The next day, in a somewhat old apartment, Tran put on his coat and bag and prepared to go out, thinking to himself, I have to quickly sell the golden thread I got from Lo Kwang Nia. Breathing techniques consume too much energy, my diet I have to replenish this loss. As soon as he walked out the door, seeing 4 familiar figures on the stairs outside, they were students who had just transferred to his school. His new neighbors were them, Vong Van and Bok Yun-ni on the 2nd floor, opposite Zhang Tuet's room. Ho Tyun-yo and Truong Tien Chan were opposite him. When Vong Van saw him, he was also a bit surprised and said, he didn't expect that he was also here. When Ho Tun-gu saw that she was familiar, he asked suspiciously, "Who is this friend?" Vong Van immediately said, "He is our classmate." Listening to the teacher, he was also one of the best students in the grade. There, Ho Tun-gu was also very polite, reaching out to Contran to say hello, "Hello, my name is Ho Tun-gu, I hope you can help me more." Contran nodded and said, "Well, I hope you can help me more." After that, I didn't say much but left the house and continued my work. Ho Tun-gu stood looking at Contran's figure walking through the window, wondering why it felt familiar. It's not that I've ever met Contran, or that Contran resembles someone, but his attitude of staying away from everyone. That's right, just like when we rejected some of our classmates, we were polite on the outside, but arrogant on the inside. He asked the rest of them, "Did you see anything strange?" A while later, at Vong Van and Bok Yeon-ni's house, 4 pairs of shoes were neatly arranged outside the door. A voice rang out, "What did he say about his classmate Contran?" Bok Yeon-ni continued to recount, "Today I asked Nam Kan, then sitting next to him, he said that this classmate always keeps his results in the top 3, even if he is a bit arrogant, it is normal, he studies well." That's it, we all study gods in Hai Trung like that. Hearing that, Vong Van smiled contemptuously, "Studying in a small city, his level is too low, let it go, no need to think about studying for a god, we don't have much to do with him." "No, it's just a coincidence that we're neighbors." She sighed and continued, "Actually, we can stay at the hotel, we don't have to stay here, everyone's goal is Lu Duk Tru, Jong Tuet is nothing special." Ho Tun-gu comes up. "Protest, don't be so short-term. If we have decided to move from city number 7 to city number 18, then try to make friends here, haven't you seen Ha Tu's strategy, try to make a team." Hearing that, Bok Yeon-ni looked bored as she lay down on the table, dissatisfied and continued, "You guys must definitely get to know Lu Duk Tru, I think it's okay to spend money to buy information and buy resources, Truong Tu Chan." Then he immediately replied, "If you choose to go to Lacton, you must be prepared to suffer, Tun-gu and I have said this before." Ho Tun-yo spoke up and suggested, "Now we have to think of a way to create a relationship with Lu Duk Tru, so let's get rid of everyone's habits, although without money you can't do anything, but money is not everything. Is omnipotent, you must understand, in this world many people have much more money than us." He pushed his glasses, his eyes slightly dangerous, and continued, "Until someone wants to use money to buy resources from Lu Duk Tru, then our relationship is our best advantage." Vong Van raised his hand and asked, "How are you two progressing?" Originally, the 4 of us were going to be in the same class, but as a result, the school said class number 4 was full. Ho Tun-yo said, "Lu Duk Tru still had enough people. Easy to contact, just ask him many things and he won't say anything." Vong Van suddenly remembered something, "That's right, have you heard anything? Wong Wong also plans to transfer schools." The remaining 3 people were extremely surprised when they heard that name. They asked in unison, "Wong Wong later." Truong Tu Chan worriedly asked if she would also move here. Ho Tun-yo stood up from his chair and reminded them that he hadn't thought about this yet, and had never heard that Wong Wong was a time traveler. "Let's go greet the new neighbors first." Then the 4 of them took out a box of cakes. Vong Van went to the opposite room, raised his hand to knock on the door. Jong Tuet heard it and immediately called Lai Dong Van, "Tu Van, go open the door, maybe it's Mr. Contran." Lai Dong Van happily jumped towards the door. "Mr. Contran, wait a minute, I'll open it. Here's the door." When the girl opened the door, it was not Contran as expected but Vong Van and the others. Vong Van smiled friendly, waved and said, "Hello sister." In response, the door slammed shut and came from Lai Dong Van, who didn't bother to say another word. Inside the house, Lai Dong Van pouted and said to his mother, "Mom, it's not Contran." Jong Tuet wondered, "Who is it?" Lai Dong Van bluntly said, "It doesn't matter, listen to that conversation." Vong Van no longer had the courage to knock on the door and be humiliated anymore. "Mr. Contran, this name." The 4 people looked at each other sadly, their plan to approach Jong Tuet failed. Sounds familiar. This time the scene changes to an old, deserted neighborhood. The sign outside the store reads, "High-priced pawns, royal jelly, cordyceps, ginseng, white wine, red wine, premium wine." A man with his head covered walked in and asked the bald boss how much the gold cost. The bald boss was turning his back to clean something. Hearing that, he glanced and asked if there was a receipt. The other person said, "No." The boss clicked his tongue and walked over and said, "Without a receipt, it's difficult. If you want to sell it, it's 220 yuan per gram. I won't ask where you got it from." The person who came to sell was none other than Contran. Hearing the price offered, he began to calculate mentally. It was 8,880 yuan, this was a big sum for him, at least he could solve the problem. problem at hand, so he spoke up. Close the order, 39 grams, but I need cash. The bald boss took out the money and counted it carefully. He casually said, "You're still careful at your young age. It's just that with a job like ours, it's not strange to be a little careful. Next time you have something to harvest, just come to me. At the most I can give you 5 yuan per gram, buy as much as you want." After receiving the money, Contran brought it up for review. He looked out, there were water stains, blurred marks, blurred letters, he couldn't miss any holes. Realizing that it was fake money, Contran coldly told him, "Exchange the 50 yuan bill for 20 yuan for me." The bald boss scratched his head and clicked his tongue, but had no choice but to open the cash drawer again. "As a gold seller like us, we all take money and leave, but few people are as careful as you." Contran coldly said, "If you want to make a profit, stop using fake money to deceive people." After receiving the money back, he quickly left the store. Contran told himself, "Go a few more rounds and then return." After going a few more rounds, Contran conveniently bought another large bag of meat, plus a bag of eggs to take home. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he saw little girl Lai Dongvan happily waving at him from the window. As if she had been waiting for a long time, her expression could not hide her joy. Contran also smiled slightly, raised his hand to respond to that enthusiasm. He gestured with his hand, pointing towards his room. A few minutes later, in Contran's house, the young voice of Lai Dongvan was heard. "Mr. Contran, who are the new neighbors? Have you talked to them yet?" Contran said as he put the meat in the refrigerator. "They moved here from Haitan, targeting Lu Duk Tru." He had heard them speak English. "They must be city number 7 in the inner world." Lai Dong hearing that, Van was very surprised and asked, "Contran can still understand English, is his listening ability that good?" Contran nodded humbly, "It's okay, the people asking here must have sent a message to your mother by mistake." The group of people who traveled to city number 7 did not have a base, so they came to city number 18 to find a chance. Meeting, little girl Lai Dongvan tilted her head in doubt. City number 7 was the area of the Tran T group, city number 18 was led by the Lai T group. Why did they want to come here? Contran shook his head and replied, "It's okay, they use English to talk, you'll know immediately what they say." Lai Dongvan was a bit surprised. "They spoke in front of you later, too careless." Contran couldn't help but go over and pat Lai Dongvan's head, "Because they're not as smart as you." Suddenly at this moment, the little girl turned around without a word and ran away. After holding Contran's dirty clothes in her hands, Lai Dongvan stuck out her tongue playfully. "My mother told me to take the clothes you just changed and wash them. Don't make things difficult for me, I'm just listening to my mother." Contran smiled bitterly and did not stop him anymore, but let her take the things home. After all, he knew that their mother and daughter had good intentions towards him. At this time, the house became quiet again. Contran turned his head to look at the table. Not knowing what to think, his expression became serious and hard to hide. One very quickly continued to do push-ups and jogging, constantly exercising with the will, not stopping, must continue moving forward. "I've heard people say that people who live apart from the herd are either wild beasts or gods. If they can't become gods, so being a beast isn't bad." The next day, in class, Contran started moving the desks away. Nam Kan then saw that and immediately teased him with his hand. "I thought you had no intention, but I didn't expect you to be so proactive. Why didn't you say it sooner? If you said it sooner, I would have changed places with you yesterday." Already, Contran heard that and could only purse his lips and silently accept the label of being a girl lover. "Anyway, it's very difficult to explain, so let Nam Kan then think so." After sitting down, Nam Kan then continued to tell the story. "Yesterday there was a new master in the group of time travelers. He said he had seen fortune-telling techniques in the inner world, then I asked him to show me a hexagram. The price was 5 yuan. He said that by the time I was 65 years old I would earn a large sum of money, moreover, an amount of money that I had never seen in my entire life." Contran replied in a low voice. "Words, I say, can you get out of that group? I hear it every day and it gives me a headache. In that world, the only people who travel with real goods at real prices are all trying to attract people for foo. That lady." The two chatted a few more words, then saw Vong Van and Bok Yuan coming in. Bok Yuan turned to ask Vong Van in English, why did the two of them change places? Vong Van also replied in English, "Who knows, no need to pay attention to them." Bok Yuan hesitantly continued, "I remember the teacher said he studied very well, do you think he can understand what we are saying?" Hearing that, Vong Van also looked suspiciously at Contran who was writing. Then she spoke in English to Bok Yuan. The teacher in Hai Trung said that even if students in small cities are good at English, it is very difficult to communicate in English, because they study for the exam. Listening ability is not considered a real ability. Look, he was not distracted while doing the test. If he was eavesdropping, he wouldn't be able to calculate that fast. Okay, Bok Yoon-ni looked at Con Tran, who was writing, and nodded in agreement. That's right, right? Once they were reassured, the two continued to discuss like there was no one there. Ho Chun-gu said that if we go to Bok Yoon-ni Digital City, we can avoid Tran Lak. Do you believe it? I don't know anymore, just now. You can take any step and then count it. Con Tran was behind, glanced at them, finally stopped writing and thought, what they said was right. Even if it were me, it would be very difficult to do my homework and analyze their conversation at the same time. Merely, all those sounds are recorded in my brain. I can't start my life again, but I can reminisce. Con Tran remembers everything the two of them said very clearly. Very soon, when the break bell rang, Ho Chun-gu came to their class and called the other two girls out. After arriving at a deserted corner, they still used English to chat as usual. Ho Chun-gu looked at the watch on his hand and asked, "Tell your side first, is there anything unusual on your side?" Bok Yoon-ni spoke up, "There's nothing unusual around us, it's just that one of the last male students changed positions to sit behind Vong Van." Bok Yoon-ni stood next to her a bit uncomfortable and crossed her arms. "Don't talk nonsense. What if people don't mean anything?" Vong Van winked at her friend teasingly. He understood clearly in his heart. Regarding this matter, Ho Chun-yo was very careful. He pushed up his glasses and asked, "Is he a person who travels through space?" To determine if you guys are also people who travel through space, that's why he changed seats behind you. Ho Chun-gu thought to himself. Even if a male student in high school secretly likes someone, it's not enough to have to change seats with someone else to sit close to the girl he secretly likes. I just feel like there's something very special. Strange. Vong Van and Bok Yoon-ni looked at each other and said uncertainly, "Probably not, right?" Ho Chun-yo frowned and said to the two of you, "You must know that this place is Lak Tan, one of the 19 gathering places of time travelers. It is very normal for people to travel from time to time hiding next to us. Be careful. Be careful, if he understands what you guys are saying, something big will happen." Vong Van shook his head to explain. He probably didn't understand. When we were discussing right in front of him, he didn't stop doing his homework either. Ho Chun-gu made a serious suggestion. "Let's do this. Next class you all pay attention. See if he often lowers his head to look at his arm. Do you understand what I mean?" Suddenly a countdown timer appears. Whether it is from curiosity or a new feeling, he will look at it continuously. Must wait until he gets used to this habit before he can change it. Vong Van nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will let Italy." A few minutes later, the new class started again. The teacher on the podium was lecturing very enthusiastically. Below the class, Con Tran was listening attentively to the teacher, while Vong Van was regularly glancing at him as planned. She even intentionally dropped the eraser, taking the opportunity to lower her head to see if Con Tran was looking at her arm. But beyond their expectations, Con Tran was still paying attention to the lecture, without any strange movements. After a while, several people gathered to ask about the situation. "How was it?" Vong Van crossed his arms and said, 45 minutes. He did not look at his arm once. Even if he had nothing to do, he did not look at his arm once. Truong Tu-chan wondered if there would ever be a time. It's because he predicted that someone might be watching him, so he deliberately didn't look at his arm. Ho Chun-yo thought for a moment and then spoke, temporarily eliminating the possibility that he was a time traveler. A normal teenager would not have such great control power, nor could he think so discreetly. If he could do that, it would be too scary. Truong Tu-chan grinned, so maybe he likes Vong Van. Vong Van smiled in frustration, suppressed his anger and asked again, "Right, how is it on your side, is there any progress?" Vong Van said in a deep voice, "No, maybe Lu Duk Tru is pretending to be stupid, right now we still can't get information from him, we have to build feelings slowly." Truong Tu-chan suggested, "We should start with Zhang Tuet, at least before we get to city number 18, we can understand the situation of city number 18. Bok Yoon-ni nodded. "Agree, that's all I can do, it's just that Zhang Tuet is not easy to approach." Hearing that, Ho Chun-gu immediately had an idea. "Let's shake hands with this guy Con Tran." Vong Van nodded. "Well, let's start with Con Tran, then connect with Zhang Tuet through him." Con Tran was sitting looking at his phone in class, not knowing that they were trying to attack him. While I was paying attention, I suddenly heard a girl's voice calling, "Con Tran, Nam Can Then, guys, we just came back from the school canteen to buy some water for you guys." Looking up, Con Tran saw that it was Vong Van, carrying 2 bottles of water and smiling at him. Nam Can Then's eyes were as bright as stars and asked, "Is this for me?" Vong Van passed it over and smiled, of course. Nam Kan then felt filled with happiness, his face happily accepted the bottle of water. Okay, thank you. Seeing that Contran was still looking at his phone without paying attention, Vong Van smiled a bit awkwardly and called his name, Contran. Contran also not politely raised his hand to receive the water, but still had a cold and distant attitude. Thank you, but in the future there is no need to be so polite. Vong Van smiled, taking the opportunity to remind him, we are neighbors. Well, we have to help each other in the future, right? Seeing her keep smiling at him, Contran looked at her a bit confused and also felt something was a bit strange. But right now, the male students, after hearing Vong Van say that, looked at Contran like enemies. What's going on? Is Contran neighbors with these two new friends? Having to endure those dagger-like gazes, Contran glanced at the two people secretly suspicious. A few hours ago he was indifferently ignoring everyone, but now his attitude has changed. He is considerate and enthusiastic. It is clear that something is up. Abnormal. Seeing Contran looking at his phone, Vong Van approached and asked, what are you looking at that you're so focused on? Even when I called you, there was no response. But as soon as he saw the content Contran was watching, Vong Van immediately became trembling. The content of the article that is currently floating around is that in the country we successfully destroyed a den of illegal arrests, and at the same time successfully rescued 12 time travelers who had announced their identities on the internet, including even famous network hotties have disappeared before. The criminal kidnapped these 12 people, then locked them up in an abandoned factory in the suburbs, using intimidation and threats to get information about the identity of these 12 people in the inner world. At the same time, they threatened the lives of their family members, forcing the time traveler to use their body to carry things for them. They stuffed drugs into their rectums, stomachs, and mouths, then let them travel from the inside world out. Outside. At the scene of the crime, law enforcement agencies seized a large amount of pharmaceuticals brought from the outside world, most of which were gene drugs or cancer treatment drugs, of which there are two types. This gene drug does not have the effect of enhancing physical strength, but can treat family genetic diseases, congenital deafness, hereditary congenital heart disease. Currently, French enforcement agencies have detained 4 people. The suspect and 9 others are still on the run, according to the testimony of those who were arrested. The remaining 9 people are all time travelers. Contran frowned and speculated that this news was too shocking. In the past, the news about crimes of time travelers was all abroad. Now these shocking things are also appearing in the country. Now, I'm afraid that no one dares to publicly declare that they are a time traveler anymore. From today onwards, all time travel people have to keep their mouths shut, like they are all in a dark forest. Because if you are a little careless, you will most likely be like the 12 people in this news, imprisoned in a strange place, becoming a transportation tool for others. Now, if you don't want to become someone else's ladala, then you have to make yourself strong, or hide well. He remembered that the people who attacked Zhang Tuet at that time also had this plot. As time passed little by little, the crime news spread throughout the country, affecting every person who traveled in time. The next day was a beautiful day. Some mysterious person's feet were walking. Shiny leather shoes and sunglasses cover most of the face but cannot hide the glamour. The man was wearing a cloak, walking slowly but nobly. He went to a mansion, knocked on the door 3 times. The person in the house poked his head out and asked, "Who is it?" This newly arrived man then took off his sunglasses, smiled and introduced the 5 words, "Q Chow, Hakim Thursday." Immediately, the doorman shouted loudly to announce that the boss inside was Hakim Thursday. The big door of Kunlun quickly opened again. Hakim Thursday put his hands in his pockets and leisurely walked into the hall. There were many people present outside. Everyone looked cautious, staring at this new man. Hakim Thursday of course felt it, smiled faintly and said to them, "No need to be afraid of me. Where is Boss Trin?" At this time, Lo Veen stood in front of him to welcome him, smiled businessily and said, "The boss is not home yet. Boss Ha is Quang Lam. Please come have a cup of iced tea. Our boss will be back soon." Hakim Thursday also unceremoniously followed them inside and sat down on a chair in the middle of the house. He was the foreman. He looked very handsome and criticized, "This antique-style furniture is too stiff, sitting is not comfortable at all. Oh that's right, do you guys have any wine? I don't drink tea." Clawhair felt extremely annoyed. He dared to sit in the boss's chair, and was about to move forward when Lo Veen raised his hand to stop him. At that moment, the door outside opened, a low voice rang out, "Wine, here. If there are guests coming to visit, of course there must be wine and meat. When a leopard or wolf comes, there must be a gun," the other person said as he entered the hall. Seeing someone coming, Hakim Thursday smiled sarcastically and said, "Yesterday I invited Boss Trin to hold a meeting, but as a result, Boss Trin refused, so I could only take the plane to the capital myself. Trin Veen Dong sat down on the chair next to him, looking impatient and asked, "What's so urgent?" Ha Kim Thursday immediately asked. Boss Trin had seen today's news. Trin Veen Dong nodded and said, I know you just saved 12 time travelers, it's just Boss Ha, you're not either. I didn't come to Kunlun to show off my achievements. Ha Kim Thursday smiled faintly and replied, "Stop boasting about your achievements, I just want to ask Boss Trin, what do you think about my proposal? Now Kunlun is in your hands, but the population has not increased but only decreased. This does not meet the requirements, the world is now becoming more and more chaotic, how can you ensure peace with so few people in your place?" Yes, Trin Veen Dong immediately answered without thinking, with different ideals, you Q Chow want to monitor everyone who travels through space, but I don't think it's necessary, an organization that mixes all types of people is not necessary. Must be a good thing. Tea and wine were offered by his subordinates. Ha Kim Thursday was silent for a few seconds and then continued, you know, if Nu hadn't kept them under control, many other time travelers would have been harmed. Today's incident is an example. If he hadn't gathered them together and told them what the clear world is like. How do they know how dangerous the world is? Ha Kim Thursday was now slowly sipping a sip of hot tea. Then, by the way, he asked the person next to him, is Ha Tiu Tiu in your hand? Trin Veen Dong smiled faintly, guess what? Ha Kim Thursday once again put the tea cup on the table. Don't beat around the bush anymore, just ask Ha Kim Thursday directly, what do you want to do? Is it for the power in your hand or do you really care about people who travel through time? Ha Kim Thursday did not answer that question, then stood up and said, I already know Boss Trin's answer. As for what I want to do, you will know this afternoon, he said and walked out of the lobby, leaving this place. Ha Kim Thursday silently looked at the other person for a moment. Then, before the other person walked through the door, he said a meaningful sentence, hoping that when the enemy appeared, you and I would still be comrades. Ha Kim Thursday slowed down her steps, gently turned her head. He replied, it will be okay, old class president. His footsteps steadily left in the small alley. That same afternoon, there was new information on the internet. Because of the recent kidnapping of the yogi, I asked the approved players to pay attention to their own safety and playing ability. In the extremely high inner world, one can even change one's own destiny, but if Nu no longer has a life, then there is no such thing as destiny anymore. Recently I've been creating a group chat system for people who travel through time. For now, I'm still in the process of preparing to take advantage of the technology of the inner world. In the near future, this group chat will be open for people who travel through time, so that everyone can share information and help each other more easily. For everyone's peace of mind, this group chat will set up 12 movement data key points nationwide, all time travelers will have their identities kept confidential, and people from the outside world cannot log in manually. The technical part is, after creating the chat group, I will distribute the summary in that group. After watching the latest video, Con Tran frowned and deduced, who is this Ha Tiu Tiu who dares to create such a chat group? It seems he has mastered the technology of the outside world. In addition, he took advantage of this to erase all information about his identity. But everyone's time travel is so short, how does Ha Tiu Tiu understand the technology of the inner world? Did he bring the equipment of the inner world here? There must be quite a few. Where is the device that can set up data pins like that? So how can I get it back? At this moment, a bold thought flashed through Con Tran's head, or, Ha Tiu Tiu is not one person, it is very difficult for one person to carry a device, but if many people contribute together, each person carries a component seems possible. I don't dare join this group, unless, I can also hide my identity. In the video, Ha Tiu Tiu only said that outsiders cannot log in, but the important thing is, Ha Tiu Tiu can get most people's information easily. This group chat system is like a crab catching cage, but Ha Tiu Tiu is like an Alaskan crab catcher. He just needs to sit on a boat to catch crabs, travel on the northern sea, then throw the steel cage into the sea. Deep, wait for the king crab to crawl into the basket. On this side, after hearing the knock on the door, little Lai Dong Van immediately turned around happily. It was Mr. Con Tran coming here. The little girl ran to open the door and asked, Mr. Con Tran, are you skipping class again? Con Tran gave a small bag to her and said, this cake is for me, give the fruits and vegetables to my mother. Lai Dong Van was skeptical and asked, where are his friends? Con Tran shook his head, I don't know, no need to pay attention to them. Lai Dong Van suddenly remembered something important, immediately pulled Con Tran's hand and ran into the house. Oh yeah, come and see your mother's new armored unit, it's very beautiful. Con Tran quickly saw Zhang Tuet's extremely modern and sparkling new arm. He politely asked her, did you just buy this? how durable is it? Zhang Tuet turned around and smiled. The durability is 10 times more durable than her previous one. You should consider yourself lucky. Her status is you in the inner world once saved someone 2 years ago. That person was a famous figure in Lai T group. She thanked you for all of this. Hearing her say that, Contran turned his head and glanced at the woman in Zhang Tuet's words. It was Lai Dongvan. Who else? Lai Dongvan immediately played the drum, pulled Contran and ran towards the living room. Mom, please make dinner quickly, I'm hungry. After there were only 2 people sitting on the sofa, the girl turned around and asked, Mr. Contran, did you ask my mother this to guess my identity? Contran spoke while scrolling through her phone. No, I just asked casually. Lai Dongvan covered his mouth and said doubtfully, Mr. Contran, you haven't told me your identity in this world yet. Contran replied indifferently, guess what? Lai Dongvan happily proposed, let's exchange secrets, I'll tell you my identity, can you tell me your identity? Contran didn't even think. Said emphatically, no. Lai Dongvan crossed his arms and pouted, slightly angrily said, how stingy, I'm sure you already know my identity, even a child can fool you. Contran replied with a smile, but are you a child? I'm not a normal child, right? At that moment, someone knocked on their door. As soon as he opened the door, Vong Van stood and smiled at Lai Dongvan in a friendly manner. Hello, little sister, we are Mr. Contran's classmates and are also very close to him. Lai Dongvan turned around and asked the person sitting on the chair, Mr. Contran, do you know them? Contran spoke up, Mr. Before he could finish speaking, Lai Dongvan turned to look at Vong Van and the others with hateful eyes. He said he was unfamiliar. The sound of Lai Dongvan's door slamming made 4 people rooted to the spot. Everyone was confused and their heads were full of black lines. Ho Tun-go couldn't believe it and thought to himself, why can Contran get along with this family and not us? At this time, Zhang Tuet opened the door, smiled warmly and said, hello, I'm so shy. Children don't understand that. You guys are new neighbors, right? Come in. And what Ho Tun-go noticed was not the attitude but the arm that Zhang Tuet kept praising. This armored arm is quite advanced, isn't it? Zhang Tuet reminded the naughty girl Lai Dongvan who was sitting on the sofa. Tu Van quickly poured tea for the guests. That night, at their apartment building, hot tea was made and the 4 of them sat in the living room. Ho Tun-go spoke up, maybe we were wrong from the beginning. When we go from Hai Tan to a place as far away as Lac Tan, we have to transport leather sofas by air. Look at the old people across from us, they are all old hard fabric sofas. I'm not saying there's a gap between rich and poor. But now we must put away our arrogance. Moreover, we have nothing to be proud of. Have you noticed Zhang Tuet's armored arm? The details in it are extremely rich, but only tycoons can use them, so stay here. The world outside us is Fu Hao, but in the world inside Zhang Tuet, we are truly rich. Ho Tun-go clearly recognized the problem and concluded, because of our arrogance, we could not make friends with Contran. Zhang Tuet, Lai Dongvan and Lu Duk Tru. Bok Yuan still arrogantly said, but we stronger than them. Ho Tun-go's face was dark, his expression clearly disagreeing with Bok Yuan, but he did not dare to speak. Seeing this, Bok Yuan had to change the subject. Okay, so what should we do now? Ho Tun-go began to talk about the plan. The first thing to do tomorrow is to go get the school uniform, stop bringing watches and change them to regular electronic watches, then cut down on the price and go interact with others. Classmates, I didn't use the correct words and not to mean less, but to hope you guys understand that we came to Lac Tan to find hope, not to be arrogant. It's hard for Vong Van to accept, but the uniforms in Lac Tan are very bad. You can't wear your own clothes. How many clothes do I need to buy? Bok Yuan doesn't say anything but seems to be on Vong Van and Truong Tien's side. Chan, who had been silent all this time, made a decisive statement, no way. The time countdown, the person in the bathroom right now is Contran. Contran looked at her abs in the mirror, the flames surrounding them. That face that was no less fiery was still surrounding him, making him gasp. Contran put his shirt back on and commented, no wonder Lai Tuk Dong said that by practicing this breathing technique, a person who has never practiced it only needs to really practice breathing for 3 months to be able to reach the level that other people have to practice. At 5 years, this thing is so magical. The next morning, Contran still put on his uniform and went to school as usual. Bok Yuan and Vong Van have changed, they wear school uniforms. Talking was also more friendly, causing Nam Ken then to sit behind and secretly peek. These transfer students must have changed their strategy and started planning to approach others. They even took the math exam and asked me to teach it for them, leaving it to Nam Ken then and causing so many jokes. Again, It's just that it seems like Nam Can then is also very happy. You should tell me if he told me to teach him a lesson because he liked me. Contran sitting next to me was helpless and didn't say anything. And just like that, Nam Can then's narcissism got worse and Contran spoke up. Is it true that in the public world he comes into contact with specialized hackers? Why do you keep holding on to a programming book all day? It's not just passion. I just love learning to play like that. Contran thought to himself, I should learn something like Chinese chess. This is my first move at prison number 18. Suddenly, Contran's mind flashed the thought of learning Japanese. Contran thought of then Dai Kong AM, in a world where I suddenly had a fiancé. If I wanted to understand what she said, would have to translate it. Contran opened his phone to search, looked at the person in there, looked like he was still a star. Vong Van walked over and looked at Contran and said, so you like Japanese girlfriends, are you just staring at me like that? Contran immediately denied it. But in my mind, I thought about then Dai Kong AM. I originally tried to find then Dai Kong AM, but I didn't expect to find her. The girl from the then Dai family didn't say anything to me in the interview room. Her father is a Chinese and her mother is Japanese, no wonder she knows 2 languages. Last year, thanks to the movie Hibiscus Flower, she won the award for Best Supporting Actress at this year's Japanese Film Academy. Won the female lead role in the movie Kui produced by director Yuki Iwai. The Japanese also commented that she could become 3 major pillars of the future film industry. According to the information collected, the then Dai family and other families are not separated by the sea. Anyway, Lai Tuk Dong also said that such a large sea area would become a taboo area if the then family if you live on an island, you cannot cross the sea to the mainland. Therefore, the time the practitioner on the island will spend traveling through space to the continent will be the same as the time the practitioner in the country spends, so now that I have never seen the world map, the next time I travel through space, I can ask Lam Tiu Tiu to find it. Household. At break time, the other 4 gathered. Ho Tun-gu asked if there was any new progress. Vong Van lamented that Nam Can then and Contran were like idiots. Nam Can then didn't have to talk anymore and Contran kept staring at a Japanese female star for the whole period. Bok Yun-ni said, didn't the teacher say that Contran was a good student? Why is there nothing like a good student like that and even pursuing idol? Vong Van sighed and said, who knows, there are many students in that class. 11 had a hormonal outburst and her studies fell behind. It's not like we've never encountered this before. We, 2 high school students in Hai Trung, just fell in love and studied together. Do you still remember this? Ho Tun-yo loudly reprimanded, what did we say yesterday? Please stop being arrogant. If you still consider those 2 people as idiots, how can we be friends? Then let's change classes. Let's get to know Lu Duk Tru and you let's make friends with Contran. Ho Tun-gu was angry when he heard that the foreign language teacher needed to call Contran. Contran heard that and quickly left. Ho Tun-gu came forward to ask about the mushroom-headed friend. Hello, the foreign language teacher is looking for Contran. What's going on? The mushroom head replied, can you tell me? The 2 of them were friends. Before, Contran was still clinging to the teacher. Foreign language pills to practice oral language. After that, only Contran could talk to the foreign language teacher. The 2 of them became friends. The teacher often brought him gifts when he came back from abroad. I also ate chocolate and saw that. After giving it to Contran, after hearing the information, Ho Tun-gu couldn't help but be surprised. Only this point can prove that Contran's ability to listen to spoken English is very good, not at all like what he thought. Ho Tun-yo said, now I suspect that he is also a time practitioner. I will confirm with you again whether he eavesdropped on your conversation. Bok Yun-ni recalled saying, I can be sure that he was doing his math homework without eavesdropping. Ho Tun-yo clenched his fists and said, that still cannot erase the doubts. I have to find a way to confirm it again. Back that evening, Zhang Tuet was cooking for her family and guests, and Lai Dong Van was watching TV with Vong Van and Bok Tuet Ni. Vong Van wanted to ask Lai Dong Van something but Lai Dong Van wanted her to give him candy. Of course, only with bribery can there be information, so from nowhere Vong Van pulled out a pile of delicious-looking chocolate candies and offered them. Seeing this pile of candy made Lai Dong Van extremely happy. Vong Van asked the girl, is Contran similar to her mother? It was also that time of practitioner, must be that extremely cool type, I don't know. Hearing this extremely normal answer made her not even a little suspicious. She thought, why would a 10-year-old lie? Bok Tuet Ni next to her asked again, did you ever ask me to marry you? Also, Lai Dong Van answered frankly, but he didn't say whether he was a time practitioner or not, he just said that he should try to think about time travel that isn't real. Try to study well to pass the university entrance exam. Vong Van then added more, but Lai Dongvan simply put the chocolate cup in his mouth and said, he said that a practitioner's time is not important at all. Hearing that made Vong Van think of something, this Con Tran said as if he was jealous and admired and at the same time comforting himself. Bok Tuet Ni happily returned and patted her head. A moment later, both Lam Tiu Tiu and Lam Tiu Tiu said goodbye to everyone in the house and left. Outside, Bok Tuet Ni asked Vong Van about her answer. Vong Van felt that this girl was very obedient and could not lie. It seems that Con Tran has not become a fake. Inside, Lai Dong Van is hearing all the words outside. Lai Dong Van remembered his father's actions before, also bringing out chocolate. This made Lai Dong Van extremely angry and threw some chocolate into the trash. The girl looked at the chocolates inside with an extremely angry face. Con Tran was sitting in the room when there was a knock on the door outside. As he walked away, he realized that the person was Lai Dong Van, who was coming to look for him. He invited her in. Seeing the pressure cooker placed on the table, Lai Dong Van blurted out, "I can ask your mother to cook meat for you. My family has a pressure cooker, so my mother cooks meat very well." "No need," Con Tran said harshly. Reply. Suddenly a hand reached out. Lai Dong Van held out his last piece of chocolate for Con Tran. The little girl told the story of her two sisters asking if he was a time impersonator, but Lai Dong Van wanted him to rest assured because she had hidden everything from him, but she still wanted him to be careful because there was nothing wrong with it. Something will make them suspicious. Con Tran realized that it was because of the foreign language teacher that he was exposed. Con Tran turned around and asked Lai Dong Van where she got the chocolate, but she didn't tell the truth, instead just told Lon that she bought it herself. Seeing that, Con Tran happily thanked the girl. According to his observation, this group of people had provoked an enemy in Zhang Tuet Digital City. It must be Tran Nak Du, it must be Tran T's people, so they ran from Zhang Tuet City to come here to escape. Out of Tran T's control range, Lai Dong Van happily asked. But she doesn't need this kind of news. She just wants Mr. Con Tran's identity, but she can't. Knowing this question, Lai Dong Van came up with a simpler condition. "So Mr. Con Tran, please help me with my homework." "No." Lai Dong Van was tired because the more she saw those people staring at her, it made her feel extremely annoyed, but Con Tran didn't think so. He always felt they had something to take advantage of. He thought being suspected by them was really annoying, but trying to hide it was still okay. They were happy because of Lu Duke's residence, so of course they had to use Lu Duke's residence to roam their attention. Not only that, but also including Fu Hao's descendants. From afar, this time you have to talk to Lu Duke in person. Lai Dong Van went to Con Tran to remind him that Kwok Khan was coming in a few days, so she invited him out. "Just wait a few days, you're tired of worrying that before this thing is over, the next stage will come." As soon as the door slammed shut, Con Tran quickly opened his phone. Go to the Japanese app. A moment after the countdown time was only 10 seconds, Con Tran prepared the delivery tools to take away. The fragment shattered into pieces and Lam Tiu Tu's long, slender legs appeared. Lam Tiu Tu, Deep Van, and Lai Hudong were waiting for him. Here, Lai Hudong was happy to come back and asked, "Are you back?" "Yes, I'm back. I feel like this experiment was very effective. At least for me, I can see how many things I can bring over here." Con Tran took the item out of his mouth. He raised his hand and discovered that the time travel time was about 2 days. He now feels more anxious than ever. It's still the familiar prison number 18, only this time it's a little different. It's no longer a single room into a cold cell, but there are still people waiting for him to return. Again, it's like they're waiting for me to come home. Even though this roof seems a bit dark and deserted, that's enough. Con Tran held out his hand for the music that Lai Hudong wanted. Con Tran asked his teacher, "Teacher, did you see any changes when Shuyan was okay?" Because he knew that before, everyone had to figure out the rules themselves. Now there is someone watching, who knows? Other details may be discovered. Lai Hudong spoke out his thoughts. Here he said that after coming to this world, he traveled through time to another world. In this world he only passed Con Tran for a second. This is not accurate. According to my feelings from when he traveled through time, there was a change in the magnetic field. This change was only in the blink of an eye, maybe not even a second, or even shorter. That is to say, at this moment, he immediately disappeared. When he appeared again, the golden thread in his hand was gone. Con Tran recognized his entire name as if he had traveled through time and time again, but the problem was that he wondered where Con Tran of the inner world had gone. Had he died in the inner world or what? Con Tran had many things to ask. He asked his teacher. "I talked about the fire in my body, but Lai Hudong said this was not a good time to explain, it was just earlier." This made Con Tran no longer worry and told his teacher to start practicing right now, but Lai Hudong saw that this was not urgent, he should follow him first. Suddenly the door opened, Contran was surprised and asked his teacher, where were they going? Lai Hudong felt that he was already very suffocated in this prison, so he wanted to take him out today. Contran followed Lai Hudong and asked why he had to go see the outside world. Lai Hudong asked again, aren't you curious about the outside world? Contran thought to himself with helplessness, sadness, and of course curiosity, what is it about the city within the city? What is it about the city that is like an iron and steel jungle? Something that is different is like a captivating, moving sculpture. Look how colorful the city you're traveling to is, yet the place you're traveling to is an iron box in a prison. Contran replied, even though I was curious, I still think now is not the time to admire the scenery. Lai Hudong said, you know how to endure, but at least you have to have the mood of a teenager, before you going on a journey alone. A teacher like me of course cannot let you be inferior to others. Contran didn't understand, why? Lai Hudong replied, different times practitioners can see the scenery. Lai Hudong student, I also have to go see it. He looked at him and smiled and said, tonight, I will take you to see the most beautiful scenery of city number 18. Deep Van held up the box and said, wear this, you can't reveal your identity yet. Opened in the box was a fox mask. So the big door was pulled up, light shone inside. Contran put on a mask and turned his head to look around. In a scene with no one but the other four, Contran thought, it turns out, the freedom that I have always loved and longed for is right before my eyes. Over to the first area of city number 18. This side the staff is saying, hello, tonight starting at midnight, Bok Kwang Kak is fully covered, because we cannot provide the best service package for the day. Bok Kwang Kak restaurant please send you 2 discount vouchers, you can use breakfast and dinner except Saturday and Sunday. The dissatisfied customer spoke up. I've never seen you Bok Kwang Kak cover the whole restaurant before. You're not joking, are you the one who covers this restaurant? Is it T Lai or Con T? I know them, so what can I do to make them respect me? The employee showed the sign the person's name, Hang Exe, Lai Dong Trake. So the two had to leave. The woman asked, why did she suddenly leave? The man replied, be good, next time we check the time it will be like that, proving that the person inside really can't be bothered. A car parked in front of the restaurant gate, 2 customers came down and were greeted by 2 rows of staff. Those 2 people slowly went inside. The employee respectfully handed over the towel and said, Mr. Lai, the table has been prepared for you, all the cameras in the Van Vu building have been turned off, thank you for the braised pork that Mr. Lai Dong Trake ordered. The preparation is complete, now is the best time to have a meal. Contran raised his hand to signal the employee not to give him a towel. Lai Hudong looked at him like that and said, maybe one day you will get used to it, in this world, as long as you have money and power, everything is just in time. Contran turned his head to look back at the magnificent city. He asked, if I could go out at any time, why would I always have to stay in this prison number 18? Lai Hudong replied, because I still have unfinished business. Contran continued asking, it's 1:30 at night, is the restaurant still open? Lai Hudong replied, life in Bat Datan has only just begun. The two got into the elevator. Contran asked, don't people have to sleep, and don't have to go to work the next day? Lai Hudong said, Conti previously discovered the special function of cell connection technology. Nerve, can simulate nerve fluctuations outside the brain, helping people sleep more deeply. 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day is enough. Contran asked, are there any after effects? Lai Hudong replied, of course there are. After using for about a month, even if he wanted to sleep lazily, he still couldn't sleep. Science is like a double-edged sword. No one can know whether it brings happiness or disaster. Just like Mrs. Lai, who once researched fast-growing green forests, fast-growing rice, and fast-growing soybeans with genetic mutations, eventually making a large area of land unable to grow anything. Corporation. Lu Dao originally developed the cattle farming industry. Finally, after discovering genetic mutations, those genetically mutated cattle lost their ability to reproduce after reproducing 3 times, when humans did not. If we need more sleep, not only will human fertility not improve, but our spirit will weaken even more. Contran listened silently to what he said. He also looked outside. Outside there is a boat, carrying a majestic palace, flying in the sky. Lai Hudong continued, no need to look anymore. Every second that this patrol yacht like a divine machine releases methane and liquid oxygen is the sweat and blood of those believers. So the two of them also went to the dining table. In front of them was a delicious plate of braised pork. Both of them waited silently for the waiter to prepare their food. Contran watched Lai Hudong pick up food and shyly asked, where are your chopsticks? Lai Hudong picked up the piece of meat and smiled and said, you're wearing a mask, you can't eat it. He picked up another piece and asked, are you hungry? Con Tran replied, a little hungry. Lai Hudong told the waiter to get him a bowl of vermicelli sauce. The bowl of noodles was quickly placed on the table. Lai Hudong raised his hand to signal the waiters to go away. He said, take off the mask, then eat the noodles. So there was also something put in the mine. Con Tran looked around while eating, assessing, this building must be one of the tallest structures in city number 18. With tears in his eyes, he looked up and saw only 2 buildings. Another house faces the sky along with this building. Lai Hudong saw him looking and said, that is the building of Con T and Lai T. He also looked out the window. Con Tran asked, this is the place with the most beautiful scenery in the city of 18 stars. Lai Hudong replied, the Vinheng building was built on 6 other skyscrapers, built on those 6 buildings to have the highest level. As tall and beautiful as it is now, if you don't count the street paintings, urine stains, dirty water, crime, then this place is the most beautiful scenery. Today I will take you to see the beautiful scenery. If you still have the chance, I will take you to see the dirtiest scene of this city. He pointed back. Next to the window there is a telescope, specifically for diners who want to see the scenery. You can go there and see. Having said that, the 2 of them went there to admire the scenery below. Outside, a police force was mobilized. Many people walked in the rain. They were storming the building where the 2 were staying. Lai Hudong turned around and walked back to the table, saying, let's eat first. Con Tran also agreed. The 2 returned to the table. Lai Hudong asked, aren't you afraid? Con Tran continued to pick up the bowl of noodles to eat and replied, this is the first time I'm taking my students out to see the scenery. It's not enough to let them die on the road. Otherwise, I wouldn't have finished my job. When Lai Hudong heard him say that, he laughed happily, ha ha ha. Below the building, those policemen burst through the main door. Many helicopters continuously surrounded the building. Special forces came in one after another, wave after wave. At this time, at a temporary military base in the distance, the alarm was turned on. A large airship was called in. The leader of the special team was walking, raised his hand to speak, stopped, stood in place to check the charging status of the machinery and equipment, then reported back to me. Everyone heard the command to stop and check the equipment on their helmets. Then the leader turned around and said, Boss Tran told me that if you want to live and leave here tonight, you must not shoot. Remember, don't involve anyone else. Someone behind asked, I don't understand the class leader. The leader said, you will understand later. Repeat, shooting is not allowed. Everyone repeated that they were not allowed to shoot. I don't know when someone came down the stairs. That person walked over and said, good evening everyone. The whole team of soldiers asked, who is it? That person quietly walked past the soldiers and all lowered their guns. When everyone is finished, that person walks over and smiles, don't bother others eating. Then on the rooftop someone appeared. That person walked towards the dining table, then suddenly he stopped. Lai Hudong raised his hand to stop him and said, if there's anything wrong, wait until he finishes eating before talking. That person sounded surprised but did not dare to move but just stood quietly behind the chair. Outside, helicopters were flying all over the sky, but he still leisurely ate. Only when you put down your chopsticks do you lift your hand to hold the mask. Put it on your face and say, I'm done eating. Then Lai Hudong looked at that person and said, Tran Deco's eldest grandson, how did I hear that you have been promoted to level A? Tran Deco replied, it doesn't matter how many levels your junior has been promoted to. Then Tran Deco bowed and said, right now we have no intention of starting a war with the Knights and the Commune, we just want to invite you to return to prison number 18, don't make a big deal out of this. Lai Hudong smiled and said, don't worry, we'll just sit here and talk for a bit and won't make things difficult for you. Tran Deco replied, then it's good not to bother you anymore, wait for you to leave and then we'll go. Just like that, the helicopter kept flying outside. Inside, Lai Hudong said, if I go out, it will alert a lot of people, so you understand why I don't go out? Con Tran asked, are they afraid of you? Lai Hudong replied, in this era, even if one steps into the realm of demigods, they are not necessarily invincible, it's not that they are afraid of me, but afraid of fire. Let's go home. Then the 2 of them stood up and went to the place where the spaceship was parked earlier. Con Tran glanced down. I think, sooner or later, one day I will come back here. Tran Deco watched Lai Hudong's spaceship leave. I just told the staff, have they found that combat squad yet? The staff replied, they were all unconscious after they were found. My guess is that someone must have attacked them at the back escape route. It was safe to withdraw. Tran Deco smiled and said, this is telling us, the net we weave is not yet filled, let's withdraw and go home to sleep. Now enhancing the frequency range, the person meeting Lai Uncle Dong could be some outside force, Con Hoi of Con T Lai Van Tak of the Lock Dao conglomerate or Brandon Ola of the Brandon Group. Enhance recently, stories about time travelers have been happening frequently. And the outside world is also in turmoil because of this, so in everyone's eyes, Uncle Lee Dong's appearance seems like he is hatching some kind of plot, tonight. This text will probably cause incalculable losses to the Federation and make you want to burn it after reading it. The two-person spaceship is on its way home. Lai Hudong asked, "Do you know why I let you wear a mask?" Contran replied, "Because I don't want outsiders to know about the relationship between you and me." Lai Hudong continued asking, "Do you know why I have accepted you as a disciple but still do not acknowledge you? Do you think it is unfair?" He looked over and smiled and said, "No, it's because I know it's very difficult to remove the chains on my body, so I'm worried that those chains will surround me." "Thank you, teacher." After hearing this, Lai Hudong said, "You have always been so smart and have unlimited potential, of course that's why I feel I shouldn't let you shoulder anything when entering the battlefield," he thought. Silently, as a teacher I can do it. Just walk with Contran for a while, then stand behind and see how far he can go. Then Contran asked, "Will we still have a chance to go out again in the future?" Lai Hudong asked again, "Do you still want to go out and play?" He quickly replied, "Wanting." Lai Hudong smiled and said, "Then wait a few more days and then find an opportunity to go out and play." Contran finished talking and looked up at the timer on his hand. I thought these 3 hours were real. The outside world at a certain shop. Trin Vien Dong said, "Have you seen the news?" Lu Vien replied, "Have you seen it, boss? I think we should still try to approach Andy Lau. This character is very important. Even if you criticize this guy Lu Duk Tru, you must consider that he is the closest person to Uncle Dong." Trin Vien Dong said, "I trust my intuition more and more. Lu Vien, you have to understand that people like Uncle Lai will never pay attention to Lu Duk Tru. In prison number 10-8, there is definitely still time for the third practitioner." Lu Vien listened and asked, "So what should we do?" Trin Vien Dong said with determined eyes, "Found him." The countdown time was more than 44 hours left at 3:30 in the morning in the 9th district of the 2nd city. Ha Kim Thursday goes on that path. He entered a store where a woman was looking at her phone, according to the report. Ha Kim Thursday taps on the table. The woman said, "Boss, I'm so shy. I didn't notice when you came in." Ha Kim said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'm here because I have 2 pieces of news for you to quickly convey. One is that Tu Dien, Tu Mao, was discovered by the Tycoon Group as a time traveler, so Tu temporarily cut off contact with them. Everyone waited for me to return before continuing. The second was to tell Tu. Tu quickly gathered information about Uncle Lai. I discovered that his energy was stronger than when we investigated before. It was really unbelievable that such a big incident happened and he could still retreat safely." The woman replied, understanding. Then Ha Kim Thursday continued, "It seems we have to attract Lu Duk Tru before Kun Wan takes action. We need him. I hope you understand what mission we are taking on. If you are caught off guard like this again, the organization will punish you. Wait until we find a suitable person. We'll let that person replace you." Wait until after returning, she herself went to find the teacher of Tongvu School to enhance the training. The woman replied, "No," he said, "Okay, then decide. The slum area is a place with few surveillance cameras in Cyber City, no one pays attention, there is a special guest coming to this place." At that time, inside the cell, the prisoners were screaming and banging on the door extremely loudly. Khan lay comfortably in his bed and thought, it seems there were no new prisoners escorted to prison number 18 last night. Phew, after thinking about it, Khan turned around and went back to sleep in the corner. Looking at the camera system, Lai Hudong's smiling face seemed quite satisfied. Seeing Lai Hudong like that, Lam Tu calmly thought, right now everything outside is in chaos because of last night's incident, but the boss is as calm as nothing, not paying any attention to it. While thinking, Quach Ho Tien suddenly came from behind and said to Lam Tu, "What did your landlord do out last night? If you have something fun, take me with you." At that time, Lam Tu looked back, smiled and replied, "Hey, how do you know that?" Lam Tu's mind immediately thought, even though it was chaos outside, Quach Ho Tien didn't have an electrical connection, so why? "Do you know what's happening outside?" Lam Tu continued, "Have the spiritual supernatural people in Black Dao come? There are so many people, aren't you afraid that the Tycoon Group will wipe you all out?" Quach Ho Tien immediately frowned and replied, "I'm the only one coming." "Okay, tell the truth, what is Lai Tuk Dong doing?" Lam Tu immediately replied, "If I told you that he only went out to eat braised meat, would you believe it?" Quach Ho Tien immediately shouted in surprise, not believing, "Such a big thing, there is no such thing. What's important?" Looking at Lai Hudong's calm appearance, Lam Tu smiled and thought, "I know the whole world doesn't believe it, but last night the boss didn't really do anything, the boss just wanted to take Khan away. Just playing, those people only remember that the boss is a very dangerous demigod, but forget that the boss is actually a very arbitrary person who kills on a whim. Thinking about it, Lam Tiu Tiu tilted his head back and looked up. Lam Tiu Tiu looked up at Khan's cells on the upper floor and continued thinking, it's okay if the boss is calm, but what's the point of a 17-year-old boy like you being so calm, being able to sleep until the end? Until noon as if nothing happened. From inside Khan's cell, suddenly the system announced that the code was 01010, there was a relative coming to visit. The announcement just made Khan a bit startled. Hearing the announcement just now, Quach Ho Tien immediately turned around and looked up in surprise and replied, wait, isn't it only once every 3 months to visit? I remember just yesterday 2 people came to visit this guy. Lam Tiu Tiu sat right there and said, our boss doesn't like him, so I advise you not to go close to him and don't listen around. A moment later, 2 prison robot guards escorted Khan out of the room. The door gradually opened, revealing Khan's face. A neatly dressed girl was waiting at the table in front of him. As soon as Khan saw it, he immediately smiled. That was Brandon Sorain. As soon as she saw Khan, she immediately smiled happily. Khan slowly sat down on the chair and said, why are you here again? Brandon Sorain immediately held out a box and said, I came to bring you some food, you cooked it. She opened a lunchbox full of food that looked extremely beautiful and said, I asked, the food in prison is not very good so I made some for you. Khan immediately reached out to take the lunchbox and asked, I was very curious, you and I don't know each other very well, at least not so well that we come here every day to visit me. Brandon Sorain immediately heard such a question. Replied, this time I came to City 18 with the elders, they wanted me to come into contact with you, moreover. I'm not used to being around them, Brandon Sorain said slowly with a slightly sad face. In an instant, Khan immediately felt that this girl had something to say, but instead, he didn't ask and just picked up the food to try a bite. Seeing that, Brandon Sorain was also extremely curious to see Khan's reaction. Khan was thinking while eating. It cannot be said that this girl's skills are very good. Then he felt shy and turned away because while eating, Brandon Sorain kept staring at Khan. Then suddenly Brandon Sorain looked down, smiled and said, it's okay. This is a language that only people in my life can understand. A moment later Khan finished eating, Brandon Sorain immediately packed up his lunchbox and stood up happily to continue, then Khan, see you next time. Since the boss wanted Khan to hide his identity, this prison seems to have lost its charm. So fun. Brandon Sorain immediately turned around and continued, saying that if he wanted to go find Khan and talk, he would have to pretend to be cold. Lam Tiu Tiu's side was extremely surprised, his face was a bit stunned. Now he heard everything in that room and was bewildered thinking back to Brandon Sorain's recent words, since the boss wanted Khan Tran to hide his identity in this prison like losing his fun. So if you want to go find Khan and talk, you have to pretend to be cold in order to want to talk to Deep Van, but with Deep Van's personality, she can't say anything for half a day. As for Quach Ho Tien, I hope this guy stays away. No more. Then the door behind Lam Tiu Tiu gradually opened. Lam Tiu Tiu was extremely surprised to see the scene in front of him. Lu Duk Tru was carried by the prison guard robot. There was a big wound on his hand. Lam Tiu Tiu thought at that time, Lu Duk Tru can't go back, I can't let him go. Let this kid see Khan Tran. After that, Lam Tiu Tiu immediately commented to Lai Hudong, boss, you can't release this person. Lai Hudong happily replied, then lock it up, wait until evening and then say. Immediately, the prison guard robot that was taking Lu Duk Tru back suddenly stopped. The robot immediately turned around and walked back to the special cell. Seeing this, Lu Duk Tru was extremely surprised and exclaimed, wait, no? Are you trying to release me back to the factory? What's going on? Why are you locking me up? Have I committed a crime? Locked in the room for no reason, Lu Duk Tru knelt and scratched his head and screamed, why every time the countdown ended, he was forced to go to the inner world and sit in prison for several days. Suddenly the door opened, causing Lu Duk Tru to suddenly turn around and look. A young man wearing a mask quietly walked inside, causing Lu Duk Tru to falter and say, you, who are you? Only now did Lu Duk Tru think that this was the time of practitioner number 3 in prison number 18. His face was sweating profusely, thinking in fear. The masked young man stepped closer and closer to Lu Duk Tru, making him even more scared and stepped back and said, what do you want to do? But suddenly the other person held up the electronic board for Lu Duk Tru to see. A line of text appeared on the board, making Lu Duk Tru immediately scared after reading it. He immediately knelt down to explain, Big brother, I didn't mean to steal your spotlight. I've thought it over and won't gossip anymore. This time when I go out, I'll admit it right away. I'm not the right person. That's what ordinary practitioners encounter. But suddenly that young man put up the electronic board with another text. Lu Duk Tru immediately replied in bewilderment, so big brother, what do you want? The mysterious masked person held up another message. After reading it, Lu Duk Tru immediately fell down in fear and said, no, now I'm being filmed and I'm scared. Looking up at the masked person, Lu Duk Tru kept explaining, big brother, you don't know, my house is on the second floor. The other day when I was taking a shower I forgot to close the curtain and just turned around. Then I saw the person sitting upstairs with a camera secretly filming me. Also, when I was driving home, a group of paparazzi followed me. They even criticized me for driving slowly, and some said I should go a little faster. Only then can you take beautiful photos. A moment later, the mysterious person raised the sign, do you know how long your sentence will be? Lu Duk Tru immediately replied, I don't know specifically how much, who told me that as soon as I entered space, I was already there? Already in prison. That person then continued to write, according to the new information, he was convicted of robbery, theft, attempted murder, many crimes, sentenced to 99 years and 7 months in prison. In a flash, Lu Duk Tru is extremely miserable. Shocked to read these words, Lu Duk Tru suddenly realized something. He immediately said, big brother, you only use words to talk to me because you're afraid I'll recognize your voice, so I know you, right, or you're someone who comes close to me? The mysterious person without hesitation moved closer towards Lu Duk Tru. He said, in fact, he was pushed by the society to bear the crime. Society and the world all do things like this. If people from the Federal Public Security Management Committee target them, they will be chosen as the culprit. At any time, when he heard this, Lu Duk Tru was extremely surprised. At that time, Lu Duk Tru's face turned pale and he thought, if I ever heard this voice, I would definitely remember it, but in my memory I don't have any impression of this sound. The masked man continued, now that he has heard my voice, can he continue talking? Lu Duk Tru immediately replied in fear, sorry big brother, I misunderstood you. At that time, the masked man continued with a very dark expression, I came to see you now because I want to make a deal with you, you pretend to be me and I can help you get away with it.